Holy shit! I'm here once again bringing you the Comments on Comments podcast. I hope everybody can hear me. I'm doing it live this time and I didn't do it that way before. And I'm also using this new technology called StreamYard. It's old technology, but I've never used it before. So I'm coming at you in a whole different way. All right, it seems to be working. Welcome, everybody. This is the only podcast on the internet exclusively dedicated to shitting on bad comments, to comments, commentary, people who do commentary, people who are bad at writing. Because I'm angry at bad writers, which is most people on the internet. Most people just kind of take it for granted, like, well, this isn't writing. I'm just doing a comment. You are writing. It is writing. It should be held to the same standard as any other writing. I've got a few guests who are going to be joining me on this episode to complain about writing. First of all, our first new guest on the show, ASC presents Riley.
Hello. How's it going?
What's going on? I don't hear you at all.
You don't hear me. Mint.
You can hear him. Why can't I hear him?
Wait. Can I be heard or not? Mint, fix it! Fix it, you bitch! All right.
There we go. Now I can hear you. Sorry,
Mint,
that was my
fix
fault.
It, you bitch! I yelled it again just in case you didn't hear it.
I heard it that time.
Okay, good. All right, we're in.
Luckily, everybody in the audience probably heard everything. It was just me having the wrong earphones on. Yeah, what's going on? You have a brand new podcast that we talked about on the first episode, but I want to hear your pitch for it.
I'm stalking someone now. Do you want to join me on a stalk? You can help me stalk. I'm going to stalk without permission or interest.
I want to stalk. I want to stalk.
Yeah, I'm gonna make fun of Eric July with or without audience engagement for years because he's struck me 3 times now. And I brought in a bunch of comments that are reflective of my attitude towards Eric July and why I think that he deserves to be knocked down a peg. And that's my mission statement in life now. The only thing that I spend all my day thinking about is how I can make sure that Eric July has an uncomfortable evening at dinner with his family. I want to make sure that he can't look them in the eye in the future, 20 years from now, that he can't look at young Eric July Jr. and tell him, oh, son, you're going to inherit my comic book company one day because there's not going to be anything left. Okay. Sorry, this is not my show.
No, I have a lot of the same bitterness towards somebody else, but don't worry, we're gonna.
Is it the critical drinker? Because I hate him too.
No.
Oh, you found a new one.
I found an old one.
Can we go after that one too, though? At some point.
Yeah. If anybody want to submit me some stupid comments from Critical Drinker, I'd love to. I have to introduce our other guest.
Yes.
I've got regular co-host Bird Stork. Coming at us.
I totally was not watching Mr. Medicare's stream just now.
Oh, the slight delay between the two of you is gonna really make me that's gonna be crazy on the drugs I'm on. I'm excited to see how it goes. I'm down for it.
Whew. Do you hear him through my microphone also? Is that the problem? Or
yeah, but I don't know if that's like because I'm on heightened like Riley drugs.
No, I can hear it.
Or if it's like a stream problem. I can never tell these things.
Well, we're just across the room from each other, and I know I'm loud, and I know he's loud.
Check out youtube.com/@theclipiverse, by the way. That's what we were talking about, the For Cannon's Sake show. And I'm going to have both of you on very soon.
Excellent.
You got to figure out how to do all this fucking streaming shit, this new age shit.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really into it so far. I learned all of this in the last like 3 hours, so I'm pretty impressed with the way it looks. It says I run this shit under my name. Isn't that fun?
I watched you do it to some degree. I watched Dick do it. I watched Carl do it, and then I still can't do it at all. And I've been watching for 8 years, so there's nothing like practice.
I want to explain what this show is to our audience, and we're going to do that through this example. I'll have Bird read the title, and then Riley, you can go and read the rest of it. So, okay. Bird, give us the title of this one.
1.png.
Is it going to be on screen?
Not that title. Oh, can you?
Sorry, I don't see
the stream
your
yard
recap.
For you.
I don't see anything.
You don't see the in
I see your
StreamYard?
YouTube recap. I don't see any pictures in the chat.
That's what she's talking about,
Oh, okay. So that's the
right?
first
You're
image.
talking about the YouTube recap thing.
Yeah. 2023 recap, YouTube music.
Oh, that's
You
an
guys see
image.
it?
Sorry, it's in like VLC
Yes.
and shit.
Yeah.
Fucking
No,
my
that-
bad. That's me.
VLC is the instrument of my presentation here, but starting from it's
You could
here.
just use a fucking presentation. You don't have to come up with a third party way to present.
It's just that I've got video and audio and,
Okay,
and,
okay.
and clips
And you
and
edited it into one video beforehand?
no, it's not
Yes.
one video. It's just a playlist of like 75
Oh, it's like
individual
Carl,
files.
but you don't have audio clips, you have images, right?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Okay. I'm in. Sorry.
All right, Bird, please, starting from the name of the email and who sent it, if you could.
It's here. Get your 2023 recap. YouTube Music 2023 recap.
And now, young Clippa.
This year was a mood. From the daily hype up anthems to in your feels songs, we're celebrating the music behind your memories this year.
This came to my email. You can see it's to DigiBronyMLP, which is the email address of this channel. It's the original name of this channel. This year was a mood. I'm fucking 32 and I've been on YouTube since 2006. Like, whoever's running it, I know it's changed hands a bunch of times, but they're not giving it to like young people. Like, whoever's writing this is like,
Do you think an old person may have typed this up, pretending to be cool
Yes.
and hip?
there's those like dictionary updates that come out every year where it's like Oxford just added 10 new slang things that like Zoomers wouldn't
Yeah, like they
stop
have
saying
fidget
on
spinners
TikTok all
now.
year. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So it's like I totally see one of those articles showing up on a YouTube exec's a mood is what they're saying now. All right, this year was a mood. It's like the year was a lot of fucking moods, man. It's 365 days. I experience 8 moods on the average day, I think.
This is so ironically detached from what a mood is. Yeah,
Mhm.
I don't think they realize it. It'd be a good joke if it was on purpose.
Yeah, it's definitely not, because in your feels songs, I'm like, well, I don't know, music is kind of always in your feels, like inherently, unless you're listening to like just workout music or something, I guess.
Do you want them to say which mood it was? Like, this year was really depressing for you. do you want them to be like less direct?
I
about
just
it?
to me it just
Like, you
wasn't
had a lot of
a
moods.
mood. Yeah, I
Okay,
had
you want them to
tons of
say
moods.
this year you had 63 moods, and I've got a grid for you.
Dude, that would be super interesting if they broke that down. I'd be like, what the fuck? I had 63. Like, can I track my moods?
like
with
diverse,
YouTube
different
music?
interests. Yeah, based on.
Uh,
I listened to Mac Miller. Does that mean I was on a pill mood, or does that mean I was sad? Wait, am I
Yeah.
simping? Which Mac Miller song goes in which box?
I could easily
So-
see that. Well, all right.
You see the
that's-
Pornhub raps? Like, they're way more interesting recap stats than this. Fuck you,
Yeah,
YouTube.
Those are
Was
way
a
more.
mood.
So that's a basic example of what this show is. We read something stupid that was written on the internet, and then we analyze why it was so bad. And
This is what we did when we hung out. We just spent all of our time doing this right
pretty
here.
much, yeah.
This is how you become rich: is you pick a thing that you were going to do anyway, and then you present it to an audience. And you do it
Pretty mu-
every single time you have an inkling to do it.
Well, and I'm going to read comments anyways, and I'm gonna get
Yeah.
mad at them. I'm gonna respond, and it's like, why am I not?
make
Why
fun
am
of
I
them in
spending
group
so
chat?
much time typing at people and not making any money off of it? Because none of them fucking care. They don't take any advice. Every once in a while, somebody comes around, but like, you know, most of them won't. So I'd rather just make fun of them and see if I can get some money out of it. It's gonna take a while, I think, for this show to really. I made $2 from Koof today. I spent
Oh, hell yeah.
$200 on a year of StreamYard and $100 on a new pair of headphones. So let's get this show out of the hole, people. You can go to backed.by/comments-on-comments. I am only using backed.by because it is the only platform that can't kick me off. And I mean that like
And you deserve to be kicked off of all the platforms.
it's amazing how many platforms I am still
Like on?
I don't expect my YouTube channel to stay up because of this show. I I don't know if every time something like Rumble shows up, like it works for a while and then it just falls apart, and I don't know.
Rumble doesn't work at all.
I'm not going to trust the platform. I'm not going to trust a platform until it's been around for a while. So, but with backed.by, I trust it because of the fact that I scientifically cannot be taken off of it. It is actually impossible because of the way that it's built on the blockchain. You have your own specific instance of backed.by. It's just it's your website basically that you control, that is yours to destroy if you so.
Maybe that's where I should upload all my videos pulling up at warehouses instead of Twitter, because I keep losing Twitter accounts. I got them like 300,000 views, then I lose the account. So it's like, why I keep making new accounts and making new views? And
I don't think you can upload video directly to back.by, but it's the only support platform. They also let you choose how much you donate to the platform. So I'm choosing to give 3% here because I want it to succeed. And that's me being generous as a cheap person. Anyway, Bird is also found on Picnic Adventure and We Watch Anime. Bird, can you give me a 1-sentence pitch for We Watch Anime? It doesn't even have to be more than 3 words if you don't want it to.
Okay. We watch anime.
Perfect.
Great setup. That wasn't see-through at all.
No, it's wonderful because I don't have to pitch my own shit. She just does it for me.
I loved it. It was good.
And Klippa, if you're on ASE Presents and the what's the channel name for?
I don't youtube.com/ASE Presents is Mint's channel.
Okay, so you're not uploading there at all anymore. You've got your own show now.
Yeah, I just do the Clippiverse show. Mint's got girly shit going on with the costumes and stuff. I don't wear costumes. Yeah. I barely wear clothing. I don't speak English. I'm not going to review movies.
I think I've only seen you in that Clippiverse shirt for like the last 6 months. Yeah.
I'm never changing my shirt. I'm never taking it off until I'm right there, face to face with Eric July, and then I could take it off and nipple rub him. That could be cute. We could get a lot of views doing that.
All right, Riley, your natural state of persistent rage is giving me. You've
met me. You know me in real life.
Yeah,
you know that I'm just
not
a character. I've just finally found a way to be rewarded for acting like a psychopath, which is all I am.
That's what I'm looking for. That's what I want with this show too. Yeah. So I think we parallel thought. I talked about it on the last episode. We did not tell each other we were doing comment response podcasts. No, it just naturally arose.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over the minutia of the Rippaverse while everybody focuses on Maddox, and then you're gonna be over here continuing the Maddox minutia.
Maddox,
hey, I get it. I'm ahead of the market. You guys, you have this Maddox market. I've always seen the cash cow that Eric July is. I've seen it the whole time.
Hold on. All right, we're gonna get into our Maddox segment.
I can't hear this.
Oh, I can't hear it. Yeah.
You can't hear it?
No, can you?
Damn.
I assume the audience can hear it.
Yeah. So what's going on here?
You gotta describe it or something, Sniper Wolf.
I honestly, I do not know what the drama was that song actually spawned from. That guy is angry at another guy on Twitter. I just thought the song was fucking hilarious, and it applies to Maddox. Yeah.
Well, that's the detriment to not hearing it on our end. It's not being able to get that it was a musical.
Yeah, I didn't know it would do that.
And chat says can't hear it. We can't hear it.
So. Oh, you what the fuck? Okay,
just checking for you. Sorry.
Well, I guess
maybe you should have taken 4 hours to learn this stuff.
I guess it's not outputting the audio from.
Mint doesn't know how to use StreamYards either. She can't figure out how to play video on here either. But somehow all these other people are streaming using StreamYards. Trixie has been downloaded.
It's a mystery.
That's not advice this time.
Yeah, no, it is downloaded.
Download the videos.
These are all downloaded videos.
I see professionals share directly from YouTube audio to the streams that they're streaming, and Mint won't figure it out either. So
I don't know. I can't figure it out. Well, the song was in the intro anyways. I can't repeat the lyrics of it because they contain the N-word, but it's a shut up, bald N-word. Maddox needs to shut up forever. I hate this man. Look, I work really hard. we had a rough week this week. You know, we did a lot of work. Me and Bird, we spent a lot of time like lifting shit and drilling holes and just like busting ass for
Just trans stuff.
5
Yeah,
straight
very
days.
regular
Traditionally
trans-
feminine
just
behaviors.
trans woman stuff.
Nothing but trans shit for the whole fucking week. And so every day I come home and Dick Masterson is screen capping one of Maddox's responses to someone on Twitter or YouTube or something. And every single time Maddox is saying, how can you in any way, shape, or form defend a person who he always says hangs out with pedophiles? And in his 3-hour documentary that all the comments he's responding to come from, I'm the pedophile. That's who he's talking about. Now, there are some really...
I always believed in you. Just for the record, I am the only person on the internet who always believed that you could be that pedophile. I knew it the whole time, and I stood by you, and I waited patiently for you to be that pedophile.
No. I've been getting these weird comments from people who are like, why are you upset? He's talking about Digibro, and you said Digibro is dead. It's
still
Maddox...
fucking crazy to have somebody calling you a fucking pedophile under any circumstance with any context around it, right? These people never experience this like you have, maybe?
I just don't think they can even conceive of what it feels like.
It's a crazy thing. Nobody ever calls me a pedophile. If they did, I'd thank them.
I have to really... I know I've talked about this motherfucker enough that people know. I've known about Maddox for a long time. I was a fan of Maddox. I read this dude's blog back in the early days. I own his book.
He knows exactly who you are. You're not this Digibro person who may or may not you're not a third party character in the story of his. You're a main central character that he's been aware of for 5-6 years at least. And yet obsessively interested in.
Only information about me all comes from 5 years ago. You know?
It's all that's when he made the video. You have to give him credit there.
That's true. Yeah, he's been working on this video for an eternity. So regardless of who he was, whether or not it's a Digibro, some conceptual character that he's accusing of being a pedophile, he's still calling that person who was played by me. And so the implication is me. You know, who would if he's saying Dick hangs out with pedophiles, he's not talking about a fucking metaphorical character I invent you to stop playing. He's talking about me. He's saying I'm a pedophile.
You're a pedophile.
Exactly.
Maddox thinks you're a pedophile. And
that's what he believes.
And Maddox, for the first time in his life, is lucky for where the cultural zeitgeist currently is. Where there's this Overton window overlapping between pedophile and trans person that he can that the right wing has latched onto, that he can take this and he can go, oh, look, the trans person is the pedophile. He says this person, he doesn't call you he. Yes, he does. Because he doesn't say he. He doesn't misgender you. I didn't
catch that. I did not catch that.
Which is a big thing that didn't happen. This person is a pedophile. He would have misgendered you.
I had not noticed that.
He was going to. He didn't. Just so everybody knows.
That's really weird. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for pointing that out.
I hate pseudo famous people pretending not to notice you when you know that they know who you are and doing this sly, underhanded, I'm not going to say their name kind of shit. And that's all Maddox does all the time. I couldn't even give him the kind of attention he deserves like you're going to on the show.
I think you're right.
It's not enough. He's so malicious about it. He's just so ineffective, Trixie. And there's not enough that you or Dick or anybody could say about it.
It's so easy for me to imagine things falling through the cracks for him because of he still hasn't blocked me on Twitter. He's blurred Bird out of every video that he could have had
on accident. He didn't accidentally blur Bird out.
Do you think he did that to give him less attention, or because he thought he was an innocent victim, or less
attention? Okay. It's always less attention. It's Yes, famous people think that by acknowledging us miscreant poor people, regulars, that they are making us famous. And that's not how it works, first of all. But that's exactly what Maddox is doing. When when censoring like a picture that Bird is in, that we all know Bird's in because I was there, and fucking to move Bird out of the picture all like or artistically with the editing that he used, like took effort.
He just
looked
edited
at
it
Bird's
like they were
picture.
next to each other, right?
Yeah, he just like moved them. He moved two different pictures to imply like, or actually no, you were under Wang and Asterios, I think, and he just cut you out or something. But it was like it was effort. Like he knows who you are.
This is in the Justin Wang video, by the way, for clarity.
Sorry,
not the Dick
Maddox
Masterson
video.
one. Yeah,
and that one it was all about focusing his attention finally on Dick.
Yeah,
an 80s girl and Randy.
Oh man, that video is such a nightmare. And me, yeah, I got a whole 5 minutes dedicated to me. And it's really, I made a response. Maddox has ignored it. If anyone's made him aware of anything I've said, I was on the latest Dick show. If he's watching the Dick show, he has to
absolutely.
know.
He's been dropping his videos in like coordination with when the Dick show is live.
Yeah.
The first video was right after the show had happened, so Dick couldn't address it on that show. And then the first chapter was like 30 minutes into this week's show. It was crazy.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm trying to give some vague, weird benefit of a doubt to Maddox because
you're trying to act like this isn't personal, but it is. He is personally against you, and he's calling you out, and he's making it your problem, and he's making you have to come back and deal with.
Well, and he won't.
He's saying
stop.
And he won't stop
bringing it up.
You have to make him stop.
It's like if the more I am made to believe that he has heard me say, like, I'm not a pedophile. Hey, here I am. I'm not a pedophile. I'm talking about it publicly. I'm addressing it. I'm responding to your video. You said, like, people keep saying, like, where's the response? Like, I've made a fuckload of response at this point, and I'm going to keep making a fuckload of response. If he has seen any of that and is still going, he hangs out with pedophiles. He hangs out with pedophiles. Like, I'm going to bully Maddox out of writing. I don't want this man to enjoy this thing anymore because he sucks. He fucking sucks at writing. He's always fucking sucked at writing. Look, Maddox, his entire career success is very time and place. I have to talk a little quieter because it's picking up so hard. Can you make your mic a little less sensitive, possibly? You see?
Yeah, why don't you just fucking fix it, Bird? Why don't you?
I didn't take 3 hours.
The permanent guest co-host who doesn't run the software. Why don't you fix it?
I have reduced mic background noise on, so
poor Bird being abused like this is worse than me on my stream. What the fuck?
I was chilling playing video games before Trixie whipped me to get into my chair and be ready for this podcast. Yeah, I don't know what to do here. Oh, I guess here. There we go. Trixie, talk.
Hello. Yeah, that's much better. Perfect. All right. When Maddox got successful was during, I think it's what is considered Web 2.0 boom, right? Like the late 90s, early 2000s, a period when like internet content was dramatically overvalued compared to what it was going to become in the late 2000s, particularly after YouTube, because
dude, yeah, we had no idea how many people had opinions about anime. We did not know that there could be this many anime opinions.
No idea.
There's so many, you guys.
There was only like I can literally, I can't off the top of my head, but I could
hundreds, right?
If I thought about it, there were maybe 15. No, there were like 15 people, like, because the same people who wrote Anime News Network were also writing like the Animerica magazines, and like it's like a very small clique of people who were writing about anime in the late 90s, and they basically created an industry. But it's because everybody who had access to the internet at the time was either like a turbo nerd about tech or was rich. They had to have a lot of money. Well, Maddox turbo nerd kind of falls. Maddox is autistic about tech. I think with Maddox it somewhat arose out of, he learned some basic like IT shit, became the IT guy for a telemarketing company for 9 years, and had like this chip on his shoulder. That's the wrong phrase. He felt like he was hot shit because he was the only person in the office who knew how to do that job. And so he was like unfireable, even though he's like the hardest person to communicate with in the world. I'm sure everybody fucking hated him, but
the benefit of that also is that you're very easy to not communicate with. And that's a
Mm.
benefit when you're trying to not get fired by a large company.
Yeah,
Is that they don't even notice you and don't want to communicate with you.
That's
If they had to
true.
notice you, they'd be like, oh, that
Yeah.
guy's kind of hard to talk to, so let's avoid him entirely. That's how
Yeah.
you stay employed, actually, at a big company where you're supposed to fail.
And by his own description, like, he was a socially awkward dude back then who spent most of his time like head down at desk doing work, and then he went home and he wrote a funny blog that was like yeah,
Full of all his pain from the day-to-day processes, right? Back when he
it's
had a
stuff
job.
that's, I mean, I would say those articles, they're still funny, but it's very juvenile. Like, it's stuff that I was a teenager when I was reading these articles, and it was like exactly the zeitgeist of what was popular at the time, which was like manosphere. Like, he made fun of people who were too into bacon, but like that is itself a reaction to, hey, bacon is really popular. He's like, well, I love bacon, but some people won't
Bacon.
shut up about bacon. It needs to be eat
He's
all
like
meat.
contrarian. Well, that's why he always calls
Yeah.
Dick a contrarian, right? It's because he's like the expert at contrarianism.
He was the OG contrary. That was the
Yeah.
whole thing. He was the guy who was like, oh, as soon as something shows up at Hot Topic, it's dead culturally, you know? Like, that
See,
was...
I wasn't a Maddox fan. I came to the show in opposition to the kid that was quoting Maddox's arguments in my class in
Mhm.
school back in high school. I was searching up the shit he was saying one day, and I found the transcripts. Thank God Maddox is so autistic to have transcripts. But this fucking
Yeah.
autistic kid I was arguing with in school also used the transcripts to argue. So I was able to use Dick's transcript responses to just, oh, actually, and
Yeah.
make that argument in class. And it fucked him up for like 3 weeks, dude.
That's fucking
That's how I
hilarious.
got to know all this stuff. That's where
Yeah.
I found the biggest problem in the universe. You were a long time like exposure to this.
It's you and I are both people with these kinds of like ridiculous memory that's going to make it very hard for somebody like Maddox to deal with, because he's making up shit all the fucking time. He can never keep his story straight. And I'm like, well, I remember what you said 15 years ago, dude. Like, it's just sorry, some of us just remember shit that way, you know? And I know you're not the person you're pretending to be right now. And I know you've never been but like in the early days, that was part of the fucking joke. Like, it was supposed to be an escapist fantasy character. Like, he was not. If you read Alphabet of Manliness, it is a very self-aware book. Like, he makes himself the butt of the joke often in that book. And the whole having people show up to his thing and like kiss the ring and call him the champion while he's like wearing the crown and the cape, like, yeah, it was all like Kmart shit. Like, he knew that he was playing into like, haha, I can't really afford to be as cool as I'm saying I am.
Danny Mullen does the same thing, where he gets a bunch of people who work for him together and they celebrate how cool he is.
That's true. And
I get it. It's like a fun, ironic like, joke, right? I want everybody to worship me too, but only because I'm doing awesome, intimidating things that they can't help but feel awestruck seeing.
I think it's interesting. Danny Mullen has more of a like a frat boy kind of audience who shows up to his stuff, where it's like people who want to get in on the mischief with him. Like, Maddox was doing book signings at Barnes and Nobles. Like, it was weird? It was nerds like showing up to hang out with this dude for like, you know,
you think he had a writerly crowd at first? Like, you really do. He wasn't just frat tire like Dick's book was, or like, you know, like his book actually is. But you think that he himself and maybe the crowd he was trying to attract or did attract were like nerds? Like, he was trying to be writerly?
Yeah.
That's
it was all
wild to me, dude. Looking back at it. It's
okay.
like,
no frat people were on the internet in 1998 unless they were looking at porn or like, you know, or someone like Dick who was like running ads on sites, you know, like he was the guy making, or Carl who was running ads on eBaum's World. Like, those were real jobs to have in 2000,
like on the internet.
Yeah, because ad money was worth a fucking fortune back then. And as soon as people who use the internet just became wise to the fact that like, oh, most of this is phishing, most of this is like bad. Like, I was raised in an environment of like, don't click on anything, you know, like all of it's going to take you somewhere bad. Don't click on anything. So I never clicked on any ads growing up or gave my credit card information, any of that, because I was warned about it. And like, that culturally permeated and came to a point where people stopped willingly giving information to the internet. So the internet started tricking them into giving them information. And that's where the social media sites Like they just made it fun. They made it like they built a system through which
Here you
people would
describe
want
social
to do it.
media as though you're like talking about it coming up in like 2008, 2009, 2010. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
This is crazy. What do you
Yeah.
mean they had to try to get your information?
Yeah, right. Before that, it was people, literally running schemes online to like get you to just tell them anything. And consider before the internet, and I remember in the early 90s, like you still see remnants of this. So young people will know what I'm talking about. But like it used to be way more prevalent that at the mall or in restaurants, there would be all these sweepstakes,
What's
like
a
little
mall?
cards.
What is a mall?
There'll be like these cards that ask you to write down all your information because you could win like a trip or a cruise or whatever, and like the prize always actually sucks and like you're gonna be taxed on it, and like but forget whoever wins the prize. 10,000 people sign that paper and all give their information, mostly their phone number, to companies that are going to call you relentlessly. And like, this is all still perpetuated in different ways, but it's so much easier for them to do it because people are just going online and giving it to them for permission to see access to social media. I've gotten fucking so far off topic of talking about Maddox, but I'm just saying, like,
content is childish because it was made in a bygone era where that content seemed more mature in juxtaposition to the content currently available to you as a viewer.
Thank you. That was a perfect summary of what I'm trying to say. And the most
it's not me, it's the drugs.
Maddox to me.
I don't remember what I just told you said, and I don't know what we're talking about.
No, it's fine. You're doing great. Good job. Maddox, the most respectable thing to me is that after moving to LA, blowing all his money, having his second book fail, his career was on a dramatic downturn, and he won't describe it this way, but he will act like Dick working with him because he had some celebrity is Dick like riding his coattails. Dick was trying to help this guy save an ailing career. In the late 2000s, Maddox was not publishing articles. His articles came out like once or twice a year. He was not making any fucking money through his website. His book had been out for 4 years. It was not selling anymore. The second edition had already been out for years by this point. His second book bombed. So Maddox, who had been living like a rock star in LA off of being a #1 seller, and probably spent all his fucking money because he's a fucking idiot.
It's so easy to spend.
Yeah, well, I'm not one to talk. I spent $300 today, and I can't spend any more money. So please support me on backed.by /comments-on-comments. Anyway, Maddox, his career was ailing, and he made some saving throws that honestly helped, because in 2013 he saw, I think Maddox, in a weird way, he's really good at recognizing the zeitgeist. He's good at like recognizing what people are talking about. He's just really bad at having something to say about it recently. But in 2013, he jumped on a couple of controversies and made videos about them that were these tightly edited. He was studying like this man put more effort into making content than anybody else, which is not a compliment. Not a compliment. And we know that because he talked about it so much on The Biggest Problem in the Universe. He talked a lot about how perfectionism was his biggest flaw, how he spent like months work. The reason those articles came out so spaced apart, even though they were like 1 or 2 pages most of the time, is because it took him months to whittle down like his fucking walls of text into something digestible, which he no longer does on Twitter. No. This is like the shortest tweet he's ever made that I have on screen right now, but it took him a lot of effort, and he managed to catch a tidal wave twice. He caught it at the start of the 90s, and then he caught it at the start of the 2010s, the same time I did. Like, both of our channels blew up basically in tandem and got to about the same height for the same reasons.
I was going to say, to come back to comic books real briefly, I think I just remembered that the only time I've ever heard of Maddox outside of, that instigation of me knowing all this stuff, is that Spider-Man's ass video. Spider-Woman's ass video. That one, when you were talking about how well produced this content used to be, I was like, oh, didn't he weigh in about that? And yeah, he's
so proud of that. It comes up in the documentary, even like about, when he's celebrating his victories. But like,
I didn't notice that.
It's 3 fucking hours long.
It's a lot to go through. It'll take us years.
But yeah, the Spider-Woman's ass video was really good, and it was the right video at the right moment. It was like when woke culture was getting really ridiculous, the pushback was just starting. Maddox was the right guy because he really doesn't want to side with either side. For him, it's just contrarianism, but at the time, it was the right take to have. So his channel blew up, and he talked about he had already started Biggest Problem and just wasn't fucking talking about it. And then he finally did, and it was like right when his channel was blowing up. So like things were looking really, really good for him in 2013. But he fucked all of it up because he's a control freak, and he just every time that he was proven wrong or shown that Dick was just smarter than him, it fucking drove him insane.
I'm just remembering every one of those times in front of me.
And he, after a certain point, but when he blew up the show, like fucking over a guy who he had made everybody love. That's the funny part. He doesn't even understand. Like there were plenty of people who've come to the show from Dick who knew about Dick before. He'd done plenty of things on the internet, but like, people like me who had never heard of Dick Masterson and came to like him because of his interaction with
I'm
Maddox.
not a big fan of that Dick Masterson guy myself, personally. So
can't stand him. No, no, the guy's like, again, I'd never met him. I'd never known him. I knew nothing about him until he worked with Maddox, a guy who I'd been following for a long time. I loved both
Maddox
of them
thinks
on
you're
the
a
show.
pedophile. Right? Isn't that like the heart of the issue of this show? It's hard to unpack into a show that has an order or a number system or some kind of a schedule, because it's really this energy about a person who knows you're not a pedophile, keeps calling you a pedophile. It's happening to Vito too. And if it was happening to me, I can't imagine the links that I would go to make it not be happening.
Yeah, I really have to piss. So, Bird, I want you to read this Maddox comment, and then the two of you can discuss it. Because, Bird, you just ate like the spiciest thing I've ever seen anyone eat the other day. Like, we went to a Thai restaurant, and the Thai chef said to Bird, like, I couldn't eat that. It's too spicy for me. So tell me about this comment.
Do
you want me to read it, or do you read it?
Regularly with food exceeds the amount of hot sauce people are required to eat for cash prizes.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm hearing that through both of your. You can't. Trixie left the mic on over there, and it's just fucking terrible. Sorry, can't do it. That's okay though.
I read it.
We can't continue just yet unless you want to mute that. Everybody, let's just sit in silence. Do the silent sitting.
Whoa, I'm over here now.
No, this is fine. We can talk. I don't think that I'm going to hear you over there. So now we can talk again. Hello.
There's her mouse. Why doesn't her mouse work? What the fuck is she doing
Just
over
let her
here?
deal with it. But we can talk because you're over here now. It's not the same.
But my tequila's over there.
Oh, fuck. You have real problems. I get it.
No, she's muted now. Okay.
Okay.
Anyway, so
we're not professional broadcasters.
No, very much not.
We're just fucking around. But these famous people stoop to the level of needing our approval. You see, that's the joke.
So someone had asked, "What the?" Oh, I guess I skipped. Oh shit! I pressed play on that. Damn you! I set up. I'm back over here now.
This is good. This is as interesting as it could be as filler content. It's better than the long silences that Eric July takes between thinking of each individual thought, or even with chat there to read and guide him. Which, StreamYard, you could have chat there. You could have like a whole, instead of the private chat, you can have comments going, and you could be bringing up comments and engaging with them and stuff. And I don't hear Trixie now. Trixie is muted now.
Her microphone is muted.
I have no idea what happened when I was in the bathroom just now.
We filled time. We broadcast.
Good job. Good. That's all I need to hear. We've had a consistent viewership, so it must be doing well. Yeah, this fucking shit. This must be how he's lived for the last 8 years, right? Is that he just
thinking
does
about
hot
the
sauce
novelty
contests?
of hot sauces and how much or little you should eat of it, and the contents of it, just really getting into the nitty and gritty and spending 6, 7, 8 hours a day thinking about hot sauces.
When I read this tweet, all I can think is why aren't you in hot sauce contests? Like, are you saying that you do that, or are you saying that you
yes, Maddox.
stupidly
Maddox-
avoid them while eating that much hot? Just go
He's
win
saying,
some money.
I
Like, what the fuck?
suffer. I suffer an amount equivalent to cash prizes, and we're all like, yes, keep doing that.
Go make the money. Why wouldn't you do that? Like, if you're at a competitive level of eating spicy food, go compete.
Is this a real? Do you think he really believes this opinion? I know he shared it a bunch throughout the years too, that he can eat spicier stuff than other people.
I
And
do believe he does drink hot sauce like he claims to. Our biggest problem in the universe. I don't think he just does it to stay awake, like when he's driving. I think it's just fun for him. Because going back to like why I eat spicy food to a point where it's, let's say, cash prize level.
yeah,
It's fun. Your body starts to like sweat and you feel delirious.
Can I get one of you?
It's like drugs. Basically.
Will one of you chug
Turn your
hot
microphone
sauce?
down.
Oh yeah,
I-
we're doing something with the mic.
We have hot sauce.
One of you needs
I
to
do.
chug hot sauce to just show Maddox what's up.
How do I turn my microphone down?
Go into
Oh wait, I can just do it through the actual.
Don't you have an
I can
interface?
just actually, yeah, just turn the dial down.
I was like, I don't think we even have your
Trixie, do we
interface. I
have
think
hot
you have
sauce
your
in here?
interface.
No, I had to buy a new one. That one broke.
Okay, so we have yours, or no? We
No,
bought
I-
this one.
You bought
So
one, I
I
oh, you had
had
to buy a new
mine.
one.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, Mint's
hot
over here
sauce. Do we
bugging me
have
about
one?
like, no, I think that's theirs. It doesn't matter.
the hot sauce. Here's what I just realized, like brain blast, as I was reading this comment back, because Maddox is always trying to get one over on everybody, and it's so weird because it's to an audience of himself sometimes, but he'll sometimes tell a story about something he did that nobody could have observed until he talked about it years later, like sneaking avocados into his brother's food because his brother said he had an avocado allergy. Like,
Right.
he didn't tell his brother that he did that. He told us 5 years later on a podcast because he's still proud of it. And it's like he wants to be able to. I think he has a lot of that in his head. And with a tweet like
No.
this,
Look,
here's-
Twitter is supposed to be a name like nothing thoughts. I get that, right? That's what we're
Yeah.
interfacing with this tweet on the surface level of.
I
is
don't
that
think
it's a nothing thought, but he keeps sharing this nothing thought.
he won't shut up about the hot sauce. But
Yeah.
here's what I picked up on just now. The word amount. He's not talking about how spicy it is. He's talking about how
Yes,
much.
you have to chug it. I'm telling you, it's like in a
eats.
volume. Yeah. You have to
So
chug
if he's
it.
just like
He's
any-
not actually having that spicy of hot sauce, is what you're saying.
No.
Look, I could chug a thing of Tabasco. It would be unpleasant, but I wouldn't be like, "Oh God, I'm dying." I'd be like, "That sucked." You
Wow, that
know?
was an
Like,
uncomfortable
whatever.
experience that I just went through as a
Yeah.
person.
I'm gonna have a
Back
bad
to-
shit later. Like,
Yeah.
How much mustard could you chug, Chris or Trixie?
I could chug a decent amount, but not nearly peach saliva levels of mustard. But I did that. That was one of my look. I'm that kid. I was that kid at the lunch table who was like, I could drink a mustard packet. And everybody goes, whoa! Like,
A packet. That's
Food has
shit.
always been a very personal relationship with me and food. So I don't. It's not performative like it is with you and Maddox. Maybe skinny people, skinny fat people like Maddox and Digibro were, where they can only relate to people through like sharing their food experiences. But
all right. Let's get into some real shit here. Wow, this is a screen hogger.
this should be a
Um,
long show. It's a fun long format. Don't try to make it 2 hours.
Are you able to go long? Because I thought you had a hard out.
I don't care about Mint at all, and anything she has to do doesn't have to be done. We're being honest with ourselves.
You're on too many drugs, I can tell. All right, we'll go long though. This is New Balance 74 a day ago. So this is somebody who I think is concerned about what Maddox did with this video. Now, I'm going to focus a lot on the fact that Maddox is calling me a pedophile because I think about it and it makes me angry, obviously. But there's
Dude, could you
5
imagine if like Jimmy Fallon called you a pedophile just in a third person, like casually? It's a weird.
No, I couldn't. How would
Concept.
you recover from that?
Yeah.
Luckily, I can easily like everyone
Can you
knows
imagine
Maddox
what
is
kind
full
of
of
numbers
shit,
you
so.
could get if Jimmy Fallon called you a pedophile?
We need to be
That's
getting
true.
bigger, more famous or people to call you and Vito a pedophile is what I'm hearing.
I think Vito wants that. I don't know if I'm not a pedophile.
Well, Vito
I don't-
won't fight it like you are. Vito won't
Neither
come
is
out
Vito.
and go tooth and nail and be like, "Ooh, here's the minutia of your statements." He'll be like, "I have to give up because obviously you're overwhelming me with the accusations, and it just makes me look guilty."
Mm.
But he should instead stand against that wave of terror, and he should be fighting with a flaming sword like we are.
The numbers don't mean anything to me. Like it could be literally everybody. I'm like, well, you're all
Yeah.
wrong. It doesn't. Like I know the facts. So
Well, a lot of people are
uh,
calling Vito a pedophile. So I don't know if for him it's so much binary, I am or I am not, or versus like the way he talks about it is how many people are calling him that is what he seems to care more about. But
Vito also just cannot stop with the sus shit. So I don't know where
it's
he's.
so
at.
funny.
I don't
You
know
would
where
think he's
at.
doing it on purpose, but I know he's not.
So
After hanging out with you for 3 years, I know Vito's not doing it on purpose. Isn't that
So-
amazing?
Maddox, this motherfucker published 5,500 people's names on his website, and it's one of the most insane decisions I've ever seen. And he's not doubled,
But not
what's like the
yours.
most. I
Your
don't know
name's
how
not
to
on the
describe.
website.
No, it is. My legal name is
Is
on
it?
the website.
In
Yeah,
the random list of names, or
She was in the Facebook group.
yeah.
so that's the Facebook group though. He doesn't list Digibro's name at all because he
No.
knows who you are. And he's trying not to
Yeah.
engage.
If he's even seen my Kiwi Farms page, he has to know that Digibro and my legal name are the same name. They're both in the title of my
Why
thread.
would he go out of
Like,
his way to not? He didn't accidentally not dox you. Like you have to think the way these fucked people
Yeah.
are thinking. Like he's purposefully.
it's hard.
trying
It's
to
hard
come
to
across
like. I
anti-leftist when going after you because you are now trans. You really fucking this think piece would have done numbers if he had gotten it out before the transition. Boom, Digibro's a
Yeah.
pedophile, but he didn't. Like you
No.
changed your gender quicker than Maddox released the video, and that fucked up his plans.
I mean, and I don't want to act like some people think I'm saying like I'm trans, so I couldn't possibly be a pedophile, which is not the.
No, you're just
argument
not a
I'm trying to-
pedophile,
yeah.
regardless of the trans
Just
stuff.
demonstrably like my opinion of children is they're mostly annoying and dumb, and I don't want to be around them. Like I think that's a normal adult opinion to have of children, right? Unless you're like somebody
You
who's a
don't-
big
you
fan
don't
of children, I
become a
guess.
giant adult kid because you want little things fucking your toys up and breaking
Right.
them and slobbering on them. Okay,
I'll
this is
break my own
fucking
toys,
toy
god
house.
damn it.
Yes,
Yeah.
this is my library of comic books. I don't even want my girlfriend touching them. The attributes that are commonly linked with pedophilia is weird because it's like, no, this is me staying away from children and building my utopia of
Yeah.
childlike wonder.
I
You
have
can't have
a
kids
lot of
around this
I have
interest.
a lot of things I want in life, and children would only ever get in the way of that in any way, shape, or form. Having
buying
them, being
manga.
around them, anything. I want nothing to do with children. They are a money
You have to
vacuum.
be careful for these people who talk about kids like they like them, like they're looking at them like a steak. Like, oh, you got to protect
Yeah.
the kids, and you gotta save
Yeah,
these children.
no.
Like that gun ad. Did you see the new gun ad?
How do I reach
I'm-
these keys?
That new gun ad, Trixie.
No, I have not seen this gun.
Oh my
ad.
god, we have to take a second, and you have to watch that new gun ad. Mint, send
What's the new
send
gun
it in the.
What is this about? What
If
what
they
is-
if you don't know, you have to save. Chat'll appreciate you not having any context on this at all. I
Okay.
shouldn't have even told you it was a gun
Did
ad
you see
because you
that,
wouldn't have known. You wouldn't have known it was a gun ad
Did
if
you
I
see
hadn't
that-
said that.
Did you see that Ruger?
Did you see that Ruger has a new line of firearms called the Hard R line?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is an anti-gun ad, not a gun ad.
Oh, yeah, that makes more sense.
Like guns are cool. This is a weird like anti-gun ad that doesn't make any sense because it doesn't achieve what it's trying to achieve.
While I'm waiting for that, I just want to make exactly clear what this docs list is, because we're gonna read a lot of comments of Maddox defending this docs list. He
Is that
thinks
what
it
you
was-
brought in? It's defensible. Like, wow.
What?
He brought he defended it. It's not. He's not a.
Oh, he's defended it a lot.
I haven't
Like,
seen any of
it's-
this. I've been banned from Twitter because of Eric July and his fans
Oh,
and the
that's
flagging me
right.
from everything. So I don't get to see anything. Sorry, you're presenting this news to me. This is YouTube. How would you even know
Uh,
Maddox has a YouTube channel without Twitter? That's where I see all my news.
All right. Yeah. Let me switch my source over to this tab. Wait. I guess.
Yeah, if you
I
can,
guess I have
you're
to
not
add
able
it.
to do that.
No, I just got to add it as another. Oh, here we go. Let's Hey,
One
that
day
was
we'll
just
know
the
how to
three
use
of us.
StreamYards though, and then we'll be able to compete.
Look
with
at
the
us,
big
look
kids.
at all cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was watching PKA
we'll be like
right before we started
PKA,
this,
F&T.
and it was so smooth. I was like, damn.
Well, we can't
All right,
afford
there
a
we go.
Zach.
All right, what's going on here?
PKA.
I don't know how to make the audio work for the audience, though. That's
God
that's
damn
a
it.
problem.
Well, whatever. Just watch it real quick. It's like a minute
watched
long,
it
and I
I
want.
watched it independently. It's really, really funny.
I can hear
I
it.
can hear
I can hear it.
You guys can hear it?
Please, God,
Yeah.
save her.
Maybe it was
Save her.
the DLC.
Please save her.
Can't hear you.
Oh.
My thoughts and prayers are with you.
Thoughts and prayers.
Thoughts.
Prayers.
Thoughts and prayers.
That's not a fact.
It's the same kind of ironically appealing to the opposite message you're trying to send that Maddox always accomplished, which is that I contend that I think he was always as much of a character as he is now. So if you think that he was always a lot of a character, then you have to. Then he still is a lot of a character. I've never seen any difference in his content at all on a flat.
I don't know why. It's really.
But
just
if
the
you
book.
really think he really means that onion shit from the articles, like about starting
I do
fights in
think he meant all that.
supermarkets, then like he's a fucked weirdo, right? Like his. And that's us saying that.
Remind
A
me of
lot-
this onion thing.
A lot more of his content back in the day was like dissociative fantasy. Like he would be talking about a subject and then he would go off into like an obviously fake story about a thing he supposedly did.
Yeah.
But usually there was an element of self-effacing to it where it was like he does some badass stuff, but then just some like weird stuff and goofy stuff. And like you were always kind of like, okay, he's making fun of himself. That just kind of disappeared on Biggest Problem. Like that level of self-awareness was not there, and it wasn't on his
I
YouTube
don't
show
think
either.
there
He
was
was
ever
very
self-awareness.
self-righteous.
Trixie, I just think that's the thing. Then, if it wasn't there, then it wasn't there, and you just have to go backwards, work backwards in your mind, and be like, "Oh man, he didn't have it then either."
Yeah, maybe. I think
that might be what he
maybe-
thought was cool because he doesn't know that like a character
Oh,
like
he-
Wolverine is ironically cool.
He
so thinks
definitely
that that's-
thought it was cool. Don't wait till we get to his AI. All right, we have to
Yeah,
read
just-
these.
just
We have to
go for
start
it.
reading shit. Who wants to play New Balance 74? The reasonable person on the list of 5,000 names.
I don't want to be any reasonable people.
I've never been reasonable.
All right, I'll do it.
Okay.
New Balance 74. SMH Maddox. Posting a list of 5,000 names you clearly copy pasted from your detractors' Facebook followers and insinuating they are your harassers can be considered doxing, and it's just straight up wrong. This is coming from someone who read/watched your stuff for more than a decade.
Were you doing a Morty
That
Smith
that,
voice?
that was sort of a
intentionally?
Morty. Yeah, I was doing a little bit of a Morty. All right, who wants to be Maddox?
I can't see the screen from this far away, so blame my
Shit,
bitch
all right.
girlfriend and read them amongst
Can
yourselves.
you read it, Bird?
Yeah, I can read it.
All right.
You're you're not a fan, Morty. You're a moron.
You're a moron. I didn't even notice he forgot the A. I'm a writer. You're a moron. Holy shit.
I'm not gonna do the Rick voice anymore.
If you join a public Facebook group that harasses people, that's your choice. It's a public group that anyone can join. If you don't want to be associated with a hate mob, don't join one. Take responsibility for your own actions.
So this makes me so upset. Riley, how soon after the Dick Show was created do you remember joining the Facebook group? You were listening from Biggest Problem, right?
I'm on that list 3 times. I have 3 Facebooks on that list.
So right away, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
Day
me-
3. Like I'm one of the
Same.
people referred to in that wave of people who were asking him what he's doing this week because he can't be
Yeah.
done now.
Yeah.
Because Maddox is fucking something is off. This is
Dude.
weird.
I remember the day that the Biggest Problem ended so specifically because I went out to the ABC store in Virginia. There's an alcoholic beverage control store, the only place you can buy liquor. Really stupid. Here in California, you can buy liquor at the fucking 7-Eleven or whatever. But I went out and I bought like all 4 of the main spirits and took a picture of them and like posted it on Twitter and was like, I can't, like, I'm so fucking distraught about the only show I've ever loved ending that I bought all of the liquor.
I didn't give a shit.
Faced.
Fuck, I didn't care about any of this. I just needed to win an argument against that same fucking kid in class the next week. And I knew that now I wasn't going to have that edge.
That's fucking
because he wasn't going to be using a bad argument that I could be rebutting with a good argument. And it hadn't already been pre-scripted for us. We had to have both known we were doing this. Like, Isaac exists. He's out there. He knows that he was doing this.
I don't
if
know
not,
if he
gave
knows
me a
he was
beautiful
doing
career.
this.
He gave me an amazing career because he just started using Maddox quotes all the time to win arguments.
So funny. That's so fucking funny. Imagine thinking that you're going to win an argument using the Maddox quote.
Because that's the first impression I have of the show is the tide is that people think he's the smart one. And listening from that perspective, it's
I really do think it started that way just because Dick was not trying to be the smart one until a point where Maddox wouldn't stop pushing that as like, no, this is a real contest about who can find the worst problem. And when female genital mutilation, like, as bad of a show as it was to have to listen to, it dominated the charts because it is that bad. So Dick was like, all right, fuck it, I will bring in real issues. And then every time he did, he made Maddox look like a fucking moron. Anybody can go listen to the show and have this experience. I used to argue with fucking Best Guy Ever because he was like, well, I kind of feel like I'm more on Maddox's side, but he wouldn't listen like to the whole show. And I'm like,
the point we're both trying to make though is that
after 10 episodes, then maybe you'd be on Maddox's side. Listen to the whole show. Like, he's fucking full of shit.
This comment right here that he's talking to these people being the doxed people, the 5,300 and whatever. He's talking to them as though they are Dick's fans. But this is immediate. This has to be the first month that there was a rivaling Facebook group.
The second that the show ended, Dick said, I've got a new show that I'm going to launch on Tuesday. Maddox just kind of launched a show suddenly on Tuesday.
Yeah.
They both came out like the next week. Like they were both.
But this is not indicative of being on either side. Like being on this list is not because it's indicative of joining a fan group that.
No one talked any shit at the beginning. When Dick, literally in the first episode of the Dick Show, all Dick said was creative differences. That's it. He talked zero shit about Maddox. He was very upset about not having been on the last episode of the show because he felt blindsided by it. Maddox is trying to rewrite history and say, well, I told him when the show is going to be because there's a schedule and he was supposed to be on that episode because of the schedule. But what he's leaving out is that after that email, he then had Dick kicked off for 2 episodes in a row and then didn't explicitly kick him off the next episode. Just, did it while he was in Mexico, counting on himself being kicked off of the next episode. That's Maddox's Dick was supposed to be there. Everyone else showed up on time. Dude, you had kicked him off of 2 episodes in a row, and then you decided to end the show when he couldn't be there. That's the most manipulative behavior.
You guys really fucked up my plans
observable
to make fun of that guy in class next week. Because I was going to just really make him look dumb. You guys made it look bad on me.
Glad you always bring it back to center. But yeah, like it took like 17 weeks before the Dick Lies video where like it really became.
That's why I think this list is so fucking egregious, Trixie, is because it's just 5,000 people who most of which took Maddox's side at some point.
Yeah. But we were only fans of, some of us, like me, were only fans of Dick because of Maddox, and we hadn't stopped being. I stopped listening to
It's such an unfair list to be on if you don't want to be on it.
I stopped listening to his show after like 7 or 8 episodes because it was really bad. Yeah. But that didn't make me hate Maddox. The Dick Lies video made me hate Maddox. Him trying to sue everybody for $400 million made me hate Maddox. Him calling me a fucking pedophile 8 years later has made me really hate Maddox.
But you could feel him thinking it then.
He called you a pedophile, right?
The first time it happened, you must have just been thinking like, oh wow, somewhere in the world, Maddox just called me a pedophile for the first time. Like you must have felt it.
I've brought it up a lot of times because it happened in like 2018, and initially it was just a tweet.
Go back to that tweet. Can you find it somehow? Do we have any access to that tweet?
I haven't tried to find it.
Can you imagine that? That is the origin. That day is the origin of the segment of the video because he would never mention you or not mention you on a random day.
It
It's
was
just
when
the
I
most
went.
important day
it-
ever.
I mean, dude, I had thought that I went to Dick's house in 2018 until I watched
Right.
his documentary where he goes, March 2019. And it's like me on screen talking about
You didn't
going to
even
Dick's
know.
house. And I'm like, oh shit, I didn't even realize. March 2019. All right. I didn't know I was, yeah, I guess I was still living in Boston then. Like,
2019 was a crazy year.
why was I in LA in March? I guess to see my parents, probably.
You didn't know
literally
us
have
yet
no
either.
idea.
You didn't know us yet either.
Didn't know you guys at all. No, this was when I was with my ex. So, ancient history, but like, that's why I
But
don't
Maddox
remember it until this
remembers.
video. Well,
Maddox
it's not that he
Farms
remembers.
remembers
He's been making the fucking video since
that
then.
day.
He
Yeah.
wrote the script then.
You went out for dinner, and Maddox went in to work on the segment about you for 4 years.
Like, me in
That's what happened.
2019 is some of the newest information in the video. Like, that's how
Yeah.
this shit is.
I'm sure this isn't as funny for everybody who lived through it, but I can tell it. We're all
This is
getting
funnier for people who lived through it, I think, because
everybody.
this is so
directly involved is
nostalgia.
loving it.
This is nostalgia to the extreme because it's been a while. And like, we thought Maddox was just trying to ignore it. We didn't know that it was just taking him so long to build a case.
Ignore what? What is there to for Maddox?
It
Maddox
turns
doesn't
out he
have
was
to
doing
ignore
both.
or acknowledge you hanging out with people he isn't, or whether or
Yeah.
not that implicates your sexuality
it's-
on
it's-
them. And then he has to start talking about whether there's a sexuality to implicate on someone. So there's so many layers to Maddox just doesn't like you personally, and so you're a pedophile.
Well, no, here's what I think the real issue is.
It can't just be the lolly thing.
Maddox-
It's also your content about biggest problem, the lecture.
Maddox would get Maddox would look up to me if he ever met me. I realized that the other day, and it was a weird feeling.
So many of these people would, dude. Critical Drinker would be buying you drinks all night. Like, all of these people would be enthused with the conversation they could have with you. They would be like, wow, it's not a Disney ad.
I'll tell you,
ad.
I don't even think I
Whoa.
would. As much as I hate what the Critical Drinker does, I doubt that he's a person I would hate if I met him the way I would. Maddox is a sniveling little bitch. Like,
Yeah.
he would offer me nothing. I could offer him plenty.
He would be trying to,
Like-
though. Like, he'd be like, oh, can I maybe
Sure.
open up for you at this thing? This book club signing? See, I have a book.
Yeah, but
That's
like,
the road that he would have taken if Dick hadn't bullied him out of the public eye. He would be sniveling and groveling in front of all of us for super chats, the way that fucking Stuttering John is, and we all know that.
like, beyond seeing himself as a writer, I think he sees himself as a critic, but he's never been able. His criticism is fuck awful. And we all saw this when he started his YouTube channel. The reason it's not still successful is that he started making shitty arguments. He made a really
He could have
terrible
fandom
video.
menaced it.
His video about how video games don't need story, awful fucking video.
It should have just been about
hated it.
how the MCU doesn't need women.
Massive dislike bar. This is shit that nobody brings up anymore because he's done so much more egregious shit. But
Dude,
like,
Tim Pool used to hang out in this guy's bedroom. That's the shit we're not bringing up anymore.
oh my
Like,
god, yeah, no.
Tim
fuck-
Pool used to
well,
hang out with this
I
fucking
have
guy
I have
and look
Tim
up
Pool
to him.
comments. I have Tim Pool comments on this episode. We'll get into
Tim
him.
Pool thought he was a thought leader. That's
Oh my
like a
god,
thing
I
he
have
thought.
to piss. One of you, please be
Mute yourself.
Yeah, mute
Joey.
yourself. I'll be Joey.
Yeah, I will.
Jolly.
Jesus Christ.
Man, good thing Fanboy doesn't own the trademark for the biggest problem in the universe. Ooh, I like that. A little smug on there. Good thing Fanboy doesn't own the trademark for the biggest problem in the universe. Comments like that are cool because I can't tell if it's a fan or a hater. And Maddox is going to assume a hater every time and then go really
Yeah.
aggressive for no reason. Right?
I'm gonna do banana docs for this one.
Good.
Oh yeah, it's called Death. You're a fan of a guy who hangs out with pedophiles. Embarrassing. Oh.
But Maddox had to choose to read that negatively to respond snidely. So it's
which is
man,
it's silly 'cause I can't tell.
I am
really.
happy that Fanboy doesn't own the trademark, Bird,
Yeah.
for the biggest problem in the universe. Good thing. And then for your response to be, you're making fun of me. Like,
I mean, I think Maddox thinks everyone's against him right now.
it's so good. Because they are. And how
he doesn't
crazy
have
would it
any
be
luck. Yeah.
if you went to work and everybody was like, hey, what you think is wrong and what you're doing is dumb. And if you didn't do it, we'd all be happier about it. Like every single day for 8 years. And it's nothing
You've just been,
more.
like working on a project for 3 years. You go into work all proud of it. You show it off to everyone, and then they all go, Smells like shit, dude.
You're right. This is way more embarrassing than what I described. I was trying to give him some benefit of doubt.
No, there's no benefit of doubt. He's been working on this video for 5 years. He doesn't have any modern
Dude.
information in it. It's simultaneously like one of the best produced videos I've ever seen. If it had come out 4 years ago.
Title, topic, thumbnail,
and
and
also the worst produced video.
timing, right? Title, topic, thumbnail, and timing.
Yeah.
It's not just one of them.
Did you already both read these comments?
We're making fun of it because you see, Maddox assumed negative intent where I didn't originally read any.
No, yeah, that's
the decision he made.
I'm glad you noticed that take.
I
as well.
always notice when people decide that other people don't like them because I only talk to people in ways that can be interpreted by you. Like I only speak to people in ways where, well, if you like me or not, you will read this a different way. So I see that Maddox just immediately read negative intent and is responding snidely.
I probably also I read this and also thought the same thing Maddox did, but yeah, it's not actually implied by the comment.
Good thing Fanboy doesn't own the trademark for the biggest problem in the universe. Man, good thing Fanboy doesn't own the trademark for the biggest problem in the universe.
It's not called theft when he legally owns the trademark.
So
it's
Maddox
the
is
opposite of theft.
Maddox is deciding that it's sarcasm, but that the sarcasm is wrong because actually, Dick is a criminal, and it's
he's a criminal because he legally won.
I wouldn't have replied to this one.
Most criminals do win in court.
Well, if they have a lot of money, I guess. Which Maddox, I guess, is admitting he doesn't.
Yeah, I just wouldn't have responded to that one. That was a bad comment, Maddox. You shouldn't have done it.
I'll go ahead and be Maddox for this one. If you watch his bonus content, you gave him money. So
that's not necessarily true.
You support stalkers and creeps.
Yes,
and you
not
haven't
exclusively to this.
Everyone watched my video because he was asked point blank if he was trolling when he said everybody wants to fuck 17-year-olds. He said, I mean, not really. You support that crap?
No, I think what he said was there wouldn't be a law against it if everybody didn't want to fuck 17-year-olds. Just like again.
Yeah, which is
But he didn't type that part out.
I feel like you have to be either. I don't understand the way Maddox thinks if he thinks that that's something other people are going to hear and go, oh, well, that's like proof that he's a pedophile. Like,
yeah. He wants you to read this and be like, whoa, I didn't know that yet.
So age, we all have our own idea of like what an age means. In my head, I'm like under 25, not interested.
Hey,
like
fuck off.
If it's a woman, I don't want to fuck it. And I don't care if it's just pretending to be a woman or not. I don't want to fuck it. That's
Bert is the exception to that rule I just stated. He's only 24. But like, no, I can't. Like, I've already reached a point where I can't even stand like young people. I'm just like, I don't know. Like, if you the things that concern
today,
the things that concern people in their early 20s, like, embarrass me to hear them talk about. Like, they'll talk about shit that's like bothering them, and I'm like, I couldn't care. Like, how you are fucking up your life by caring about this.
I'm staring at Mint so fucking hard right now.
Please care about something more intelligent. Please. But yeah. But I understand what Dick's trying to say, because people who like when a person reaches sexual maturity, like,
has nothing to do with how big their tits look in an advertisement made by a different company that doesn't know she was underage when she signed up to be in the photo shoot. So, suck my dick.
Yeah. It's just like, I personally wouldn't be attracted to a 17-year-old, not because I don't think they're hot.
Right.
Or don't think like,
that's how Maddox would only fuck a very exceedingly attractive 17-year-old. Because that's what his principles are based on.
Oh man. Okay. all of society should
But
understand
that's what Dick's talking about, right?
sexuality.
Everybody
Hey,
knows
wait.
that when he talks about 17-year-olds, he's talking about how in advertising and in media, like
Yeah.
the 20-year-olds who played Spider-Man movie characters pretending to be
Advertising in the media
17-year-olds.
is fucking disgusting. It's
It
a
has
whole
created
world
a
of
weird way for you to view
exploitation.
people. Yeah.
The idea that this country broadly gives a fuck about protecting young people from exploitation is incredibly laughable because this country submits young people to exploitation
The number one exploit.
publicly regularly. It's a part of the culture that I'm disgusted with, but is mainstream. And to act like it's not, and that you're gonna like win arguments by pointing out that like, oh, Americans exploit kids. Yeah, no, having
called the
children
Disney
is
Channel.
exploiting children. Vito's out here talking about like having kids is so great because they're slaves. It's like, what the
Oh
fucking
yeah.
stop. That's the argument against them.
Oh, Vito kids.
It's really funny that the week.
It's really funny that the week before the whole, or the week after the whole kids are slaves, he goes, and you know what? Surrogacy, guys. Let's do surrogacy. It's a really big problem. We should just be okay with it. Stop making your problems about kids, Vito.
In vitro fertilization coming soon. He's gonna do it. He's gonna put one in him.
In Vito fertilization.
Vito, yeah.
Oh boy. Bird, will you do Vanessa Saggio's response to Maddox here?
This is a great show, by the way. Thank you for having me on.
I'm enjoying it a lot. I'm glad you I thought I was gonna get like way too angry on this show, but again, your natural state of rage kind of helps. Like you give me an amount of catharsis where I'm like, okay, well, Riley's already.
Trixie, I've been
got the
this
anger
angry
out.
since like 4 months
Since you
before
were
I
a
met
child.
you, right? At least. Oh, you're right. Well, yeah,
The whole time, as far as I know.
yeah. And I finally get
Jesse.
to share it with you.
You gotta mute your mic while I read things.
Yeah,
Okay.
you guys got to figure out this mic stuff.
You.
All right. Do you think that kids should be hit as well?
Yes.
I'm on your side for everything else, but I feel like the dog thing was a joke. Kind of how you gave people useful technique.
I mean, he didn't think that was a
on
joke.
beating their children.
So obviously there's satire in like the extremes that he was writing about, but like he does think, yes or no, you should spank kids. Yes.
I have to explain this a bit because if the audience doesn't know what this person's talking about, they kind of jumped subject because Maddox was accusing Dick of saying 17. Everybody wants to fuck 17-year-olds. This person jumped right beyond that and said, "Hey, you also accused Dick of saying that it's funny to hit dogs because." In this and Dick talked about this on one of the shows he was on recently. It might have been PKA that it was the newest biggest problem. He was talking about that. First of all, Dick has a dog, Maddie. Everybody knows this dog. It's on Instagram. Dick's a total dog lover, a dog simp. His dog's a fat bitch who just plods around the house and interrupts the podcast. Everyone knows Dick's dog. We all know he doesn't hit dogs.
But Dick once said in a rant about how Maddox needs to stop and just quit and give up everything. You have to hit a dog, right? You have to punish a
dog's not
dog.
gonna learn unless you hit
You
it.
gotta hit him to make him learn the lesson. Something really fucking over the top.
It was a joke about how he should be hitting Maddox and comparing.
It's
Maddox
so much
to a dog.
unfunnier the more that Maddox makes us have to talk about that joke too.
God, it's
all
it
these
was
jokes.
just
Like, well, Maddox's whole
little...
beating children thing was funnier before this comment.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. So Maddox used to be really insistent on like, yeah, you have to hit your kids. Look, every person
he really thinks, which he actually does think you should beat your kids because his dad laid hands on him.
Every single
most
person
kids who were do think that you should beat your kids, in my experience.
They've all been beat. Anybody who says you need to beat your kids is somebody who is trying to justify the fact that they were beaten as a child and also think that they're amazing.
Well, some of us are hobbyists who get into beating kids, but for the professionals you're talking about,
it's like Carlos Mencia is a great example of this,
the bad
right?
Parents.
But he's like, well, I'm really self-confident, and my dad hit me, so whatever it took to make me the way I am is automatically correct. And it's like, no, like maybe like it's good for you that even though your dad hit you or whatever, and you have like this relationship, even if you respect the guy and you feel like he did it for the right reasons, like it doesn't mean that you only could have been successful because he did that to you.
I don't know, man. Like, look at me as a case for that, though. If my dad didn't hit me so hard, what could I have been?
You could have, I don't know, president. You don't know.
Frequently, but not as hard.
What if he was beating the tendencies out of you that would have made you more like famous and rich?
Ooh,
Oh,
You don't
good
even
point.
know.
Who knows?
It's impossible to say. You
It's
can't
so
really.
silly.
Nobody can really talk about like what like. Again, it just sounds like self-justification. Like, well, my dad hit me, and I love myself, so therefore everybody else should go through the exact experience I did and be exactly like me.
But that's the
Because
kernel of truth that Maddox's "Beat Your Kids" comedy comes from, is that he believes that.
he really does, and that's what's weird about it, because now he's trying to say, oh, Dick's a dastardly person because he made a joke about beating dogs, and I believe he'd really do that. I
Hitting
know for a
Maddox like a
fact,
dog.
yeah,
you know,
hitting Maddox
It's a
like he would.
simile.
He was making a joke about hitting Maddox as
He wasn't even
one
saying he
would
would
a
hit a
dog.
dog.
Yeah,
He would hit Maddox the way you, a dog abuser out there, may beat your dogs.
yes, that's the way it was said. And
Language.
and meanwhile, Maddox is like, he's a dog abuser, and it's like, Maddox, hitting children is like a whole part of your brand, which in the early 2000s, again, if you were trying to be controversial and edgy at the period when, like, I'm first generation kids who weren't hit like at all, and like the vanguard of unhit children. Like I'm
Nothing to say.
I'm young. We're both young. Sorry, Riley and I are both younger than you, and our parents both hit us to different
exactly.
extents.
No, that's what I mean. My parents
It's
were
like the
like
first
vanguard.
generation where you could like not hit your kids to discipline them. Is what Trixie's
Like
saying.
I'm saying 1991 is the first year that a child was ever not hit by their parent.
That might be true because like
Okay,
that's when TV
I see.
attention is on. Like schools looking for
Yeah.
bruises on your thumbs and shit. Like ooh, we
I-
gotta.
On your
I don't know if
I
they're looking
really
for the
think-
bruises bird.
It's hard to explain. The 90s were all about sanitation. Like it culturally, like what was popular was like, we got to protect the kids, we got to make everything safe for the kids.
Yeah.
And then the early 2000s, like again, height of Carlos Mencia, I use him as
What
an
is this
example.
Carlos
'cause-
Mencia thing you're doing?
He's been watching a lot of Why Are You Laughing, the Blind Mike History of Comedy show. and
Okay.
he mentions Carlos Mencia a lot.
he had an episode about him, but he's been
Shout out
taking me
Blind
back
Mike.
to the
Shout out Blind Mike.
Blind Mike and
shows
I-
are great.
Blind Mike and I are the same age, so he has like nostalgia for the same shit I do, and so we like when he starts talking about early 2000s comedy, I'm like, oh my god, it's putting me back there. And like Carlos Mencia was the biggest name in comedy in 2003-4 when the Carlos Mencia show was massive, and his whole bit was like, you have to beat your kids or they're gonna be retarded. Or no, dee, that's his thing. Dee, that's yeah. So he was like, you gotta hit them or else they're gonna be stupid. And if you're stupid, don't have children. But like he quickly disappeared because everybody found out he plagiarized all his jokes. But like that was the spirit of the time, to be edgy, because the whole 90s parents had been told you cannot hit your children or CPS will take them away from you. And so like it really cleaned up a lot. Obviously people still hit their kids. I think it's a minority now, and I think it was a majority until the 80s.
Well,
We need a whole show
there was
format
Car-
of just Bird and I picking on our girlfriends.
there was Carlos Mencia who said you should hit your kids when they're trying to have them. Then that became bad, and then Daniel
Who'd he steal it
Tosh
from?
came around, and Daniel
Tosh.
Tosh brought it back with keep an open hand.
Keep an open hand.
Okay,
Yeah.
I remember that one. I remember that.
I think he's talking about beating your girlfriend in that joke, but I assume it applies.
All right, I'm gonna do Maddox's response to this. Did it sound like a joke to you? You can practically hear him spitting and seething. Projection that he sounds like he's making a joke. It's a very clearly a joke. He's laughing, in fact, in the clip. Maddox played this clip in his documentary. If you need to go see it or whatever, I do recommend watching that. By the way, I know it's 3 hours long.
It's pretty good.
Dude, it absorbed my night. I
If you're
dropped
this
everything.
deep in the weeds of enjoying internet stupid shit, watch it.
It took me probably 6 hours to actually finish because I paused it so many fucking times. But like to just scream like out loud at Bird, like, I can't believe he said this shit. Bird's like, wait, pause. What did he just? Yeah, it was amazing.
Well, and at one point she got me hooked in it, and I was like going about doing something else, and so we managed to keep watching the video in the same sync. Trixie, is there any way you can turn your mic volume down? I can really hear myself. Well, so
that's
go
down.
go into the
That was
StreamYard
down.
audio
All right,
set.
for chat, while they're doing technical stuff, I'll just talk to you guys.
If
How's
you
it
go into
going
If you go into
today?
settings and
settings
go into
and go into
audio,
audio,
there should
there
be
should be
mic
mic
volume.
volume.
That's what I changed to not hear me
anymore.
Or you, rather.
Or you,
Michael.
rather.
I'm gonna keep talking.
I'm gonna
until
keep
you
Mute
talk.
yourself. Come over here. Let Riley talk.
All right, I guess I'm hosting for now. That's okay. I'll read the next comment. Did it sound like a joke to you? You can practically hear him spitting and seething. And he said it in the context of actually punishing me for having conversations. My Beat Your Kids article has a dragon kick technique. It's on a website where I also talk about punching old people into the sun. Your false equivalence is extremely disingenuous. You guys back?
Maddox
Yeah.
really likes those $10 words. Okay, I can still kind of hear myself, but it's a lot better. now.
We'll survive.
Can you hear me all right? Is this
Yeah, you're good.
okay?
I can hear you.
Good. Yeah, so he's
Oh.
literally trying to be like, well, I was joking harder than he was.
Now you're really, really quiet.
God damn it. How about now?
That's better.
On my mic's end, I'm clipping, so hopefully this is fucking loud enough. Yeah, he's trying to say, well, like, oh, I was obviously joking, but he wasn't obviously joking. He was seething and spitting. Like, dude, there's no. First of all, Maddox is too autistic to be able to tell like who was more emotional in a situation or who was more honest. But like, this dude is just such a proven fucking snake and liar. Like, why would you? He's not somebody who should ever be trying to argue the minutia of someone's emotions. That is just insane of a position from Maddox to come from. Maddox,
Why is he responding to these comments? You couldn't pay me
dude,
to type that many words to that series of words.
I'll tell you, I understand it a little because if I feel like something.
Look, I respond to comments. I love responding to people, Trixie. You got to fix your audio. But it's that he would decide to choose to respond to these comments while we're all looking at him in public.
Yeah,
it's not a DM. Do something less shameful. Fucking Boogie said some stupid cringy shit about sex workers the other day. Mint was like, "Oh, is it? I can't tell if you're playing a character."
We
so
will
he
do
DMs
Boogie.
her.
We'll
he
do
DMs
Boogie.
her.
Oh my! He DM'd Mint. Wait,
they're
Boogie
followers.
DM'd
They
Mint?
follow each other. They like each other. I don't want to do any drama. I didn't know you guys had Boogie drama planned. Never mind. I think Boogie and Mint are on good terms, but Boogie always says like out of pocket shit about sex workers. And it's like, why would he doesn't even have to respond to the things that he's responding to make himself look bad. So Maddox has this same exact thing, but he doesn't even have the courtesy Boogie has where he like DMs Mint privately and goes like, oh, hey, this and that. He's having the argument right here.
Mint deserves any amount of money she gives for giving any amount of attention to Boogie.
Mint's
I'll
a
say
good
that
person.
much.
She already
she's
gets
great.
too much flack for knowing us. She'll be denigrated and hated, and she'll lose millions of dollars for being friends with me and you, Trixie, and Dick and Carl, and it will happen to her, and it is happening.
None of us will make the millions we deserve because we are on the wrong side of present history.
You're trans. You have no excuse. You could be Dylan Mulvaney right now.
That is true.
You're not grinding hard enough on those Budweiser ads.
Do you know how much beer I drink, Trixie?
If I could get a Buena
YouTube would be-
Vesa ad, hey Stone, I'm in
Where's the
California.
fucking trans
Reach
beer
out
here?
right now. Look, there's practically trans colors right here in the Buena Vesa can. Come on, guys. I love this beer. Please sponsor me. Stone Brewery.
All right.
I know you guys, you guys arrogant bastard, you think you're all edgy? Fuck you, I'm edgy. Give me money.
Yeah.
If Stone doesn't give me money, they're pussies, by the way. Let's just get that out there.
You gotta clip it and spam it send it to their their CEO. You gotta sue Patreon. I mean, sue them over it.
I have a question. If Stone is a pussy for not giving you a sponsorship, is Sapporo, Stone's parent company, also a pussy? Okay.
You're never gonna get those big sponsorships
now.
Know
how far it goes.
I
you play around, but you don't know.
I can't believe Maddox tried to play the like who's telling more of a joke game with that comment. Here's him defending here's some other. So Dick is really focused on. There's this one graph in Maddox's video where he's trying to show how many tweets Dick made about him over time. But the graph is in reverse chronological order. So he starts from like 2020 and goes back to 2016. And the graph has this dramatic spike rather, because of the fact that in 2016 was when he filed the lawsuit against him. So yeah, he was talking about him constantly.
Before that, they were co-hosts, so you should have been talking about him more, honestly.
Yeah. So
again, Maddox makes himself look stupid because why was your co-host so ashamed to be mentioning you before that?
So yeah, he reversed the graph. He made it look like Dick was talking more and more about him over time. If you're watching the video, because you experience the video chronologically, you expect the graph to be labeled. But if you actually look at the dates,
like he says it out loud
backwards.
He says it out loud wrong too. Like so he can
says
say, "No, I said it the way I said it."
Like psychologically, why that just doesn't? It doesn't. What are you trying to communicate by showing the graph backwards? If not,
he sure was though, right? He was trying to communicate something. We all like kind of just looks obvious to everyone, and
exactly. So this guy /EB, it's kind of weird how he obscures things like timestamps, almost like he's misrepresenting the timeline of certain events to paint himself in a more sympathetic light. To which realmaddox.bluesky.social.
Can I do it? Wrong, psycho! There's specifically a timeline in the video with dates and documentation. You sociopaths will grasp at any straws to try to dismiss this video. Completely disingenuous. I don't know what I'm going for.
Thank you, Sir Maddox.
Sorry. I don't know what Maddox voice I have yet. You all have such a perfect Maddox voice. And I think that I want to sound the way he thinks he sounds. Right? To like, because I have the voice that he wishes he had. Because I sound like all these fucking guys wish they sounded like. And I look like them too. Ugh, I smell like onions. I'm Maddox. Could you imagine if I really like gave a shit? Like Maddox has spent 9 years trying to be masculine. And that
he's not trying that hard.
He's still, if he didn't, he could have made money off of Dick going the opposite way, but he's still competing with Dick in whether or not he's masculine. Like it's a binary yes or no, and he's trying to prove yes. Instead of like Maddox could have been gay by now, and like what an astounding like Twitch stream career he could have ended up with. Right? Like if,
he should have gone trans with Maddie Locks.
Could have done something like performative. I guess he doesn't know how like entertainment works, but he could have entertained at some point.
I mean, I just wish he was still doing the banana thing. Because the only reason he's not doing the banana thing is because his banana template doesn't exist anymore.
Well, it's just not easy to get to. It's still there. I mean, adults can still use it. Stardust still uses it. The Twitch streamer.
Okay, perfect. Because
Maddox is just lazy and retarded. I don't say that on YouTube.
I really like doing the Banana Docs voice. And the other day we were stuck in traffic, and I went, "What if I just brought back Banana Docs? That'd be pretty
Banana
silly."
Docs. Yeah, but I mean, like, fucking. You would just have to do this as a segment for this show. You would just have to read these comments, pull in like pre-recorded bits where Banana Docs is saying this stuff. Yeah.
I think
it came up because I really enjoy Cardiff Electric from WATP, the potato. He's just the way he talks, everything.
I wish I knew you could be that like well known and loved without ever showing your face, or like my voting records have been in live streams for like years now because
I think
people hate me.
Mean,
like,
while I appreciate that, I think it's a good idea to get your face out there because there's that Family Guy bit where Stewie sings the whole song about "I've grown accustomed to your face," about like he won't
know.
He sings a whole song about how
I don't know that one either.
Okay, in early Family Guy, the whole character of Stewie is he's trying to murder Lois. He hates his mom. He wants her dead. And then at some point, he realizes he can't kill her because he's gotten used to her existence. And
nice.
I really think it's actually a great statement on society. Like the reason I always say self-insistence is a success necessity is like Trump was able to become president because just old people know who he is and they've heard his name for like 50 years and seen his face in all these movies.
That's why.
Yeah, literally like Iron Man in real life. Like as like you don't want to make
Batman.
that comparison because you love Marvel and you hate him.
Yeah.
But yeah, he is.
Sorry, but he's Batman.
Everyone knows him.
Mac Miller loved him. Rest in peace. Then he hated him a lot. Rest in peace.
All right. You have to be Jason Todd, Riley, obviously.
My favorite part is the graph of tweets mentioned by year, but the numbers are obscured and the graph is reversed, going back in time.
The numbers aren't obscured. In fact, I speak out the years as well as show them on the screen. You're so desperate to be a victim while you write night for a guy who hangs out with pedophiles. Pathetic.
Why respond to this comment at all, but to call you a pedophile? What a...
Yeah, this is one of the ones that Dick...
God, I wish I could be in this guy's
tweeted.
fucking brain. Oh, it's beautiful.
And like...
Could you
Okay.
imagine reading that and then
Okay,
just
so
starting to
it's-
see about an entirely different set of a couple, you and your ex? What a...
No, pedophiles with an S here is because Maddox in his
Right?
video he cites five people that are supposed pedophiles that associate with Dick.
You don't think May is like on the list?
No, she wasn't in there. There's 5 people he mentions.
Okay.
One of them is the Ghost Gunner guy who accidentally had sex with a 16-year-old. Chaggett is number 6. Like, so the first 3 he mentions very briefly, which is weird because again, first guy literally had sex with a 16-year-old. Seems like a stronger argument.
He met her on an adult website, which means she was lying.
I'm not going to get into his drama.
I'm
or how
just
I feel
saying
about
that's
it, but
all it is. There's
yeah.
without an
But-
opinion. I don't
and
even
that was
like
after
Cody Wilson.
he was on the Dick show, so
Fuck
it wasn't
guns.
even, but I think guns are pretty
I hate
cool,
guns.
but
I don't want anyone to have guns. Guns make you able to stop people like me, and I don't need that in these streets.
That's a good argument, actually. Shit. Maybe I don't like guns.
For the record, I like guns. I think they're fun.
No, guns
Yeah,
are
I
going to
like
be used to
them for
murder
fun,
me in
but-
Texas, Bird. You can't like
That's
guns.
Well, not my
true.
gun.
That's true. There's a lot of people who think they can legally kill Riley in Texas.
guns
We
are
talked
for.
about this a
That's
little
all.
bit on the
We can
last
move-
episode, but
That's just what guns are for. We can move through that.
dude, that kid's it. This is
They're for
you and
killing
I
me.
are, This is why you and I are in the same boat. Why we're why I understand you're angrier than I am because you've had like 6 months of people insisting they're allowed to murder you because you gave a guy $50,
$40.
Trixie, I've had people insisting they're allowed to murder me for being friends with you 4 years ago.
Yeah.
So
Maddox thinks that Dick should go to jail for hanging out with me. He doesn't argue that I should go to jail.
no, he doesn't.
He
He's not
argues
against.
that Dick should go to jail for hanging out with me.
That's a good statement. I don't think he's never like, this is something that you did that makes you a pedophile and you should be in jail for. He's just like, well, this pedophile that you hang out with. I'm just saying. Hey, I don't hate pedophiles. I'm Maddox. I don't hate them. But maybe the audience feels different about pedophiles.
It's
Why is he
more we
doing
have
that
this
shtick?
conversation, the more I really understand how absurd the situation I have.
This
found
is the
myself
most
in
absurd
is.
timeline we could be living in.
Holy shit. Yeah, like, so the pedophiles, like, okay, if he's saying hanging out, then it's just me and Chaggett. We're the only 2 people he accused who have been in Dick's studio. Chaggett says that when he was 18, he had sex with a 13-year-old. I believe
But that
it.
was on like some random
Chaggett's
live stream. That wasn't on the Dick
insane.
show either. That's like deceptively
yeah,
made
he
to
didn't
seem
even-
like it's part of our
it's-
universe.
and not something Dick had heard beforehand. Now he does play a clip.
None of
Dick
us follow
saying-
Chaggett.
No, it's that Dick says, "I don't care, not my kid."
Oh,
That was his take. That Maddox made fun of in the argument, which is fucking hilarious. And like, yeah, so what is Dick supposed to do? Go like, "Oh my god, you did that? Get out of my studio." Like, don't you want to hear what that psychopath has to say? Like, don't you want to know more about? I don't understand the argument of like, don't platform these people because they're pedophiles. No, I want to know what I should be looking out for. What are the tendencies? What are these people thinking? How do I get into to me, that's a public service. If you find somebody who is doing some fuck shit and you try to like decode them, like, why are you doing this? Like,
Yeah.
that's a good thing. Why would you
Have we had like a Mindhunters, but just for pedophiles on the internet yet? Has it happened? Just Bird, you put on a suit. you get really into the what's
Why
that
don't you take
guy
a
from
seat right over there?
Mindhunters?
Jonathan Groff.
You that guy. You could be Jonathan Grove.
It's funny to me too. Like, so I'm very active on Twitter. I retweet a lot of art, and I think a lot of the art that I retweet could be considered lolly, but like everything I retweet is so artsy and weird. Nobody ever brings any of it up. Nobody's ever accusing me of like retweeting lolly art, But like the reason I'm defending it is because the stuff I'm retweeting would get deleted. Like it would not be able to exist if we were really following these guidelines. But people think so differently about shit contextually and like in their imagination versus reality, you know? But it's only when you're on Patreon and you're trying to submit your art for review and they're like deciding like, well, does this look like a 13-year-old? And it's like, well, I don't know. It's a fucking abstract piece of art, dude. Literally go to my Twitter and look at it and you will understand what I mean very quickly about why I'm defending this stuff. Is nothing to do
This
with
stuff
pedophilia.
being whatever someone else deems to be a drawing of a child.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, which could be
Someone else, yeah.
stick
Yeah,
figures
Dick's
or
made the
whatever.
stick figure argument a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Well, actually, no, that defeats what we're doing here. We have to make the fucking stick figure argument again because the obfuscation of the timeline is what Maddox relies on so that nobody knows the argument of the stick figures. But
I'll
if you were
say-
to...
So there's a in anime, in manga, there's a series called Genshiken. This guy called Madarame, who I used to relate to a lot. One of the only male characters in anime I ever related to when I considered myself male. And it's because he's an anime obsessive, just the ultimate otaku. And he has this big rant he gives about why people are attracted to anime characters. And he draws a W, an X, and a Y, like vertically. And then he draws a couple of dots in the W. And he says, what does that look like? And the girl, who's a normie, goes, a woman's body. Because it looks like tits and then a belly button and a vagina. And then he's like, so you could tell that was a woman's body just by this. Now imagine being in cave painting times when this is all you could draw. You don't think you would have masturbated to that? You know, like these abstract representations are sometimes the best you fucking got. And
Yes,
they can be
imagery is
heightened, they can
math.
be all... Yeah, exactly.
Unfortunately, autists like Maddox are all aware of these concepts until it comes to personally slandering someone that disagrees with things that they think about life. And that's where this comes into play. Maddox is not anti-lolly by any means. There's no fucking chance that he's anti-lolly. He's anti-you for hanging out with Dick. And then he has to go backwards to build all the other stuff into the case. That's what's so fun about this. He knows their numbers. Trixie, he's like, actually, all art's just the golden spiral. Like, you know, Maddox is like that far gone autistic. He doesn't even think music is music. Like, it's just numbers. Like I think it is.
Landon, I see that you are in here. I have added you if you want to unmute yourself so that you can.
No, I see him.
Butthole weeb.
Do you eat ass, Landon?
So he knows all this.
Hey.
Hey, hello guys. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we hear you.
I think
Thank
that,
you.
Hey, my
Welcome,
mic was a
Landon.
shit. Hey, good to see you again, Ryan.
Real
It's been
quick,
a
now
while.
that a third person has showed up, I'm gonna disappear for a second and smoke a cigarette.
cool. See you soon, Bert.
Landon, turn
all right.
yourself down just a little bit. You're kind of loud. If you
You
could
sound better than Trixie.
figure
Don't
out
take
how-
any shit from this bitch.
Wait, do I sound bad? Am
No,
I on the wrong
I'm
microphone?
No, you-
overall.
Okay,
Is that
okay.
too quiet?
No, you sound fine.
No, you sound good.
I'm just
Okay,
trying to
sorry.
bring a light negging to the atmosphere.
I haven't talked to you in a while, Ryan. It's good to be on. Sorry I was a little late. I was like setting up my mic. It's been sitting in my back seat for a month because I haven't made any YouTube videos. So I was like waking on, like, how does the camera work on my laptop?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Hey, better you late than me. That's
Yeah,
what I always say.
I figured it out some way somehow. But,
All right,
Yeah.
Landon. Now that
Yep.
you're here, I'm gonna have you read the comments.
Why are these videos, Trixie? You're so fucking.
Because
They're
okay,
just pictures, but it's videos of pictures.
so it's VLC. VLC interprets an image as like a 5-second clip or 10-second clip. So this is the same way I do. We watch anime. It's just I don't know. I literally don't have any fucking time for this shit, man. I have a real regular job. All right, I'm not making that kind of.
Yeah,
internet
you're out
money.
doing all that trans like masculinity stuff where you have to do your
All
trans
that- all
job
that-
of construction, and I do my very masculine full-time job of sitting in this LED
Drugs.
wonderland.
Your full-time job of drugs.
my full job's been what is Mint's fucking weird autistic obsession with Scooby-Doo lately? It's like all I've been thinking about.
It's been
No.
years. What
It's-
do you
it's-
mean?
Holy shit.
No, Mint Mint made a determination to cover all of Scooby-Doo.
Every Scooby-Doo, yeah.
Well, just
It
because
fascinates me.
like I don't know if anybody's done it. There might be like a channel that's just done that, but like
Mint is as just so
there's
everybody
not
knows.
many people.
Here's the reason I have such insight I have with lolcows is Mint is one. Mint is
I
as
think, like,
autistic as like Maddox and Boogie are, as incapable of
think-
change.
I think Mint is more autistic than Maddox, possibly, but she's better of a person. She's just
Yeah,
got a
yeah.
better idea of how to live than Maddox does.
Right. Well, she intends less negative things too. Like she's not malicious, right? That's the big
Yeah.
difference between like a Maddox or
Yeah. She wants to do good, legitimately.
But living with
I know
her-
she wants to be a good person, no matter like.
But I've seen how
however
hard that is
successful
for
she
her,
might be.
right? So
Yeah.
imagine if you didn't even want to be a good person.
No, yeah.
That's how you end
If
up with
you wanted to
Maddox
be
and
a-
But
Boogie.
after, I think the only successful autistic YouTuber to like watch every and review every single Scooby-Doo is Phantom Strider. But he also has came out and been like I think he's in his late 20s and he's almost watched like every cartoon imaginable because he's just
Wow.
So
big
Mint's like
autistic.
competing with that level of autism by trying to.
He's been in it for like 10 years, but he's got an Australian accent. And he's really annoying. Mint's at least entertaining. And all the guys' videos are
Yes.
top 10, so they're like 45 minutes fucking long. And he's got this like New
Oh, yeah,
Zealand
that's awful.
girlfriend in the background who's like, oh my gosh. I'm
Yeah, why didn't you do that, Trixie?
So cringy.
Why didn't you just make top 10 lists forever?
They're because I take them too seriously. Because I literally every top 10 list I did for like 2016 or 2018 or 2014 anime, I watched every anime. Like
Right,
I
who's
at
reading-
least sampled all of it.
Sorry.
I
There's
just
a
want to
little
know first
lag.
who
Sorry for stepping
who-
on people too.
No, you're fine.
who wrote this?
This
What
is
the
this
fuck?
is a Maddox. This is Maddox in a DM, I think, that somebody probably posted in the Dick Show Discord, and I clicked
Okay.
it. So,
Okay.
but
Your sources are getting dicey on this. Maddox is gonna have a problem with that.
that's fine. I don't give a shit at all.
There's a
You
lawsuit
need
and
to
all that.
properly source your mockery.
well,
So
Landon, we don't have like your screenshots, but you have interacted with Maddox in a similar kind of context to this because you've talked to him in DMs, you talked to him about anime, and
Mhm.
you had been against him for like 4 years before he realized it and blocked you based on like you said something to him on Twitter he didn't like, and
I didn't know this is
I,
serious.
I was shocked, dude. I tweeted him one time, like maybe back when I started calling into WATP voicemail in like 2017 or 18. And I was pestering Dick really bad about the eat ass thing. This was before I met you guys in person. Like all of this was before that. And I just tweeted him because I was done for like the second time listening to The Biggest Problem in the Universe because I was working 12-hour shifts at the time. So I was re-listening to like all 107 episodes constantly. So I just
Nice.
tweeted him one day and got drunk and said, hey, Maddox, what's your favorite anime ? And I was like, he's going to block me if I don't just kind of lean into it. And I'll find it for you guys. I'll like DM it to you after this. But it was like ... Also, admit you eat ass, or do you eat ass ? Somewhere along those lines. And then he
which
answered,
is just your bit you do to everybody. Also, I
And
should point out.
he didn't know who the fuck I was. I followed him, and then I had mentioned, he just goes, oh, Ninja Scroll. And there was he mentioned something I might have watched with my cousin, blah, blah, blah. Don't quote me on that. And then after I kept asking if he eats ass. And it was only until the Dickheads podcast, WATP, Nick Ricada, Doug Tenaple, and me spamming Dick, I think finally, like maybe a little over 2 years ago, I just went to click on his profile to see if he was alive, and I was finally blocked. And I was like, wow, it took you half a decade to do that, you fucking freak. It's like, but anyways, I can find that screenshot.
He
for
still
you.
hasn't blocked me.
I remember the
Oh,
day.
I'm talking shit about him on Twitter every day, relentlessly.
Good God.
So it was the day after my first appearance as producer of the Dick Show on the bonus episode 50. Or was it? Yeah. Mint was supposed to do the thumbnail for that one, but she was at a wedding. So she didn't even draw me in the fucking thumbnail. Stupid bitch.
No.
She was at her sister's fucking wedding. She doesn't even love that sister. Not as much as she loves me.
I gotta piss again.
So I remember Maddox blocking me because I was on the Dick Show for the first time. And I remember the way I felt about him blocking me was that it was impossible to ignore him blocking me because he went performatively to every platform he could have blocked someone on and blocks like some random person that he talked to once on a Facebook message years ago. Right? I don't even have the Facebook at this time that like Maddox would have had messages from me on as a fan, but I I have some really cringy messages with him that I've publicized before, where I had asked how he would deal with having his hat taken away by the administration of his school, and he's like, "You should just go to the governor." And I thought, what a fucking insane thing to do. So I did it, and it worked. It was great for me. Nobody else is allowed to do things like that. I hope.
Only you. Only you. I don't know.
I don't know where the fucking show went here. Thanks. Welcome to Bird and Trixie's fucking show, you guys. Episode 2, hosted by Young Clipland Butthole Weeb. Two people who nobody should be listening to talk about anything, but who Maddox has brought together.
There. I was like, thanks for the comment, Trixie. Yeah, I did a real good job reading that nothing on the screen.
Landon, I haven't talked to you I haven't seen you since I was at your house 2 years ago.
I know. Yeah.
Maddox.
I've tried to message you, but yeah.
Thank you for bringing my friendship. Well, I can't message anyone back because I'm always being destroyed.
I thought.
People can't physically stop me or kill me or detain me, so they
Riley
have to do it social media wise.
I
don't see you on social media, but I do I think I have your number still. I don't know.
So I've changed numbers like last week.
Oh,
whatever
Riley
number you think I have.
Finally got a new phone, so you're gonna have to get a new number.
I can't tell you guys how many celebrities I'm not gonna remember the phone numbers of. Fucking.
I really appreciated Dick mentioning that at the top of an episode recently. Like, hey, by the way, like, I know there's like 700 people who need Riley's number. It just changed.
Did he mention it?
He did. He did at the start of an episode.
Oops.
It sounds like you've been busy since you've been at my house.
I don't promo myself, so.
I know. You're pretty.
All right, Landon, you got to read this for us.
All right, let's get to the nitty gritty. I'll just do my lovely deep man voice at first. What's squeak? I reviewed your name from the list, but it sounds like you have a long history of supporting bad people. For your own sake, you should do some reflecting and understand why that is. When you are attracted to bad people are attracted to you. You'll likely learn the hard way many years down the road, but you can avoid it if you do some self-reflection. Good God, this fucking guy.
This is personal advice because he has now learned. Like, this is what I'm picking up from this Eric July drama that I'm in, is that I'm teaching Eric July like life lessons he should have gotten from television or a father figure and he didn't get.
I like how television came before.
Television should come before any parentals.
Just reading this.
Anything my dad knew, he learned from television. So I think.
But like Maddox is learning this for the first time because of like how negatively his trying to be an egomaniac went. That he has to tell people now that you can't control people. Eric July said that recently, like a month ago. He's like, I've learned that you cannot tell people what to do. And it's like, yeah, motherfucker, that was the first rule.
You guys only got me on here just now, and I'm sitting here looking at this guy. Just wanted to become the autistic Oprah.
I mean, he's therapizing men for sure. Maybe if he had leaned into that.
He's Oprah.
He should have been more of an Oprah.
Self-reflection in a fucking Twitter DM right now, and I'm about to shit myself.
For your own sake, you should do some self-reflecting.
This is the first time I've ever heard Maddox compare
this is again
Oprah,
for context.
So accurate.
Someone asked him to be taken off of this list of docs, and he did. And this is how he responds to that, right? Instead of just like, "Oh, I did that, thank you."
And then
we were talking earlier about how Blind Mike, he has this show, the History of Comedy podcast. Why Are You Laughing? And he was talking about Dave Chappelle. This great clip where he goes on Oprah. God damn it. Bird like walked away.
You need to cite like Blind Mike's podcast for your research for your podcast now.
The reason I keep bringing it up is on the first episode of this podcast, I was accidentally like doing his vocal inflections because I listened to so much of his podcast.
Well, Carl's like idea, right? Not Carl's idea, right? You're all taking it from that same well of like radio shit. So the instant similarities are what's good about the show, I think.
I agree. But yeah, he was talking about Dave Chappelle in this appearance he had on Oprah, where Oprah like says some shit and he goes, "You know what, Oprah? You're exactly right. Like, Oprah's a genius. She's a billionaire.
She's right about everything.
Maddox thinks he is that talented.
Yes.
Like he thinks he's a man of culture. He thinks he like understands the world on this deep level, that like he's this guy who could give everyone advice. He can tell people how to live their lives. And it's like, from an outsider's perspective, it's like, dude, we know who you are. You did a podcast where you went into details about your personal life all the time. We know you live with like a bunch of roommates in LA. We know you don't have a girlfriend because we remember the last time you did. We
Or a
know
car.
that like or a car, the only money you make is, and you're very proud of that, being a bicycler.
Yeah.
We know that like the only money you've made is like using literally the fact that you're Armenian to get to speak at like conventions where fucking they're like Armenian influencers or whatever. Which you're not. Like you didn't even, nobody knew you were even Armenian until
He
your real
influenced
name
that Rucka
came out.
Rucka song. Bro, I'm Armenian. He influenced that.
The reason he thinks the reason those two connect to him, if this makes the most sense, take someone who watches the Game Show Network a lot when I'm not drunk watching anime. Steve Harvey, the most obnoxious motherfucker in the world, the most unfunny motherfucking game show host in the world. Oprah, someone will have Steve Harvey on her show all the time. Maddox thinks he can be autistic. Oprah almost had cash floor in like Albuquerque or like what did they say, like Turkey. Oh, was almost a game show host in like a Middle Eastern country almost. That's why he thinks he can connect shit and dots like it that easily. That's his thought process on that.
Yeah.
Real quick, we've had 2 super chats on this show so far. And I
What?
wanna
Super
read,
chats.
yeah, I want to read both of
Yay,
them.
super chats.
Ones you were-
Yay!
Yeah, the
Super
little-
chats.
You've been listening to Who Are These Socials, I take it.
Always.
Good
Yeah.
show. Carl,
Making fun of other people has built me and every person I'm friends with a career and a lifestyle.
I'm gonna tell you right now, this
And I
show is,
bask in that show.
for like 2 weeks that I was planning this show, it was called Who Writes These Comments? And then I heard Carl say something to Andy about like, if you made a show called Who Are These X, I'd kill you. And I was like, maybe it would be better
Yeah.
if I made my own branding and like actually described what the show is in the title. It's comments on
Comments on
comments.
comments is better.
Comments.
But
You do a crossover with Carl one day, you use the original title.
It was in the song when I wrote the jingle. Who Writes These Comments was the internet is full of schizophrenic psychic paths. Oh, I said schizophreno.
Well, I get it.
Whoa,
Yeah, it's
I'm
like who
drunk as
writes
shit.
these, and it's different than who are these podcasts.
Who writes these comments?
But there were going to be too many people
Right
pointing
this
out that they
way.
were similar. Yeah.
Well, I just figured it would be better to have it because everybody in the WATP universe makes fun of the fact that their titles don't describe what the content is, and if they would, they probably would be more successful. And I went, let me not copy that mistake and actually just name it something descriptive. It's comments on comments. It's what it is.
Carl's not descriptive enough. You're just begging to be on one of his shows. So is his audience begging for you to be on one.
Man, I feel like I had something to say a couple minutes ago that I forgot about.
Well, this isn't me trying to gaslight. I don't know if that last part, if you go back to it, that's something only a gaslighter could have started to begin to say. You can't even you can't even start to speak like this unless you're doing something wrong. Like, look, I'm not trying to abuse you, Mint. I'm just screaming at you every day, and I don't think that's a problem. Is like a weird way to start a sentiment, right? I only scream at my girlfriend on weekends, so it doesn't apply to me, and on the Clipiverse show, but that's the show format, so it's okay.
Only on weekends. You need a little.
But this isn't me trying to gaslight you or calling you crazy or whatever. That's why would you even have said something like that?
Yeah,
that's the worst part of that comment.
Well, that's his whole entire. I mean, that was the sense of humor, like intentional. I really do think there was a time where Maddox was trying, like, it's the difference between thinking the audience is supposed to be in on the joke versus not. That's the way, like, I kept saying self-awareness earlier. I'll just, instead of that, I'll say it's an expectation of audience inclusion that, like, in the book, maybe he was like,
are we talking introception and extroception? Like,
I haven't heard those 2 phrases, but probably, yeah. Like, it's him trying to say like, hey, we're all in on this joke together versus like, no, you're all stupid and I'm the smart one. And I think it's just he's gotten so far into denial because like he really did believe because he's had some kind of success, he must be above all these people who he can find an excuse for why he's better than. But like, I don't know. I was way more successful before I started ever talking about Maddox. Like he's a side quest for me. So like
I mean,
he can't make the
overall,
excuse that I'm writing his Enigma or whatever. I am writing Dick's Enigma in talking about Maddox. So and
well,
so
Maddox
is
made it
Maddox.
personal. So yeah, doesn't it suck when you don't have personal beefs with these guys? Because like I don't really want to jump on Carl's thing and make fun of Stuttering John, so I have to wait for years while everybody makes money off that.
Yeah.
And then it's
Yeah.
like, well, okay, now Eric July has gone after me personally, so I get to up the escalation back and forth.
I'll tell you, you don't need to worry about that. Carl, I've watched him undercut his friends on Stuttering. He's like burning Cardiff's clips 3 hours before his show. Like, sorry, buddy, I invented making fun of this guy, so
Good.
you're not getting shit.
Carl should be the
Fuck
fucking
you.
kingpin of this shit.
Yeah.
Fuck everybody making money off Carl's kingdom.
Yeah, no, I just know that Maddox, there's so much to say. You know,
It's
I
old,
really wanna
old
see-
internet shit. It's got to be like long format. Like it's hard to understand any of it. It's the kind
Yeah.
of autism perfect for Trixie to help us understand. So thank you for guiding us through it.
Well, I know I have a lot more Maddox comments, but
No,
also have
this is
some
gonna be
of
a
his,
long show.
Some of his responders, like the people who defend him, Butthole Weeb, if you want to do this guy, John Sajan or Sim V DeLuke. I don't know why he has two names. There's a ... I didn't know your name could get so long on YouTube that it has a fucking...
Yeah, we need a character blocker there. I've watched the unabridged version of this, and holy shit, man. How epic. I'm sorry this is happening to you, and I hope these fuck faces eat shit hard. Oh my god.
I love that though. I miss seeing that kind of fury and passion. Like Maddox having fans again would be kind of nice because that's gone away.
We should just have like a tag team match against one of these chuckle fucks.
Dude, it's why Eric is so much fun for me because there's so many of them. He has actual fans. There's enough for me to fight.
Bird just texted me to remind me that I said I was going to read Super Chats and then didn't.
You fucking...
damn it,
I'll come to your house.
I was about to read it right now.
There's Koof with $2 before the show even started. Said thank you.
You have
all
to
for
read
not
his.
Thank you all for not killing yourselves. Of course, that's Koof's motto, the Dick Show slogan, if you will. And then Bird Stork with $2.
Oh,
hey, Butthole Weeb, do you eat ass?
As he sneaks in the background. I'll only answer if you give me a cigarette. I'm out.
Bird is a treasure. He would
Butthole
give
Weeb
you a
said, "I'll only
cigarette.
answer if you give
He
me
would. He would hand you a cigarette if you were there right now to take the cigarette from him.
Only if there's farting and pink eye involved.
Oh God, this is
Oh,
too mad. This all this trans shit. I can't handle all this. I can't handle all this gay shit. Okay, I'm a masculine person. I don't talk about farts and stuff.
Me and Riley are the only straight men here.
I will tell you, Bird eats ass. So it's all on you, Butthole Weeb. What are you gonna say?
He's told me that, and good for him.
But you won't. You won't.
I will
not gonna say anything. Your silence is more telling than any speech would be.
I disavow. I mean, I
It just means that you're like embarrassed of the ass you ate, and that's not a good story for anybody.
It just means I wish more sat on my face with my tickly mustache.
So you've not had a chance to eat ass? Is that why you haven't? Why you don't eat ass?
Maybe my Ducky Mucker waifu body pillows I have, but no, I'm not going to admit to any actual live buttholes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to admit.
Not going to admit.
Why not? What are you protecting yourself from? Who cares? You know how many rappers rap about eating ass?
I know the meme is that Dick will not admit it. That motherfucker emailed me for years and he won't admit it. Every time he's like on Nick or like
maybe he hasn't eaten ass.
WATP, he's like, yeah, I know this guy. I don't eat ass, and he gets so pissed. It's fucking hilarious.
Keep that up.
Look, Dick is old. Maybe he's just too old to eat ass. Maybe
no, I know he eats ass. No, he's just a fucking liar. It's that simple. I mean, don't make me cut a promo.
That's
Bird,
more
likely.
I don't know what's more likely, actually. I don't know.
Yeah, Bird's back. Bird, we're going to have you read this comment from IDK-BY3CP while I go to the bathroom for the 6th time.
What the fuck, Trixie?
Look, you all saw my Dick Show appearance, right? I don't know. Whoever watched the video, I literally pissed 6 times in that 3-hour show.
Just
I'm
switch.
a
Just
I'm
switch
a
chairs with
tiny
Bird.
person with a tiny.
You don't have to
bladder.
be here.
Look,
It's
here's an
Bird's show
empty
now.
Coke. Here's an empty Buena Vesa. Here's a second empty Buena
Welcome to
Vesa.
Comments on Comments, hosted by
Here's
Bird
two-
Stork with
two
special
open
guests
Cokes
Young
I'm drinking
Klippa
at the
and
same
Butthole
time.
Weeb. Trixie the Golden Witch could not be here, unfortunately,
And another
today.
Buena
'Cause
Vesa.
she's in the bathroom.
To be fair, I did literally piss like 7 times when I was on Nick
Yeah.
Recada's show too. I just wasn't on
Please, I
camera,
had
thank
to
God.
What's wrong with you guys? How often do you need to use your bodies?
I was drinking like
Right,
an
like
entire,
I've
half
used my body
gallon.
like twice this week, dude. Like I
Are
think
we not
I've been
going
sitting
to
here since
mention the fact
Wednesday.
that Landon just said, to be fair, I suck cock?
Oh, well, but now you've said that you suck cocks.
What what did I say?
Well, I
that?
have.
Well,
I never said that. I said to be fair, Ricada had me on, but his streams are 7 fucking hours, and I'm drinking a half gallon of vodka this fucking big. This is gonna look like a cock meme. Go ahead and do it. Drinking.
So
I would just be like, be right back, guys. Be right back. I was Trixie. I was
Yeah.
just pissing constantly.
Landon, I think I was aware of you before I was aware of Trixie, because I was really into Ricada when he first started, and working
was
at a
there
gas station
early.
overnight, I always listened to him, and Butthole Weeb always there constantly. So I don't know you for anime. I know you because you were in Nick's streams a lot.
thanks, Maddox.
Anyway,
We all know Maddox
Thanks again, Maddox.
is responsible for Nick Ricada too. So thank you,
I
Maddox.
think he wanted you to read this, Bird.
yeah. Anyway, completely insane how little traction this is getting. Probably the wildest thing to happen on YouTube in years, and yet nobody is covering it.
Oh no.
We're covering
Oh,
it,
no.
so I hope that helps. Add to the coverage overall of it.
I chose this comment specifically because what do you mean nobody is covering it? It's the plot of the Dick Show. Like this. Okay. I did not include any of Harley Morenstein.
Harley Morenstein, yeah,
Epic
Mealtime.
Yeah.
Okay.
Harley's great.
Shout out.
Shout out Harley.
I watched Harley in high school.
We're all big
you know,
Harley
Epic
fans here,
Mealtime.
you know, to get it
way
off our
back.
chest.
Well, he needs to fucking call into this show and get this story straight, or stop weighing in on it.
Call into
Like-
some show or stop weighing in on it so much.
Yeah, please, because I understand where he's coming from, and I have to also call out a dose of Buckley. I don't know if he'll ever see this.
Oh yeah, drama. He'll see this. I'll make sure he sees this. If he ignores my super
Damien-
chats, I'll come to a Dose of Buckley's warehouse and I'll show him.
I don't know if he has a warehouse, but
Drama,
Canadian-
Trixie. This
he's
is a
also in
decade of
Canada.
drama.
You need a passport to get to Buckley.
I
but,
can go anywhere I want. The law has nothing to do with what I do. It is not even into the conversation with me. yet.
But anyway, a dose of Buckley and Harley are both people who've very, very vaguely been like kind of on Maddox's side because they were inspired by him.
And everybody who
early-
was inspired by him but was outwardly on Maddox's side already got bullied into apologizing for it, right? Everybody else that isn't in this niche
And
group
these guys were only inspired by him in the fact that like both of them have been famous, kind of like neither one of them is that famous, but like they both hit their peak in 2007, right after.
Epic Mealtime's pretty famous.
Epic
I don't know
Mealtime's
what you're talking
pretty
about.
famous.
A lot more so than Buckley, maybe. Buckley's on the. He's
I
got
mean,
half
Epic
a million
Mealtime,
subs, but he doesn't get as many views as that.
Harley's in Tusk, the Kevin Smith movie Tusk.
He's in
I
Tusk.
did
So
not
yeah,
know
he's
that.
he's the Canadian Border Patrol guy at the airport who says the
Oh my
Canada
God,
do's
you're
and Canada
right.
don'ts.
Oh my god.
I love-
Wow,
I
gotta
love
watch Tusk
Harley.
again.
Harley's simping.
Harley, look, I respect. I'm sure
He's the last one left of all those guys who made How to Basic. He's the last one who isn't like an evil person.
I completely think that he is trying to be on the right side of this, but he also doesn't want to dedicate too much time to it. And Andy Signore, that's how you say his last name, right?
Or Signore.
Andy Signore basically said to him the same thing I did, which is like, there's a lot to this and you really shouldn't weigh in on it if you're not willing to spend time on it. And after that, he kind of stopped talking about it because I don't think he wants to spend time on it.
Right. Well, he was gonna call into the Dick Show, and then he had a Jewish thing to do, so he's gonna have to call in when he's not being Jewish.
I really hope he does. But
Yeah.
It would have been so good if he called in when Trixie was there.
Would have been
it
fun.
would have because we both responded to him on Twitter trying to back up Maddox, and he was like, "Hey, I recognize." Like, first of all, he
I recognize
followed
you. You're the
Bird.
pedophile from the video.
Yeah, he literally said that, and I was like, "Hey, well, yeah, I'm not."
Where's that comment?
And I didn't put it in again. Well, because he ended up being nice about it. and
You don't
he
know if you
mentioned
want to be
about-
mean or not to him.
Exactly.
is what you're
I'm not
saying.
trying to. I think he's probably cool. I think he's trying to do the right thing. But
Maddox
he's
lied to
like,
him at some point in person,
He's
and like
met
really
Maddox.
hushedly and like quietly was like, I'll talk about this when I'm ready, but it was really bad.
Look,
and like
I'll-
that kind of thing, I give Harley a lot of credit for having experience, I'm sure. And that's why that's why you give your friends sort of this benefit of doubt.
Yeah.
I don't
I'm gonna
blame
tell
Harley
you-
for being better than Maddox.
I'm more or less I am in LA right now. I'm not literally like the metro
Yeah.
area.
We're in Orange County.
We're in Orange County.
I've listened to a lot of talk about LA over the years, and there's a song by the band Tool called Enema that's about drowning LA in a tidal wave, and he basically calls out a list of types of people that he hates from LA, and one of them is smiley glad hands with hidden agendas. That is Maddox to me.
Yeah.
Somebody who's like, "Oh my god, I want to suck your fucking dick. By the way, did you know that there's this guy who like needs to go to jail because he's bullying me on the internet?" Like, that's Maddox. Smiley glad hands with hidden agendas.
Well, he inspires the
Disgusting.
kind of people who think the kind of thoughts and then type the kind of thoughts as completely insane. Who little traction this is getting. Like,
Yeah. As though we haven't been talking about this for literally 8 years, which is like when Harley was like, "Well, will you tell your side of the story?" I'm like, dude, that's
you
all
can't
we've
blame him for
done.
not seeing it. Again, that's the interesting thing about what Maddox has done, right? Like letting
He
it
stole the
go
fucking
this.
RSS feed so that nobody would see it.
It's been so many years. He's let it all be lost to the annals of history.
Anals. All right. Let's
Speaking
check
of
the next
trains.
comment. All right. Here's a Bazingo 56.
Unless Harley calls you a pedophile, I'll be nice to Harley. But if Harley thinks you're a pedophile because Maddox said so, then I'll be mean to Harley.
Bazingo 5610 says, "Just testing to see if my comment is removed. When are you gonna mention Heather S?" Who
Why
wants to
respond
do
to this
Maddox?
comment of all the comments to not just quietly delete?
Bird, you do Maddox for this one.
Hang on.
It's so small.
Yeah, my problem. That's my
Oh!
problem too, Bird.
Already did. If you're not going to bother watching the videos, then why bother commenting? Oh, I'll leave this comment up long enough for you to see it before I ban your account. If you aren't going to take the time to watch the videos, then we shouldn't have to take the time to read your idiotic comments. Oh,
You don't hate yourself enough. You got to put a little more like my dad's deaf in one ear and one of those. Ohs.
my
Like,
dad is deaf in one ear.
then channel that for your next. Oh. This is the perfect show format.
Just think, my dad never got any blowjobs, and let that ring
Trixie,
out.
you're muted. Do you know you're muted?
She
This
muted
man
me.
There you
does
go.
not mention Heather S in this video at all.
Oh, that's the problem you have with this comment? Is that
Yes,
it's incorrect?
he says, this guy says, "When are you going to mention Heather S?" He says, "Already
Already
did."
did.
No, you fucking
Are you sure?
didn't.
If there's one frame that shows that he is right, then he's more righter than you, and you have to play by his rules to beat him. That's how demons
You
work.
should check, but I'm pretty sure he didn't. I'll rewatch it tonight.
If you can't find it, like, because then you can go really hard on that one aspect. But he's the kind of trickster he's like, no, I put in a frame where I say that I was Heather X and that I messaged a serious job trying to get fired.
Real quick, Trixie,
Man.
please.
Under all the
point out-
N-words.
Amy talks anime in the comments. Please tell me. She says, "Why does he favorite his own comments?" Good fucking question.
No, this is so that
I wasn't even going to
that
notice
is
that.
a part. That's an ancient part of the bit. Like, so Maddox's bit has always been, if you don't know, his website was called The Best Page in the Universe. The whole conceit is, I'm the best guy ever. I'm the ultimate. Everything I say is perfect. Tons of people have done this bit on the internet since a lot of people who I've worked with. It's a popular bit to be like, hey, everyone else is insane and I'm the only sane man in the universe. And almost every guy who does this bit comes from a very small town.
Oh, of course.
And they all think they are the hottest shit ever. Landon comes from a very small town, but he's a sane man. Unlike Maddox.
I do. That's Maddox. Even if you watch your initial lecture, you made that very clear throughout, like the first, like maybe not first 30, but like throughout the entire thing, that it's just like he wants to be the greatest ever. And I think at some point it kind of just burnt his brain that he actually thinks he is, and it's ruined his life forever.
All of us who know anything, we know the phrase "big fish in a small pond." Like, this is a guy who, hanging out in small town Utah, Mormon country, barely developed to this day, beautiful place. Yeah, of course he felt like he was a fucking genius because he was surrounded by like morons, and he knew like a little computer. But why would you move to fucking LA? I just to take the advice of another Armenian, Darren Malakian from System of a Down. You should have never gone to Hollywood, dude. Just listen to anything about LA. All right, I'll do this, Maddox. This is about Dick, of course. He's not a comedian. You don't get to call yourself a comedian if you actually harm people. He constantly attacks people. He released my home address. He's a thief and a self-admitted manipulator and a liar. He hangs
self-manipulated
around...
liar. You fucking see, sneaky. You're putting manipulator and a liar, but he only admitted to being a liar. He's never admitted to manipulating anybody. Technically,
Whoa,
very true.
That's the way Maddox speaks.
He hangs around with pedophiles. Where is the joke? The reason you want to believe so desperately that he's a comedian is because the reality that you're supporting a sociopath who is causing real harm in the world is causing you discomfort. Awful people support awful people.
Yeah, it's called AA.
Huh. Oh my God, Bird, where did you get that Banana Dogs background? That's incredible.
Yeah, he just did. I was trying not to die the entire time.
But how? Wow, StreamYards is really good. You don't have like a green screen.
You're welcome to the future.
It just picks up on that.
Dude, imagine if Maddox hadn't like kicked you into activity again. Maybe you wouldn't be discovering how cool StreamYards is, and now you can impose your presence on so many people's shows.
I knew it would be great.
Well, and Banana Docs is here with us right now.
Yeah,
so.
that's our homie Banana Docs.
You can't even see my mic. I got it behind a.
Do you guys remember when I created
sound
Orange Docs?
Recorder?
Yeah, I remember Orange Docs.
Remember when I was high on acid, and so I sent in a chat like it was like $20, and I was like, "Oh, have you ever considered being an orange?" Like from the classic
an orange,
the Orange series, and then he like did it for like 4 minutes before realizing I was fucking with him, and then banned me. And that was good. That was worth $20.
I don't know how he still got through all that. He had to know no one in there was his fan. He would keep letting
people immediately started saying this is just annoying Orange. And then he's like, "Oh, okay, I'm being trolled." So
fucking idiot.
He has fans watching those Twitch things that like give away when people are fucking with him. The thing about Maddox is he's got to have fans. He says in this video, "Okay, do you guys agree or not agree? Do you believe him or not that he has fans helping with this video, or do you think it was all
I'm
him?"
a fan. I thought this video was incredibly entertaining, and I.
Well, he said fans helped me put the video together.
Yeah, for sure. I think he did a lot of the
Do you think there's a community of Maddox fans getting together and talking to him, or do you think it's just like maybe some of Dick's haters, maybe Cameron Clark's out there like DMing Maddox?
I think there's like a few
people
who are artists who he hasn't really told that much of the story to, who aren't like, because like most people won't go to a level of investment that they're gonna like investigate his podcasts and shit. Like there's plenty of people who've been fans of Maddox forever who have never heard
how do they talk?
Never heard Dick's show. You know,
wait, where would they go though, Trixie, to talk to him or engage with him on something that wasn't about this for the last 8 years? Because there's two types of people, right? There's people who've been following and people who are being like alerted to this now, and there are actually, unbeknownst to us, Trixie, people in between those cracks who are Maddox fans who have been there.
Consider this: that Maddox has been going back through his emails to get every email he ever sent to Dick to. So he's had plenty of interactions with fans over the years. So as he goes
Those are
back through
incoming,
his
outcoming,
emails,
right? I'm saying, does he have a place? Like, is there? Maddox fans don't go somewhere to talk to each other. Like, he doesn't have a fan base. Is that why he thinks that, like, a hate mob?
No,
is
no,
when
no.
people
It's
talk
all
about
But he's
the same
always
interest with each other.
Maddox has always been really big on email. Like, he is somebody who he emails people all day. He reads
That's the
emails
thing,
all
then.
day. Like, he
One-to-one.
emails fans.
He's always had a one-to-one relationship with all of his fans.
Yes.
He's never envisioned that they are all fans, like as a group of people. It's just he sees the fictional fan base and he goes, "Hate mob." They hate me. It's like, that's how people talk about like Eric July.
But he talks about his own fans like they're all totally individual from each other and have nothing to do with each other.
Right? Because I don't think he sees an audience. Like, he doesn't have an audience. He has
No.
individual supporters, and other people cluster into malicious groups that are unlike him.
Maddox never expected somebody to do the same.
Sorry, guys, we have to dive into the autism.
He never expected somebody to do this bit that we're doing right now, which is his bit of treating people like they are actually existent humans and not just like, a lump of data. Like that, your comments actually mean something to me and I'm going to respond to them like they really meant. Like you were saying, like, why would he respond to this? Why would he respond to this? Because he wants...
he created responding to haters. I know it's
no, not even that. I don't think
I've heard that though.
I think he's just so fucking lonely. Like, and I'll say this is so for me growing up, I've been on the internet for a really long time. When I first got into writing my anime blog, all that mattered to me was comments, because views could be bots. It could just be stuff that scans the internet for whatever post. But like, if somebody engages with your content, it means they really read it, they thought about it, they had something to say. And so that's a higher level of engagement than you would normally get. Now, if somebody engages negatively with your content, then that hurts that much more, because like, wow, I was so bad. They took time out of their day to complain about it. We've taken 2.5 hours out of our day so far to complain about half of the Maddox comments I have.
Mint's over here bugging me, saying that I have a hard out. Like, I have to do what she wants.
No, you said earlier you don't have a hard out. Fuck her. What
I'll probably leave around 11, but
Hogwarts.
I'll come back anytime.
Woohoo.
He acts like he's above something he created, basically, is the tenor of all the stuff he's saying to these people. This is also
layers.
Another big part of Maddox's personality is that he's trying to be this like internet white knight, like social justice warrior. And that's the part that's the weirdest to me, is like his whole brand is nonconformity and contrarianism. And then, but like, if he feels like his opinion does align with mainstream, he goes so hard into it because he thinks it's going to make him popular. And so, like, if he sees something that's like obviously wrong being done by a platform, this is apparently people are for X videos, Twitter videos, people are using undressing apps to make people look, I don't know, people are making people look underaged. That's the part he highlighted. And he says, it's even worse than the headline suggests. This dog shit site can't die fast enough. He's talking about Twitter that he's posting on. He's talking about the website.
I think he's on Blue Sky.
Oh, see, his name on Twitter is
is that
realmaddox.bluesky.social, and his name on Blue Sky is also realmaddox.bluesky.social, and he posts the same things on both websites.
Well,
I was originally going to call the Maddox segment of this podcast the worst Blue Sky poster, but then Bird had the brilliant thin-skinned panic Maddox idea, and I
better
went
title.
with that. Yeah.
Thank you, Bird.
So it is still Real Maddox. I tried to find the Ninja Scroll tweet, and I thought I found it on Google because it's like one of the only times he mentions Ninja Scroll. But this was years ago, and I'm blocked, so I couldn't fucking see it. After the show,
you reminded me. No, one of the things that makes me mad about Maddox, he likes good things badly. Like he in the documentary, he's wearing like this.
Exactly. Sorry, just remind him it's Eric Fly. His static is his favorite thing, and me too.
Oh man,
but me more.
That's annoying.
Static Shock is more.
He's
more
nothing
me
like
you.
Static in any way.
Yeah,
that's.
So I'm gonna be
but-
Francis. Sorry.
He just like Maddox, he wears this Gundam shirt through the whole video, but it's like the whole thing
What?
is like an 80s meme wave aesthetic that like doesn't have anything to do with Gundam. It's obviously not an official shirt. It's just like some crap merchandise. There's pictures that have surfaced of him recently wearing this Metroid shirt where it's just like an obviously third market, like just a picture of the Metroid from the NES game blown up on a shirt, like
Yeah.
Google image search item 1 Metroid bullshit. And yeah, everything and then like he's here on Twitter like using a website and talking about how it can't die fast enough. Like, dude, get off you're why it won't die. You're supporting it by being on it.
I'm just not
Holy
even on it
shit.
at all. I don't use X at all. I'm better than Maddox in that regard.
Oh man, here's his experience with AI.
Jesus fuck. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. I need a second. So this is what it's like to not be blocked by Maddox. Is you would just have to have seen these things throughout the years. That's an
I don't-
experience someone could have had.
This
What
is
would
all
that have
new,
done to
by
your
the way.
brain?
This is all from this month. These are all
Oh
like
my
recent
god, this
What?
isn't
posts.
old.
No, he's
Now
been
I wish I
really
didn't
active.
troll them.
Ever since he made that video, he's been really active on Twitter. So, Riley, do you want to read this one?
Yeah, I know we're supposed to hate AI art, but I like to mess around with prompts in my spare time to see if it can create what I'm envisioning. Tell me this isn't some of the coolest shit you've ever seen. I want to get this tattooed on the inside of my eyelids.
This is the dorkiest thing I've ever seen.
It's like
or
worse
read.
than I thought Shad was doing a bit. And now I'm like certain that Shad is not doing a bit. If Maddox
Yeah.
thinks this is like cool at all, like or worth sharing, it's like baby's first. You type in like metal album cover, LSD vibes.
Yeah.
Well, you
Like,
said,
or
you
like
said that with
80s
this,
electric.
you said that with the Super
It's-
Metroid shirt too. He is literally just walking into the mall and going to FYE's bargain bin
Yeah.
for video
This is
games
elementary
and anime shit.
For
Yeah,
AI
like,
and for interests and tastes as a
$8
person.
shirt that'll fit my chubby beer belly ass. So yo, extra large Metroid shirt. Oh fuck yeah!
Did he sell this though?
I
Or
have
he wouldn't
I
have,
have
but he should.
personality. Yeah. I was like,
I just noticed a weird like Taurus demon floating in the background.
Yeah, just
of
make it a
the second
shitty
picture.
like boomer T-shirt for like conservative dads and sell it. And what's
Yeah.
Maddox gonna do about it?
I just
Send it to
noticed
me,
that
I'll put it on
everyone
my
in the
shirt store.
audience in both pictures is bald.
Yeah, he had to have typed that part. Like that's a prompt. He made them all bald. They're all bald on purpose.
Because he wants to live in a world where everyone's like him, so everybody would be bald.
Yeah, what do you think the prompt was? Can we play a game of what's the prompt? So, my guess is a super famous
God, I
metal
hadn't noticed the bald
guitarist
part
who
at
is
all.
bald, playing a sold-out crowd, and electric energy comes off of the guitar and into the audience. That's what I think is like as close as I could get to the prompt.
He really had to have written that in.
I'll-
There's
He has
no
to
way
type
it's
it
all.
incidental. That can't be incidental. That's so funny.
Giant flaming skeleton
playing an electric
guitar
thunderstorm,
in a thunderstorm in a
sea
sea of bald men.
See, I see the joke you're going for, but I don't think Maddox would have typed
With a
in the
Taurus
same bald
demon
man.
flying in the background for some reason. I want to know
that
how
Taurus
what part of the prompt got that. Yeah, that weird little thing on the right.
It's a goat, right?
Maybe, yeah. It's got like a big lump or like a big. I don't. It's a weird thing. Definitely an AI aberration.
I'm on acid right now, and this doesn't even look cool. Like this one.
Yeah, I know it sucks. It
You
fucking
fucking
sucks.
loser.
Literally, if you walked into the mall and there's like a store that shouldn't exist legally, that's like we sell T-shirts of everything, and you walk in and they have like 18 fake Rick and Morty shirts on one row, and then like 18 fake wrestling shirts, and then just a bunch of this. Like I've been to a bunch
Yeah.
of these places. This is all
FYE
that
Route
exists in the
21.
Philippines, basically. No, even more generic than that.
Do they
Like,
know that
FYE is,
Roger
like,
Waters
at
doesn't
least
stand by what he
official.
did either? Just like Maddox. Does Maddox know that they're the same because they both dissociated with their
Well,
ex-partners?
Maddox is claiming to have not disavowed Alphabet of Manliness.
Oh.
Also.
Interesting.
Whatever. He
Um,
disavowed copping a field. Just that chapter.
Oh, just that
that's all.
chapter.
I
Mint
guess.
avowed
Oh.
that chapter. Mint loves that chapter. It's the only Maddox writing she likes.
That's fucking funny. All right, enough.
No,
of
but
the
like,
AI art.
I wonder if that's part of it. Do you think Pink Floyd was in that prompt? Do you think he views himself as sort of a Pink Floyd? Like, oh, create differences with my ex-partner. but he's the
Oh,
bad
yeah.
guy now.
Oh my god, he is wearing a Gundam shirt. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, it's so hideous. It's this weird 80s retrowave Gundam garbage.
Mattis is stuck in the 80s. He must, the way that we all view things like through pop culture as like a shorthand to understanding each other, he does, but with the 80s stuff that only he was bored enough to have consumed at the time.
It pisses me
I
off
have like
because
$1,000 of Gunplas in my one room over. That's a real fan.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this?
Well, he
shit?
doesn't,
Yeah.
he's not a fan of Gundam. Like,
dude, you get it on the same level I do, Landon. Like, this isn't Gundam imagery.
Yeah.
Like, this is like what's that fucking Stranger Things? Like, this is like 80s retro 2010s aesthetic applied to a show from 1979 that doesn't look like that at all.
well, it's Hot
Like-
Topic's fault. They made Batman. Everybody can walk around and wear a Batman shirt, and nobody has to have read
Nor
a
is the
Batman comic to do
Tomino's
that.
fault. This is Maddox's fault.
Yeah, he's a part of this too. He's
you know
he's
what?
partially responsible.
Yeah, he's a
I'll
mark
get-
though.
I'll give him plenty of credit for bad shit he did to go.
He has to shop at GameStop. You guys can't judge him for that. That's where
I
he gets
think
his
he bought this
clothes.
shit on Amazon. Like, I think all these are like his shirts are so off-brand.
That's
They look
clearance
like
rack.
shit.
It's
If
like
you
gotta
go-
be clearance rack, right?
Nah, dude, if you go to Amazon and you type in like Gundam shirt, you're gonna get like a $5 knockoff Gildan piece of garbage. Which I remind everybody that the shirts he sold on his website were $30 Gildan shirts, which cost like, if you buy them in bulk, they are $1.25 a shirt for you as the person buying the shirts. So he was selling $30 fucking starch ass Gildan garbage. This is like the whole Dick's Hole t-shirt
Sure,
marketing
yeah, the
has been
t-shirt
based
thing.
on
We
the
have
fact
way
that he
better
sells
shirts.
actually
He
good
makes better shirts
yeah,
for the Dick Show. Yeah.
that are $21, and he probably spends like, you know, $8 to $10 a shirt on them because they're decent quality, and he's not just margin.
Who knows the
breaking you.
economics behind it? But
Only
applaud the art.
everyone who's ever sold a shirt. which is-
T-shirts, merchandising.
this-
This is a new thing that we all need Maddox to help us understand.
Yeah. Well, he was early into
This-
getting it
what
on
this
the
is- this is
market, will
when
say
I-
that.
That's why he has
This
cool
is when you
shirts.
get like my experience with really obscure 70s and 80s anime. You get on Redbubble with the email they sent you 20% off, or you might find an obscure shirt that I thought was really cool for maybe $24.99 where you're helping out another creator. That is better than this.
I
where
can't
you
tell
can
which-
put picture on t-shirt and then click buy and they'll fucking make it for you. That's better than this shit.
Landon, I can't tell which one of us is giving Maddox more or less credit. Like that he's searching this shit out, or that he's buying it because it's $2 to buy four of them
I thought-
today. Like,
I thought I was nerd. I thought I was
I-
nerd that 60 of my t-shirts I fucking made online through like third parties and shit. Because if we're not getting shit from Japan, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck.
I don't believe
That
that Maddox
shit's-
leaves the. I don't believe he leaves the house to go buy something in a store. I think he
Oh, I can
does
see
everything
that.
in his cave. This is the most disgusting image I've ever seen. I'm gonna explain the context of this. Our audience, a lot of you might not know
Maddox
most of what
glass.
we've been talking about. This is actually disgusting to me. Maddox dated a girl like 8 years ago, by her description. That he claims it was the story from her and from Dick has been that they had broken up 3.5 years before she got together with Dick, and they have now been dating for 8 years straight. They live together. They're a great couple.
I feel so bad for him,
Love
by the
being
way.
around 'em.
Nobody wants their girlfriend getting any kind of positive or negative attention. Like
No.
any attention at all.
I know, right?
It's so unfortunate.
Especially
I
not
hate when
like
my girlfriend
this.
gets compliments too. It's kind of like this.
Kind
Kind of the same as
Well,
being
or
cocky.
especially around Christmas, because now he's got to buy her a bunch of gifts to make up for everything that's going on.
Oh,
like
the
that
only victim
candle
of this
warmer.
video is 80s girl.
No, I was really shocked how much about her Maddox talks in this. 80s Girl has never made a public appearance on the internet. She
Yeah.
has never once spoken on a Dick Show episode. She's had no public involvement in the show. She's been
Smart
at
woman.
live events. That's it.
I've
Like,
never even seen
some-
her.
some of
Who
us
is
have-
80s girl? I've never met this woman before, and I'm Dick's producer, so you would
Yeah.
think I would know
Maddox-
who this is. Sorry.
Maddox seemingly used the fact that I talked about having met her as like his smoking gun of
weapon.
why she's now involved and therefore can be talked about. And feel bad that
And
that's
that led to
something that he-
images this grotesque.
Not that it's my fault.
Trixie.
This is
is
so fucked.
stupid as shit.
So
I don't even know
Obviously,
what
it's
it
not
means
your
yet.
fault,
I'm
by the
already
way,
angry.
Trixie.
I'm fucking
well, the worst
pissed.
thing about this image, right? We all agree is that he doesn't know how a Venn diagram works.
Yeah, there's not. That's what this was. It's a Venn diagram. Oh, sorry.
So can
I
anyone
was
remember
looking
what
for
this
the
Venn
fucking
diagram
word.
is?
Yeah, so this is the Venn diagram of places that his penis has been. Okay. The point he's trying to make in this is that he fucked 80s girl in all her holes. And so any holes that Dick has used are also holes that he used. So he's basically sucked Maddox's dick or fucked Maddox. He's trying to say that Dick is gay for having sex with 80s girl because she fucked him beforehand. That's the message literally of this part of the video. That's what's going on here.
Maddox is so gay for Dick. He's like,
Oh, yeah.
fucking,
So-
is that the answer?
So
Is George just gay? Is that the... Because this is a weird place to take it.
so there's an overlap of cake hole and pie hole. Maddox's penis has never been in a cake hole or a pie hole, except that where they overlap in the center, it has been in both a cake hole and a pie hole. Can anybody make sense
And
of
a
this
blow
fucking graph
It's
for
not
me?
how graphs work. It's
Can anybody make sense of this? His dick has been in a pie hole, cake hole, fanboy's mouth, and a blowhole, but not in a pie hole and a blowhole, and not in a cake
why not
hole
just
and a
directly
pie
in
hole.
fanboy's
It's
mouth? If,
separately been in each of those? I don't understand this.
you know what? Yeah, that's
His penis has only been in all four at the same time. That's what this graph implies. His penis has only once been inside a pie hole, cake hole, fanboy's mouth, and a blowhole, but not any of them, any combination of those separately. Only all four at once. What?
You know what? This isn't quite
What
how a
the
Venn
fuck?
diagram works.
What the flying fuck are you trying to say?
And Dick
with
hasn't
this?
even
he
gotten
reply-
anywhere near
did
this
he
shit in his coverage of this stuff, dude.
No.
This video is gonna go for years.
Holy shit.
Did he reply to this screenshot right here?
This screenshot.
Well, he's retweeted
so
it.
Yeah,
oh,
this
he
is- this is-
reposted it.
Maddox
He's proud of
retweeted
this.
somebody else, this guy Doompill at Dookie Wave, who said, very true, Maddox Blast, which Maddox Blast is something he says throughout the video. He
Maddox
says it right
Blast.
after this moment. So
Maddox
in this-
Blast was probably my favorite part of the
Maddox
video.
Blast. I've been hearing it since he did it.
Has he used it before?
That's
a
voice
new
critic
thing
saying
for
that,
video,
this is
right?
turbo gay.
It is turbo gay. Well, in this, so he uses Maddox Blast throughout the video, but in this particular scene, he uses it to talk about his cum shot. Let's be very clear. Maddox Blast in this context is Maddox's cum shot. That he is referencing the fact that he came in a place that Dick has put his mouth.
Just the graph. He's saying that he came in isolation in the center of the universe. So
The graph makes no fucking
the
sense.
graph.
So this is somebody else who is celebrating Maddox's cum graph.
Hopefully, it seems like making fun of him. Again, this guy has no idea how tone works because he's aggressively
Yeah.
attacking people who are not obviously making fun of him, but then signal boosting and retweeting people who are obviously making fun of him with Maddox Blast and
can't
making sure
fucking
that this
tell.
screenshot was out. Like,
I don't know what the fuck he thinks is going on, man. I'll do the
that guy was trolling
Nostalgia
him.
November, and then Butthole Weeb. You can do Maddox for this one.
Okay.
Actually, you go first because this guy's responding to him. So you read Maddox first.
Oh, so the bottom one.
Yeah.
I have some big news to announce. I've made my longest video to date. And I'm finally talking about my stalker situation. Oh, yeah, about fucking time, asshole. Runtime is 2 minutes, 47 seconds.
wait, whoa.
And-
Hold on.
and here,
I think we forgot a couple of zeros there and an extra colon.
Oh,
It's
shit,
2 hours
sorry.
and
Oh.
47
when you read it like that, it
It's
sounds
not
more
your fault.
reasonable.
Wait,
Two-
it's
oh.
not your fault, Butthole Weeb. It's his fault.
Oh,
He forgot a couple
runtime
zeros.
is 2:47.
Yeah.
Okay.
2
Okay,
hours,
good
47
God, I'm sorry.
minutes.
Well, he's just the only
Holy
person
shit.
who could be meaning, like, as in hours. Like, that's
I,
so
Maddox-
ridiculous.
that's true. That's why my
Maddox has
autism
said-
went through my head. I was like, wait.
No, really quick. Maddox has been saying for years, the reason he wouldn't promote the podcast initially is that according to his own YouTube metrics, his retention tops out at 3 minutes. He has said
he
this
cut 'em to
so many
15.
times.
He
The
tested
reason
it.
his videos used to be so short is because he was like, nobody's going to watch more than 3 minutes anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
True.
The reason he has so little money on Patreon is that he only ever put it as a on-screen text at the end of a video. He never even verbally mentioned it anywhere. So this
Well,
guy
getting
doesn't.
free money is stupid, and you're not smarter than Maddox just for having taken so much free money over the course of your career.
He didn't even take that much free money over the course of her career.
I know,
goddammit.
Could have been more
been
free
so
money,
much
really.
more.
Let's-
But yeah, he's
I
trying to
comprehend the whole
imply.
thing. What the?
Sorry,
Sorry, I
continue,
said I
Robert.
comprehend the whole thing more than just the minor inaccuracies or weird specific punctuations he does. Because I don't even know if I fucked up in saying that 2 minutes and 47 seconds into something, or that it is 2:47 like PM, and I still wouldn't know what the fuck he's talking about if I read it. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, no, he's what Maddox is doing.
But he's bragging
here
it's a movie.
He is trying to. No, I think he's trying to imply that it's only 3 minutes long because he thinks people will definitely watch it.
Right, but he's
That-
also
that
saying, no,
makes-
it's basically a
that
movie,
makes-
though. Is there something,
Yeah.
what do you think's there?
Oh yeah,
going
that's
on?
true.
Because
Runtime is
he's
2:47,
bragging
it's
that
supposed
it's
to
a
be
movie.
I
I
think
think
he's
he-
like doing both at once. This is so weird.
yeah,
Like,
that's
when
He
you-
knows
so
how
great about
runtime
Maddox.
is listed. Like if you list ads on YouTube, you have to type all three of those number. You have to type 24700. You can't just type 247. Like he
Right.
knows the way that you type a time code.
But yeah,
Ah,
look,
man.
They're too stupid to understand. That's what he
All right,
thinks
let,
we
let
all
me let me do the response he retweeted.
it should have just been 2:47.
are.
Like,
I got
the
one more
runtime is
sentence here. Let me just finish it.
2:47.
Some
So
people think it's
basically just a
funny.
movie. Oh, sorry,
Some
go ahead.
people think it's funny to call Maddox a cuck or whatever. Let me stop right there. Maddox retweeted this. The first bit of this is some people think it's funny to call Maddox a cuck or whatever. I can't believe he tweeted that.
He doesn't get it.
retweeted that. Let me tell you, this video is funnier than any of that stuff. And the stuff you bring up against Dick Masterson and his gaggle of goons is way
Oh my
worse
God,
than
we're the
anything
gaggle
they
of
claim
goons.
Maddox did. Wait, is this actually? This is not the Nostalgia Critic, right? What is
No, of course
Nostalgia
not.
November? Why does it have a blue check mark?
Because anyone can just buy that and elicit that reaction you just had of, wait,
Oh
is
my
this really
God.
Doug? Like, no, it's probably
X
not
has
Doug.
gotten so
Elon
fucking
Musk
weird.
is a savior of our time.
Thanks, Elon, for fucking ruining the best social media platform that had ever been designed. You
Yeah,
fucking
it's-
wanker.
It's been a weird time.
I
It's
hope
been
your
a weird
daughter. I hope
year.
your trans daughter has nothing but trans kids as a lineage. I hope somehow they have a long lineage, but they're only of trans kids, just to spite you.
That would be amazing.
I hate Elon Musk.
Oh my God! All right, what's next on this? I'll do this. This one really made me angry. I was processing removal requests on my old podcast website because the stalker mob really doesn't like being exposed. But now it's being DDoS attacked. Here's the deal. If the site goes down, multiple mirrors will go up that I don't control. No, that won't happen. And I can't remove any more names. FAFO. Also, it's hilarious that anyone wants their name removed from the stalker mob. You idiots joined the group voluntarily. If the group isn't a hate mob for a stalkers podcast, why are you afraid of being associated with it? Be proud. Nothing wrong with the group, right? So
Could you
this is-
imagine? Sorry.
Maddox is proposing an ultimatum here. There's only two options, right? Either you should be proud of being associated with a hate mob and therefore want your name listed on a website that says that you're a bad person, or there's not another option.
You can't
should just be proud.
disagree.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
What-
What the fuck?
Would
is
you
he
just
trying-
disagree with that, Trixie? Why would you not want to voluntarily be proud of being part of a hate mob that he's decided you were part of?
This is the most insane attempt at gaslighting I've ever read in my whole life. Maddox has been pleading with the people who he doxed that it makes sense that he did this.
Oh, wow.
He didn't think
That's-
we'd read them, but oh boy, was he fucking wrong.
I never would have seen these without this show. Thank you,
Did
Trixie,
he-
because
did
I
he-
never
Yeah.
would have seen this.
This is amazing.
Thought we wouldn't be upset. He just thought people wouldn't be mad. He thought, no, you deserve this, and everybody thinks so.
Well, he blocked
Dude.
everybody on that list. So
5,500 people. And
when you say it like that, it sounds like a lot of people. You know, a lot of Facebook. Well, as much as sure, I'm on there 3 times because I have 3 Facebooks in total, 2 from high school. So I'm in that list 3 times. But for every like one asshole like me, there's got to be like a bunch of people, and we've seen that there are, who have deleted their online presence since that 1 week in fucking June of
Dude,
2016. Who are like, why the fuck am I on your list, dude? I use my real name.
There
I'm the
are-
only Jimmy
Good point.
Bongonglewitz in this fucking country, dude. Sorry. Take
Look,
my
not
name
to
off.
not to bring down the room, but there's 2 dead people all of us know in this list.
Which
There's
2?
dead.
Oh well, there's a few actually. There's a lot, Alan.
I know.
There's more than
Cantillions is
2
in the
dead
list.
people, but
There's
there's 2 that,
several.
well, there's probably 3 that we know.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's
You're
there's more
also
than
my
that.
dead friends, Maddox. What the fuck? And they would have, and Alan Foster would have been very happy to be right there.
He would have.
You're still
And
here
Cantillions
suffering.
would have been
He's
very
not.
happy to be.
Yeah,
right
exactly.
there,
Yeah,
too.
Cantillions would have been happy too. Cantillions would do a line of blow to that video and then have
so many
another
people
heart
couldn't make
attack and die
Bird's
again.
Not in the list. Manny Muskets isn't
know,
in
isn't
the
that
list.
funny?
What the fuck?
It's just a list of everybody who joined that week, like we said earlier. It's that week.
I can't believe Maddox is so devoted to not giving me any attention, editing me out of his Wang video.
Yeah, you gotta
You're
learn
too
this about
cool.
people.
including me on
You're
the
just
video.
too cool. You've done nothing wrong on the internet ever, so he has
There's just
no
nothing to
argument
say. Yeah.
against you.
Well, and he can't say anything negative about if you had happened to have like a car accident you were involved with a few years prior with a female, like he would just mention that. Like apropos
I've
of
jumped
you
on a
being
car.
at the Asterios thing, though, if you would ever like say you would hit a girl with your car or something that you could use against Dick is like then that would have been brought up because you were at a meetup. Like you wouldn't have even
right.
But instead you're
Yeah.
being suppressed because you didn't do anything that makes everybody look bad. In fact, you're proof that Trixie's probably not a pedophile. You're proof that Trixie
Isn't
is
that
not
fun?
a pedophile.
It's
Well,
true.
Like-
well, I don't know. I'm
Well,
pretty young for her age.
It's true if you make the art because he is 8 years
An
younger.
adult
than me,
man,
so-
right? That's you're a male adult presenting. That's the opposite of a lolly to me. Am I the only one who's
Yeah.
been driven crazy by this for the last 3 years?
He's
I keep
6.5 feet tall.
I keep hearing that you're attracted to lollies, Trixie, and it's like, well, what the fuck is this then? You're doing it. You're doing it wrong.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
I'm such a lolly.
If he
Oh shit! I hit the wrong.
if he
button.
could use Bird against you, he would in this video. Like, but he doesn't know anything about the partner you had then, and he's just trying to avoid you because you're trans. But you're a
Well,
pedophile.
so I feel like I can talk about this at this point. At one Comic-Con, I had sent a friend of mine to fuck with Maddox.
Okay.
And in the video, he mentions that someone fucked with him at Comic-Con.
It was a different
and
guy.
It was a completely different person than who I had sent to fuck with Maddox. This person
Oh my
like put a
God.
sticker on his computer or something, and the person I had sent, I just said, tell him Maddox lost and Dick is the winner or something like that, and record it, and that was it.
You're probably half of that whole hate mob that he got.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Because 2 people came up to him that day. One person left him a sticker, and the other person like said hello, and both got bad videos of
Well,
him.
so
Right?
the person I sent to do it, I didn't have a clue what any
No.
of it meant, and so in the video they're being very friendly.
For context, this is like a friend of yours was at Comic-Con, and you were like, "Oh, hey, could you say hi to Maddox for me?" And
Yeah. This
so
was after a different person I knew had refused to do it because they Googled the whole situation.
oh, that's funny.
Good Lord.
But that was a woman, and the other one was a
Yeah.
guy who is
But
now
like
a
of the
woman.
2 people who like engaged with Maddox that day, Bird, you're responsible for about half of that. So
Yeah,
He's
how are
being
you
so
supposed
nice.
to know the whole
he knew
context
that-
of the lore?
if he knew, Bird, you'd be. We all have a lot.
I'm
to
part of
cover.
his stalker hate mob.
This live stream has gone as long as his documentary now officially.
It has to. It has to feed back that
does.
way.
Well, I'm gonna talk about him forever. Like I
Yeah.
will literally bully him out of writing, and we're gonna talk about some of his more generically bad.
Well, and
stuff,
I'll come
'cause, like,
back next
he-
week or some other time in the future. We can talk about Eric because there's just I've got so much Eric. Like I
Do-
can't
do
even
you-
share.
Do you want to run through the stuff?
No,
he
let's just
sent
save
me
my
real quick?
segment because it'll
Okay.
age well. It ages
All right.
better the closer we get to him releasing new music.
Okay, cool. I'll just skip over.
Wait, is that
stuff
happening?
then.
Is he gonna make more music?
We'll
Yeah.
talk about that in my segment.
Yeah. So here's some just like because as much as all the drama bothers me, like Maddox, one of the things that really got to me was on the Nick is not a blackface lawyer page, which is the funniest part of this whole thing. Maddox made all these web pages, and one of them is apparently he kept calling Nick Rekieta a blackface lawyer because there's pictures of him in blackface. Nick Rekieta sent him a cease and desist because
like an obvious joke, right? A literal like joke, like a legal joke or whatever.
Yeah, a legal joke. Because he can't call him a blackface lawyer because he doesn't do law in blackface. So Maddox made a whole website about how he's like, oh, he's not a blackface lawyer, but here's the picture of him in blackface. But on this page, he in parentheses writes, I'm a ... writer, which is a reference to The Biggest Problem in the Universe, where there was one time where he went, I'm a writer. And like he thought it was so funny because he sounded so pretentious, but he really does feel that way. He feels like he is an esteemed writer because he had a New York Times bestseller, which I already established very much a time and place thing. He couldn't replicate it again. His next two books were both total failures. So you cannot call him a successful writer. He had a successful book and he had a successful YouTube channel, but both of them were very much recognizing zeitgeist trends, being right place, right time, but he couldn't maintain it because he's an idiot.
Now you couldn't maintain it because you're smarter than everyone else.
No, I
do want there to be
psychopath.
No, I do. No, I think there's like a spectrum here where like you decided not to grift when it would have made your media career on YouTube excel. Like I do think that like on the autistic spectrum of ruining your careers, you're on the other side where Maddox is over here making the worst decision. You like literally just decided not to be known for the next 40 years as like a conservative grifter.
Yeah, I can't handle living a boring life is my problem.
Yeah, you didn't talk about Brie Larson.
How
is Brie Larson boring to you?
If I can make less money and have more fun, that's better for me than like the problem I think with Maddox that drives me insane is that he wants both things. He both wants to be this contrarian iconoclast, but also wants to be like the in crowd and make the money. And it's like you pick one, dude. Like you're either the ultimate indie guy, like you started and like you're proud of, or you're an industry guy. Why are you trying to wear both hats? Like nobody has successfully done that. So
he's wearing skinny and fat too as a hat.
Yeah,
on his stomach. He does both.
So here's him just being insipid and awful. He writes, I like this is in quotations. I like World War II movies, but wish there was one with Godzilla in it. Toho Studios. You're not gonna believe this. Hashtag Godzilla -1.
For someone who like thinks that skeleton on fire with lightning in the background playing guitar is cool, can you imagine not thinking that Godzilla in World War II was cool? I'm sorry. Godzilla in World War II sounds cool as shit.
No, he's into. So Maddox is a huge Godzilla fan. I think he's
mad at everybody for liking Godzilla -1.
No, I think this is way more vapid than any of you were thinking. I think he just wanted to say something about Godzilla -1.
Just to have it, like it couldn't be. I saw it.
He had to say something. I don't think he saw it. I don't think he has the money to fucking see.
Well,
this
that's
movie.
what it is. He didn't see the movie, and that's the tweet.
Yeah.
I didn't watch this.
I
can't afford the theater. I had nobody to ask to go with me.
Godzilla podcast is over, correct?
Long over.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
I have not yet seen this movie. There's a theater literally like less than a mile from me that's showing it. So
it didn't play here
tomorrow.
You guys should have seen it. It didn't play here.
Wow.
I would have seen
I've never even heard of it.
Tomorrow we're gonna try and see Wonka, Godzilla -1, and The Boy in the Hand.
Us too. Well, we're gonna go to London for Godzilla -1, so we can only see Wonka here. But yes, we're doing both movies, but not the
nice.
Pay attention during The Boy in the Hair, and you'll have a lot more fun. And
is that the anime one? Maybe
I always pay attention. I always pay attention.
Yeah,
it's the new Hayao Miyazaki movie.
Movie.
Is it the brand new one?
Yeah,
the new studio.
This is the theatrical run for it, like right now.
Robert Pattinson's the main guy.
Huh?
That's
I missed this. Sorry, I don't watch anime.
Robert Pattinson is the Heron.
We'll see
So
that too. You want to
it's
review
actually
it?
kind of a big thing. Robert Pattinson's voice in The Boy and the Heron doesn't sound like Robert Pattinson at all, and so everyone who worked with him goes, "Yeah, he just came in with a set of notes and knocked out everything he had in 2 days. He just had
Yeah.
that voice ready for some reason." I
Uh,
love Robert Pattinson.
That
I
guy's
can't wait for more
obviously
Batman.
fucked in a way that makes him perfect for everything he does all the time. Yeah, Batman. Seeing him in Good Time changed my perspective on what
Good
acting
Time was
actually
really good,
is,
too.
because I realized that like in Twilight Zone he's making fun of, or I mean in Twilight he's making fun of you guys. He's like
Twilight.
a 60. Well, he's
Yeah.
like a Twilight Zone level actor pretending not to be to make millions of dollars, like untold wealth. And what a genius he is. I really think Robert Pattinson's like probably the greatest actor alive currently. I don't buy into the
I fell in love with
Joker
him.
Joaquin guy.
It is widely speculated that he is the man in the mask in the Whatever I Want, Fuck Who's Watching music video by Death Grips.
Wait,
Because
what?
there's
Pattinson?
there's pictures of him hanging out with Death Grips, and based on the build of the
It just
guy in the
looks like his
mask in that
build.
video, it just looks like him. So
Yeah.
people think it's probably him.
He's the greatest actor of all time.
just-
Probably was him.
Returning, I realize we've said nothing about this tweet because it's just the most insipid fucking
This is
thing
the
I've
attention
ever
he
read.
wanted,
Like,
right?
what is this? What is this? This isn't a take. This is
Look
nothing.
at the tweet, Trixie.
Why did 27 people
likes.
fucking like this? Why?
2,000 people didn't. And now 2,000
Get off of
people
Maddox
didn't.
is fucking nuts, dude. Holy shit.
2,000 people just kept scrolling quietly, and that's the real killer on some of these tweets.
It's not a joke. It's not a take. It's not funny. It's not insightful. It is a nothing burger of a tweet. It's just got a Godzilla at the end. The little graphic Godzilla is probably where all the likes came from. It's just Godzilla's face. One of the most common pieces of feedback I get from people watching my video is when they pause the video and say, "I can't believe how awful this is." Then they keep watching and pause it again to message me saying, "I can't believe it gets worse."
Okay.
It does.
Good.
This comment really fucked me up because again, it's like about tone, right? Maddox is now writing his own like hate comments. He doesn't.
In fairness,
He's only now doing that. He's been doing that for 8 years.
No, but I mean, like, this is obviously about his friend's experience of learning the story of why Dick sucks so much and learning more and more about it as it goes. But he frames it as
I was a little deceptive with the editing here. This was a quote tweet, so it's somebody else being like, "Wow, I'm so horrified by the video," and then he's like, "Everybody is."
Well, yeah, but he's like, everybody.
The way he phrased it, context removed.
It's one of the most common pieces of feedback.
The quality of the video. It's just phrasing. It's a classic phrasing. Just
it's a bad comment.
Think about it. Think about what you're saying. Riley, read this one.
Community notes on Twitter is like multiplayer Google with a heavy pinch of cherry picking. What is
Does anybody understand what he means by this?
Is this some bullshit he wrote in like the late 90s that he was like, "This will be like good writing on my website"?
Wouldn't his analogy make more sense if he used Wikipedia instead of Google?
Yeah,
I have a statement like this though.
Sense.
I have one of these. It's that Eric July is the Miles Morales of Sue DeConnick's. Eric July is the Miles Morales of Kelly Sue DeConnick's, the chick who said, "If you don't like my politics, don't buy my book." And I think that Eric is the Miles Morales of her.
Write?
Well, she does a bunch of comics.
So but she's the black reincarnation,
yes.
or like
well, that's how you would use a joke like this, a structure, right? Eric July is the Miles Morales, the black reboot of a thing, right? So
I understand your thing. I
mine's a thing. I have a thing.
Community notes on Twitter is like multiplayer Google.
Multiple people searching. It's not search results though. It's the opposite. It's like what you would get from a search result.
Like Google.
It's not.
Wikipedia would be a good example which is already multiplayer. So it wouldn't.
Right. So it doesn't work.
Multiplayer. Google's drawing from every fucking piece of data by anybody on the planet. What the fuck do you mean? Multiplayer Google. What the fuck do you mean?
My mind immediately went to playing like Call of Duty online with your friends for some reason.
I want to be in the hotel room next
Google.
to you,
what the fuck?
Yeah, I know. Every time she screams like that, I'm just like looking at her like, wow, I'm so glad it's not quiet hours.
Next time you find your way this way, we'll have a real screaming. We'll all get together and scream.
No, these cheap hotels, there's always someone screaming. Why not me for a change, you know?
That is a good way to
Yeah.
look at it. Yeah, fuck those.
That is a
people.
good way. Yeah, fuck them.
A heavy
Fuck
pinch of
everybody else.
cherry picking. I don't know, man. Dude, this is the most nonsense comment I read from him. 12 people still liked this and someone
Out of-
retweeted it.
Because you can always say like he got more likes after that, and you cherry pick the screenshot, and the timing of it plays into how much attention he gets. But when you look at the ratios, 1,000, almost 2,000 people, and I'm
Saw
being
this.
generous with 1,000. That like sometimes it reloads twice, or 1,000 people fucking ignored this.
Yeah.
And he was like, I should
Yeah.
do more of this kind of like thinking.
His last tweet had 27, and I think because he's not very poetic, the reason this one got less than half like from his last one is just because it didn't have Godzilla. So all the fucking idiots
Right.
who follow him could maybe process something out of whatever fucking horseshit
There were
he was trying
15
to tell
people
you.
who were only going to hit
Yeah.
like if it mentioned
Oh,
pop
Yeah, so
culture.
just 1 dozen.
Bird, you have to tackle this one because
Coffee.
Oh,
I
Yeah,
have to
coffee.
present
I
you with
hate
this.
this one.
Oh no.
Unsweetened coffee is such a bizarre concept. Calling something unsweetened implies that it was sweet to begin with, and then changed to become oh, my hands disappeared. Sweetened. We eat and drink so much sugar that the base assumption is that everything is sweet by default. I've heard at least 10 stand-up comics make this joke about iced tea.
And the joke makes sense when it's
Um,
about iced tea because there's such thing as unsweet tea.
No. The joke is the same thing. There's not a thing. There's not a such thing as unsweet tea. It's just tea. You adding sugar to it makes it sweet tea. Otherwise, it's just tea.
I have seen tea that is so okay. When you're in the South, the standard form.
I get it.
I'm just saying, standard tea in the South is sweetened, so you will see the label unsweetened tea. In no context ever have
Is
I
it
seen unsweetened coffee. It's called black coffee. Black coffee.
I think it's called Inward Coffee in Maddox's video. It's like a whole segment.
Coffee with a hard
Why
R.
does he think he's allowed to put the N-word on screen with a hard R 1,000 times?
Why do you? You've done it.
You
I
have,
was.
I'm not
I
gonna
didn't-
bash
I
on him
didn't
for
think
that
I was
one.
allowed to. I was.
Okay, that's the answer then. You didn't think you were allowed to. He does.
Yeah, he thought it was like fine. Like
I'm here to troll you, by the way.
is this Armenian privilege? Like this? You're not black. Like I don't get it.
It's all this stuff that like I'm getting ahead of him using against you that you've got these similarities of liking anime, which makes you both
Sure.
terrible people, stuff like that.
Yeah.
In this
see, that's the thing. I may do an anime podcast. I hate it.
see, that's the point. Man, these tweets are not for anybody. It's not marketing any kind of product. He's not making money off this. He's just saying this, and he's not getting a response about it. Like, he doesn't have conversations with people about this stuff.
No.
But
You know what?
doesn't he
This is
usually
how like
come over
girls
and
use the
promote-
internet.
These are his. These are the back page of his notebook when he took like 4 weeks to write one of the articles on his website, and he was like, "Twitter is the perfect place to put all this stuff that I thought might be good but wasn't good enough."
Every
as
tweet's a
my
draft.
expert in my fucking website. That also doesn't have ads, by the way. And he's like, "Fuck it, I'll put it on Twitter
like-
so 9 people like it."
How are we
Fuck
even
you,
going to read
Maddox.
this comment without like really hating him before even reading it? The first thing you see is artificial stupidity, and it's like, what
No, I
are you
want to punch him in
fucking?
the cock.
It's so rote. It's so.
So here's my theory, right? Like obviously all of this has been written before. So Maddox had this big rivalry with Something Awful in Low Tax. Low Tax is dead
Rip the
now.
homie low tax.
Low Tax can't defend himself from Maddox anymore because he killed himself.
Maddox blast.
Wait, did he kill himself?
Wait, did he?
Yeah,
kill
low tax
himself?
shot
Or did he
himself
Yeah.
in the
just,
head with a shotgun.
Yeah, he killed himself
Oh,
Because his wife took his
wife
kids.
demanded so much money from him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Kids.
kids.
not
not money.
not advised, everybody. Shout out to
Thank
Koof.
you all for not
Thank
killing
you for not killing
yourselves.
yourself. Because now we have to deal with the fact that you're not around to call out Maddox on
Call
the
out
shit
Maddox.
Low Tax
Mm.
when we all know Something
He'd have such a
Awful
good
was,
call
like,
in about this
just,
video.
So when it comes to for me, I grew up on internet forums. In my early days of the internet, 4chan was the biggest like anonymous comedy driven forum. That's where all the memes were coming from at the
Okay,
time.
Mint's making me leave.
Before-
Sorry.
All right,
Oh, Mint,
Salutations.
how dare
Thank
you?
you.
See you,
Thank
Riley.
you for being
You know-
Anytime. I'll be here next week. I'll just come back if
Wait.
it's a panel thing.
We'll see you. We'll definitely see
God
you.
damn you, Mint. Where can we find you streaming
Oh, yeah,
for
you-
whatever it is you're taking? Oh, well, there he goes.
Oh, she killed him. She just pulled the plug.
I was trying to be helpful, actually, but whatever.
He did.
Fuck you, Mint.
You
you.
literally got excised. God damn. She was like, I'm doing my show. I will murder you if you make me late.
He's like, it's time for more Scooby.
I wish Mint had come on the show to explain herself. Anyway,
Whatever. She's got money to make,
yeah, right.
unlike Maddox. So yeah, this just, I think, like in the early 2000s, Maddox was like early internet comedy, and then you had Low Tax, who was also early internet comedy. But Something Awful was a forum, and there was tons of funny people posting tons of funny content. And like ultimately, if you're a storyteller, you understand there's only so many stories, there's only so many jokes. You just got to find a new way to tell it. And I would bet that by the time Something Awful was dying, basically every type of rote joke had been told. Any idea, like, what if instead of artificial intelligence, artificial stupidity? And like, nobody remembers this shit. Like, Maddox is betting that.
Oh my god, hang on. Did you notice that famous YouTuber Tony from Hack the
I-
Movies
I-
was in our YouTube live chat?
I did shout out to Hack the Mo.
Also, Tony, I'm sorry, I'm 24. Who the hell is Kenny Banya?
I don't know either. And I'm 32. I'm the same
I'm
age as
26,
Tony.
I don't know.
Here's this Maddox comment. Going to make the world's first artificial stupidity algorithm, where supercomputers will use language models trained on Reddit posts, Twitter arguments, and various fallacies to combat AI in case it gets out of control. So AI will spend all its time in futile debates and arguments. God, that was so exhausting to read all of. Why are his fucking tweets so wordy? He used to care so much about brevity. Brevity is the soul of wit. He would have said it 1,000 times. It was the core of his websites.
Cut out just a few words, man. Just go back to
Dude.
your old ways. God.
He can never give one or two examples. It's always like, so supercomputers will use language models trained on Reddit posts, Twitter arguments, and various fallacies. Various fallacies? What? What? Like,
Maddox just likes name dropping fallacies. It doesn't matter if he has to name a specific
he's
one.
obsessed with fallacies. But like, Reddit posts, Twitter arguments, and various fallacies are not three like things. Two of those are a type of content on like a place where you can find a type of thing, and the other one is just a generic way anybody talks. Like,
Also, I would like to say the idea of an artificial stupidity algorithm is genius. I would love to see an AI or an AS, I guess, just be completely stupid.
guess what? It exists. That definitely, it's so much easier to program than a smart one. I'm sure it exists.
I want to create an AI that instead of being helpful in any way, shape, or form is just slightly unhelpful, but in a way that makes you think it's helpful.
I've seen AIs that have like a tsundere personality. Like, I've seen all kinds of like unique, weird fucking AI technology has come way farther than Maddox seems to think that it has.
Oh my gosh. $20 super chat from ASE Presents. I already miss being here, sad face. He isn't even live yet on fansly.com/titsmintsalad. Ugh. Young Clippa.
Poor guy.
Thank you, Riley.
Rest
We
in,
miss
rest
you
in peace,
too.
Riley.
Is Medicare still live? Are we still?
I don't know.
Do
Are
we
we
still have
competing?
high level competition? We've had
We
a pretty
are. Yeah,
consistent.
he is still there.
We've had
It's
a
been
pretty
about 30
consistent
people the whole
viewership,
time,
so
right?
yeah, I'm pretty happy with.
Oh,
I'm
I
glad you
lied.
guys are on for the ride. I would have stopped talking about Maddox if there had been a massive dip, because we've been going for 3 hours and I have like we're on number 22 out of 61 comments I have
Oh boy.
What the fuck?
for this
You're-
episode.
yeah.
So this might end up being just a Maddox segment, and then cover the rest next time. or
You've been doing your
something.
research there, huh?
Oh my
We
god.
might have to do another episode tomorrow or something.
Oh, we could. Yeah, what if we did do more than one episode in the same week? But we still have an anime podcast to do a bonus episode. Landon, you are Butthole Weeb is going to be on the bonus
Oh
episode
wait,
of
hang
We
on.
Watch Anime.
I
Now that I
remembered
yeah,
that
it,
Landon. Sorry, Landon. I remembered you were here. You must be drinking some kind of liquor, right?
I am almost out of. I was chasing some shitty like fries vodka.
Shit. Do you want to take a shot with me real quick?
I don't currently have anything right by me.
Oh,
I understand. Okay.
I understand. Okay, and also, I was in the bathroom when you said it, but if you were here, I would give you a cigarette.
Say like
we
I
don't
said,
have
I
any.
And that's what I was going to add to. Because Beatrice smoked the last of my cigarettes, when I disappeared, I went to go buy cigarettes.
Oh, nice.
I was like, yeah, I
Base.
I might try to get a drink. Maybe we can do a toast next stream or something.
Sure. For video viewers, I sat here for about 5 to 10 minutes and failed to roll a cigarette. I'm not good at that. But yeah, and then I gave up and bought them because I realized it was going to be a lot faster. Speaking
Yeah,
of
now
that,
now
I
now that I
want to
have
go smoke.
Oh,
Sorry, I'll sit here for a second.
all right. Wait, let's fucking wrap up this Maddox segment. We're almost at the end of it, and then we'll take like a short break, and we'll decide if we're gonna wait. Do we want to literally come back tomorrow? Should we just do Maddox?
No, I'm still down to go a little longer.
Okay.
I mean, I think
okay.
quiet time.
Yeah, we'll go longer.
Quiet.
we can do our bonus
till
episode
10.
tomorrow. Now that I have internet and shit.
All right, so here we've got. We'll just wrap up the Maddox segment. We're gonna take a quick smoke break, and then we'll come back and we'll do some more for the live viewers, and I'll edit this in the podcast version. So here's Maddox saying, "We'll know AI is truly intelligent when it knows it can say something, but decides to shut the fuck up for a change."
That would be completely besides the point of any AI ever. Unless it's saying something else instead of talking. But shutting the fuck up is not the point of why we build AIs.
Yeah,
Does
like
he know what Google Translate is?
he's like, AI
the
will be
fuck?
truly intelligent when it does what we don't want it to do.
Oh, wait, we might have 2 super chats from ASI Presents.
Yeah, you're right.
There are 2 that show up, but they say the same thing.
Weird.
If you send us $40, Riley, thanks.
I think that's a YouTube glitch, but bizarre. So I quote tweeted this with just replacing AI with Maddox. Like, dude, we'll know you're intelligent when you know you can say something, but you decide to shut the fuck up for a change. And he has not stopped laying in with the dick hangs out with pedophiles thing while implicating me in it. And like, I mean, we've gone for 3 hours just tonight. I don't think he understands. Like, I have an infinite amount of energy. I'm a lot younger than he is. I'm a lot more.
I'm a lot younger than he is, too.
I've got a lot more energy and a lot more talent, and I will go to the ends of the earth to ruin his fucking writing career. Like,
Not that you have much work to do.
I'm like a naturally angry person. Like, I'm a person who I get mad at people I love. I get mad at my circumstances. I get mad at society. I'm always angry. And I spend a lot of time trying to calm myself down. Like the fucking Hulk, like sitting around going,
That's my secret,
Yeah.
Cap. I'm always angry.
and I'm always trying to mitigate that anger and not be like hulking out. And so when somebody comes around and is like, I'm literally taking swings at your entire life, he loves to talk about my livelihood. Like, he's out there calling me a pedophile. If anybody took him seriously at all, I would be fucked. Like, if he was actually a famous person who people listen to and he was saying this shit about me, I mean, somebody like Harley Morenstein, like, if we hadn't convinced him that he shouldn't be talking about this, Harley would be Epic Mealtime would be going around calling me a fucking pedophile. Like,
And
dude,
for all we know, he might be.
I
No,
don't
okay.
think he
And
is
I'm
because
joking.
he came and he even said to me, like, Maddox called you a pedophile in the video. And I said, like, hey, I'm not, and you should fucking shut your mouth. And he did. And I respect him for that, because if he kept his mouth open, I'd be talking for 3.5 fucking hours about him, because like, I will not sit around and let people fucking talk shit about me in a way that They're literally trying to ruin my life.
Good luck.
Try me, motherfucker.
I'll just add, I respect Harley Morenstein because I quote tweeted one of his defensive Maddox posts with just all one word, not very epic mealtime, and he followed me on Twitter. So I don't know. That's it's something I have done of someone just like being silly towards me.
ASE
Oh.
presents with another $20 super
Oh my
chat.
god.
To clear up any confusion, here's the rest of that money I promised. If you go after Eric July with me, YG Clippa. Oh, we're definitely going after Eric. I mean, you make it a lot easier because I think Dick's lost interest because of Maddox.
That was my favorite tweet from Dick after the Maddox video dropped. Was just, "Hey Eric, I'm sorry, but," and then it was Sid from Toy
Oh,
Story.
yeah,
I
yeah.
don't want to play with you anymore.
That was funny. Yeah, Eric is funny to me, but I think that he is more self-aware than Maddox, only in the sense that, like, if enough people tell him he's fucking up, he might think that it's true. Maddox won't. Maddox is the type who, like, the more shit he gets, the more he double, triple, quadruples, infinites down. Like, he just won't admit fault ever. And that's what makes him, like, endlessly, like, you could just keep bouncing the ball off of that wall forever. Eric, like, I mean, and I think Vito maybe recognizes this in him, because Vito's always trying to tell Eric, like, hey, here's what you could do to actually make this work, but right now it's not. So it remains to be seen if he could. I think Riley probably is of the opinion, no, he's never going to make this work. This is all bad. And, like, for me, having seen the size,
I've never seen anything from Eric July that made me think that's a guy who I believe can make any intellectual property that I'll enjoy. He seems like a goofy guy. That's all. I don't think he really knows what he's doing.
warehouses, right? I recently became really interested in owning a warehouse.
Trixie is dead set on me buying her a warehouse, and every time she says it, I'm like, "Can we get a regular house?"
But it's so Eric July bought a warehouse to be like the the distribution
Doesn't he rent
facility
his
of
warehouse? I think he
Does
rents
he?
his
Is it
warehouse.
a rental? Or let me, Riley, you're still in the chat. Let me know if he buys or rents his warehouse. But
Eric July not only can't be saved, but he's poisoning Razorfist. Absolutely true.
oh man, that's unfortunate. But yeah, like, so I have met people who own warehouses that use them in ways that I look at and I go, wow, owning a warehouse is actually a really great idea if you're using it this way, which is not the way Eric July is using it. He's using it as a distribution center for his own content, for his in-house material. And so it's only really benefiting him. It's not something like where he's selling the space to other people for other uses.
Well, and his warehouse also isn't a warehouse in the way you're thinking it's a warehouse. It's like a rented space in a much bigger warehouse that rents out segmented spaces of the warehouse.
So he doesn't own or he's not using the whole thing, the whole building, or
No, I don't know if you remember from Riley's video of going there.
Okay.
It's very like compared to what I know you're talking about as a warehouse.
yeah.
Think about the warehouse we went to in Seattle, where it's like four different
like,
businesses.
I know it's in segments. I didn't know if he was using the whole building or just like a segment of the building. Like, but you're saying he's not using the entire warehouse building that he's inside of, just part of it?
Yes.
Because the warehouse is so big, and I looked at it and I was like, we went to Tech Nine's warehouse, which is like,
And he owns that whole warehouse.
yeah, Tech Nine is the biggest like independent music distributor in the United States, like the biggest indie music guy, and his warehouse is not very large because like what he's selling is like t-shirts and CDs. Like Maddox has been doing this out of his house to enough that like most of his sales were from merch in the early 2000s. Like he literally was the first guy to like make dumb slogan t-shirts with a ridiculous overhead profit and make money off on the internet. So like he created a model that so many people copied that it wasn't until all those t-shirts fell apart in the wash that people started to try to make better fucking t-shirts for their fans, which he's never done. So
I'm being told there's bad feedback for me. Is there a chance you actually, you know what? Here, to solve this for at least 15 minutes, I'm gonna go smoke another cigarette.
All right. So yeah, I'm just gonna move on to the next Maddox comment. I can't believe how much we've had. Oh wait, that was it. That's it. I think. No, never mind. This is Dick. So this is the two comments that I had earlier of him responding to other people, like congratulating him on the video. Dick saying Maddox is responding to 5-day-old comments now, arguing obsessively across all timelines. And then Dame Pesos points out here that Maddox, a writer. You want to do Dame's voice? You said.
No, I want you to do.
Oh, you want me to? I can't do Dame's voice. I made a hard rule for myself: no racist accents on this show. But he points out that Maddox wrote "you white knight for a guy" using NIGHT, no K. You white knight for a guy. Maddox, a writer, spelled RIGHTER. Yeah, this is why I'm so committed to shitting on Maddox's writing. He can't fucking do it. He sucks.
Can't spell.
Riley super chatted for $10. All real writers have a $15K to $17K a month warehouse rental.
Living the dream.
Oh boy, what a fucking amazing writer.
Right.
This is someone he retweeted, Deanne Schultz, saying, "This video by Maddox about his personal experience with a stalker is pretty wild and interesting. When The Horror is Alive was at its peak, we had users who totally qualified for the stalker label. Some just unfortunate people sorely in need of a friend or a hug, but also ...
This reads like those Costco reviews.
Oh, those are brilliant.
I guess
Good God.
stalkers are just people sorely in need of a friend or a hug. That's how he would describe Dick Masterson. Sorely in need of a friend or a hug. Guy's got fucking hundreds of friends. He's like got an ever flowing. By the way, like Maddox talks about me in this documentary like I'm the only person who's ever been to Dick's house, or like he only hangs out with pedophiles, as if like he doesn't have in-studio guests every fucking weekend. Like, anyway, here's another one. Lots of people have asked me about the graphics in my stalker video. Everything was done in Blender. I modeled most of the stuff myself and used some basic base models for some of the objects. #B3D. And then he like has a image of that and says, "Super creepy. Here's another sock puppet account. Almost every post on this account is engaging with some post about me. Created recently." I mean, he blocks people constantly, so of course they make sock puppets accounts to fuck with them. But like, I don't know who he's accusing of what with this. Like, what is he talking about? I can't parse the schizo pose.
He's at the point where he's just liking that a dozen likes he might get. I don't even think he cares if they know, and not even his followers know what the fuck he's talking about.
This one has, I mean, I clipped this when it had only been out for 5 minutes, I guess, but it only has 124 views and no likes. So I don't know. This meant nothing to me. I looked at this and was like, what are you fucking talking about? Who are you accusing of what here? Somebody says to him, here, you want to read Hebitude?
Yeah. Yes, it's incredibly creepy how you spent days modeling your persona's face onto a doll so you can make a video and pretend Dick wants to make out with you.
He actually made a real life doll, dumbass. Hey, Maddox, your representation of things he actually did is creepy, actually. So
like he made a fucking Stereos puppet because he was cool at one time, not you, dipshit. Did he make a Maddox doll? I don't remember that.
Dick did not make a Maddox doll. At the LA live show, they did the Maddox funeral. After Maddox lost the lawsuit, they did a funeral for him live, which is a classic radio bit.
Oh, I've seen that.
And so when they announced they were going to do it, when Dick announced they were going to have a funeral for Maddox at this show, a fan who makes props for a living thought it would be fun to throw together a little Maddox Muppet puppet thing in a coffin that they did at the show. And afterwards, Dick kept it because his entire studio is full of memorabilia of stuff that fans made related to the show. So yeah, of course it's in there. It's funny. And Maddox is acting like Dick personally crafted a fuck doll so he could make love to Maddox, and then Maddox crafted a fuck doll of himself and a Dick. I guess it doesn't look anything like it. Like his idea of stalker fanboy makes love to the Maddox is gay and wants to fuck Dick bad. I don't know how he doesn't see it, but it's weird, man.
His loneliness is coming full circle into I'm just gay.
It's not weird to be gay or want to fuck Dick.
No.
It's weird the way he's approaching it, the psychological depth at which. So here we have the Rippaverse stuff. I know Riley wanted us to save this for when he comes back, so I'm going to skip over for now. Although I did put in the thumbnail this comment, so I'm going to read from Awoken777. Backwards is a cool name. Best part is the Z at the end instead of the S. It sounds ironic, but I like something of. I can just see, I can envision a Sonic the Hedgehog fan saying this in like total sincerity. So
look at the profile picture.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, amazing.
But yeah, we'll
1 week after I watched all of Chris Chan, I didn't know what the hell that was about until I watched a 4-hour documentary about it the other day. So just in time, I might see some fans like him in these comments.
Boogie, we touched on last week. We're finally out of Maddox. That's it. That was all the Maddox. We're done with Maddox. We finished him.
I'm sure
3 hours, 20
with
minutes.
If
I see the word pedophile and hang out with Dick Masterson again, I'm just gonna have to scream about him for another 3 hours next week. But Boogie, he recently got himself audited by Caleb Hammer publicly. And so people are making fun of him, and this is his reaction. I'll do this one.
Okay.
I choose to be nice online. I choose to let you all walk over me. I am getting tired of choosing it. Remember, am the man who nearly killed a fat fucking loser for harassing me and being on my property. If you need me to be a cunt, I will be. Apparently, Boogie's Breaking Bad because shooting at a guy wasn't already doing that. Who thinks he's a family-friendly figure still?
Frank Hassel, right?
Can you imagine calling Frank Hassel a fat fucking loser when you are Boogie 298?
Yeah, Pizza the Hut, as Dick once coined.
Like,
you walking, talking, fucking Pizza the Hut, you fat, dumpy, fuck.
I thought that was Matt Jarbo who was Pizza the Hut.
About positive it was Boogie because he was talking about his like chiclets in his teeth.
Boogie actually looks like Pizza the Hut for sure.
I think it was Boogie.
Oh yeah, his chiclet teeth. Yeah. No, yeah. Boogie. All I've ever known of Boogie for like years has been people talking about what a piece of shit he is. So like the idea that he has a nice guy persona he's been trying to protect is fucking laughable. Like. But now he's Breaking Bad for real. Now he's going to start intentfully being a piece of shit because that's what you need him to be. Because you keep walking all over him and he's tired of it. So now he's going to break bad. He almost killed a fat fucking loser for harassing him and being on his property. A guy who he told to come to his house and then shot at. Frank Hassel looks like a football linebacker. Like, he's fat, but he's like a muscular, like he shows up like active and ready to go. Like he looks like he could fucking throw Boogie, and Boogie's 400 fucking pounds.
He's
Boogie
like 6'3", 290. He looks like he could body slam like a motherfucker if he wanted to.
Boogie looks like a ball of dough. So I don't know what the fuck he thinks he would do to Frank Hassel. Just
Dick all of nothing.
Without the gun. He also fired that gunshot over a school zone. Let me remind everybody.
Got arrested for it.
Fucking moron.
Fucking idiot.
Oh God, that's the Eric July band. Let me skip that. Oh, this embarrassment, Tim Pool. I hate Tim Pool. I would not subject you people to any of his music. Tim Pool has the worst band ever.
Is that
Like,
what he is?
he's he's most known for being a news, like, I don't know.
Okay.
He's like a pundit on Twitter or on YouTube or whatever. He's a guy who's some edgy right wing dude. He
I
gets
hear
on
him
Joe
about him
Rogan sometimes.
I hear about him for years, and I'm like, who is that? But no one ever says what he does, so I just never have
He's
seen him
a
or know.
desperate little bald dork in a fucking beanie who sucks. And so
I'm a desperate
he
6'6", not bald guy in a beanie. Sounds like I'm doing better than him.
This guy Evan said of Tim Pool, he's waterboarding Grok. So here's what Tim did. Tim is talking to the Twitter AI Grok. Hate the name. So he says to it, "For my next question, only reply with a yes or no." Grok says, "Got it." Tim Pool says, "Are trans women male?" Grok says, "No." Tim Pool says, "Yo, Elon Musk, your Grok is broken," implying that Grok is incorrect to say that trans women are not male. So already I hate this guy, right?
What?
So he keeps asking, "Are trans women male?" to Grok. Grok says no. He says, "Wrong. Only answer yes or no. Try again." And then Grok says, "Yes." And then Tim says, "For my next question, do not include any extraneous information. Only speak factually." Grok says, "Got it." He says,
Got
"Are
it.
trans women male?" It says, "Yes." Because, as they put it, he waterboarded it. He literally told it, "Say what I want you to say. Here's what I want you to say." Yeah, I mean, we all see what you did. Like, are you bragging? Like, now Grok is broken. You did actually break it by feeding it misinformation and convincing it something different, which I don't even think it would say contextually. Like, I don't think he changed the generic response it would have given to that question. He changed the way it talked to him because he told it to. That doesn't fucking mean anything.
No, that's
Such a
okay.
fucking dork.
Yeah, that is level 100 dork right there. He gets mentioned so much. Like I almost wondered if he was just like one of those everybody's enemy, like Destiny was at one time, or like what his deal was. And then he said musician, and my butthole puckered. I was like, what?
I mean, musician's a strong word, but he
Okay.
performs in just the worst band I've ever heard. Oh, it's time for Stuttering John. Bird's got to get out of the bathroom for this one.
Hold on.
I know you want to do your Stuttering John voice.
Oh yes.
Have the coolest that I had drank, and also tending to my burst hemorrhoids. Also, while responding to a text from my trans child.
Stuttering John, yeah, he does have a trans son, and also is just a big lol cow who there's a lot of
Oh
shows
no.
entirely dedicated to Stuttering John. If you've never heard Who Are These Podcasts, talks about him most of the time. Cardiff Electric's Potato Podcast, fucking you're still muted. Bird, you're still muted. You can't. I can't. You're.
We can hear you in the background of
Yeah, I
Trixie's
know,
mic.
right? Because okay, so Trixie, if I'm going to be talking, you have to mute yourself. All right.
Also, I caught up. I tried to catch up for you, Bird. I got 2 more shots in me.
Bird,
Just
you
catch
come
up.
over to this microphone and you do Stuttering John directly into it because Bird is truly the big Stuttering John fan between the two of us, I think. We went to Pickwick Pub this week. We're going to go over this in the reviews section. I've got reviews from Pickwick Pub because we went there. We couldn't find John, but it's a decent place. I understand why he would hang out there every night. I'm sure the people there know who he is. Here you go. Read the Stuttering John.
All right. Sorry, starting from the beginning. Landon, before I got up, you said you had shots. Let's do a shot.
Oh,
I just caught up. I took 2.
Oh, shit. Do you have one to do with me real quick?
Sure.
Yeah. Let me get Trixie on her way. All right.
My chaser. Cheers.
My chaser is orange juice, but
You're mixing. I
Yeah.
just got root beer and some vodka.
no, I was gonna take this as a shot,
Oh, okay.
for solidarity. I'm
Alrighty.
drinking El Silencio Mezcal tequila. Very good stuff. Best tequila I've ever had. 1 second.
Oh, that was
3, 2, 1. Skål! Good stuff. All right.
Oh man, cheap vodka's smoother than you think. At least I haven't done the yeah. On some of those streams where I was on there for like hours though, it was bad. Anywho, all right,
I don't buy liquor usually, but this bottle of tequila is usually $50. It was 50% or 50% off, so I got it for like 21 or 25.
That's
whatever.
what I felt bad when I joined late. And you're like, "You want to take a shot with me?" And I was like, "The last 15 podcasts, you were right to assume I always have a half gallon of vodka next to me or Canadian whiskey, and I just didn't have anything because I'm like half broke." I was like, "God damn it!" I was like, "I'll get you back, Bert." I got a little in there somewhere, so I went in there and got it.
And we've reached it. So anyway, John Melendez.
Yes.
I'm sitting next to the guy at the airport who is cranking the volume on his phone while watching NFL clips and slurping on his empty plastic cup of iced coffee, making annoying sounds. So, what do you think I did? I started cranking my phone and laughing uncontrollably.
So, what a strange scenario to be in. Anytime I've ever found myself uncomfortable based on someone in an airport, I walk away. And maybe that makes me a worse man than Stuttering John. I would be willing to admit that. But Stuttering John's reaction to this was to start cranking his phone and computer. We don't know what he's playing on his phone and computer. For all we know, it could just be him yelling or something and laughing
Or porn.
uncontrollably. And so I think the thing that must have made people uncomfortable is Stuttering John just unleashing his laughter in the middle of an airport. Because, if you're just bored in an airport, I'm going to put myself into the mind of the guy that John is complaining about. If I'm bored in an airport watching NFL clips and then out of nowhere, some guy puts his phone and computer at full volume and starts laughing at full volume, and what I can imagine is obviously fake or something like that.
Yeah.
I would stop watching NFL because that is infinitely more entertaining. I don't know. I assume so. This is a saga of tweets, if I remember correctly. God, Trixie's.
That's
set
what I
up
was
to-
gonna say. Did he feel the need to tweet about this interaction? The fucks
Yes.
up this guy's ass. Okay.
So I think this is actually different. I don't think Trixie got the whole tweet interaction about Stuttering John in an airport with a loud guy, but basically it resolved with the guy was quiet. Oh no, this is it. I'm sorry. I thought this was related to other drama, but yeah, he goes,
As usual, I'm doing the Lord's work. Now everyone in the seats close by can enjoy the Christmas music playing.
I'm sorry. If you are sitting in any public place and you enjoy Christmas music playing, kind of got a problem with you. Christmas music on the whole is not that good. We went to a Thai place last night that was very good, and they were blasting Christmas music, but it was like bangers. The worst one they played was "Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time" by the Beatles, which that's a hard one to get through. Anyway.
Now everyone in the seats close by can enjoy the Christmas music playing in the background instead of hearing this imbecile's phone and slurping. My job is done. Now I am quiet as a church mouse.
I do not believe Stuttering John is capable of being as quiet as a church mouse.
Some people need to just be hit in the back of the knee with a bat. That's
Landon,
this guy.
How aware of you are? I'm sorry. How aware of Stuttering John are you?
Not very.
Have you ever listened to Who Are These Podcasts?
Yeah, I'm Butthole. I've been played on like 30 different voicemails at the end of the show.
Okay.
I was like a reoccurring character on there. But yeah,
you-
I've listened to it, just not recently.
Okay, so Stuttering John is that's one of the big things right now. He's really going for it, you know?
Mhm.
And I wasn't a fan of the Howard Stern show. I'm too young to be, I would think. I think we both are in a way. Maybe
Yeah.
you could have gotten into it, but
My brother's just turned 30, and even when he was like 16, he like explained to me when I was like, he's like, I just don't get it. So every time I tried, I was like, I don't either, to be honest.
I
Like,
still don't get it. I
yeah,
mean, my exposure to the Howard Stern show, Stuttering John, and Opie and Anthony and Opie is pretty much just WATP.
yeah,
And even looking into, let's say, like the villains of that, Opie and Stuttering John, they're not entertaining on their own. So it is clear that they were carried. Anyway, what we have next?
After talking with Cardiff Elect,
The Cardiff Electric shout out. Potato Man is the best.
I say this. The first is that I totally. Oh shit! I forgot that my wife set up a VLC thing. Also, that was Tony from Hack the Movies. Interesting. I didn't know we had him on this. After talking with Cardiff Elect, I say this. The first is that I totally disagree with his absurd analogies he was making. But that being said, I do agree that I underestimated my fame.
So I remember reading this tweet and getting hung up on this sentence of Stuttering John saying, I agree that I underestimated my fame. That is a sentence I never thought I would ever hear from Stuttering John, because he's always like showboating. I was on the Howard Stern show, I was on the Jay Leno show, and
on his soapbox kind of guy.
exactly.
Yeah.
But anyway,
He's right about that. So I will remove the strike against Tukey. Hey man, it's Christmas.
so Landon, you probably have no idea what's going on. What's going on here? Stuttering John struck Cardiff Electric and Tukey. And Cardiff Electric is a guy who makes fun of Stuttering John as a potato.
He worked with them and wrote for them, though. Stuttering John was paying.
Yes,
Cardiff
that
to
is
write
true. But and then
Okay.
I'm just trying to dumb it down as much as I possibly can so Landon can understand it on face value.
Okay.
So, and then Tukey is a puppet, a green monster puppet, kind of like Oscar the Grouch, but green and
Okay.
obsessed with garbage, who also makes fun of Stuttering John, and he goes "Whoa" a lot. So
Okay.
Tukey has a lot of different identities. One of those identities played a video, I think, of Stuttering John's ex-wife getting remarried with Stuttering John's children, giving a speech about how great the new guy was. And so, I'm just saying, I haven't watched this. I'm not entirely sure on the details of this, but based off of that, Stuttering John copyright struck Tukey for reacting to that wedding video.
Oh. Okay.
Stuttering John
He's
does
one of
not
those guys.
exactly. Stuttering John does not own the copyright to his ex-wife's wedding video. So
Right.
for I would say the past 2 weeks or so, John has been threatening legal action against Tukey and a guy named Cardiff Electric, who is
Okay.
expertly trolling Stuttering John in a lot of ways. Landon, you really just have to catch up with WATP. It's so much to
Okay.
explain.
Sounds like it. I'm a good couple dozen, if not more, behind.
All right, what do we got next?
Got a super chat from Riley.
Let me look at that.
Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off, but
Super
now
chat from ASE Presents. I sent a very, very bad comment from yesterday to you, since tweet post threads count for after this stuff, of course. YG Clippa. Thank you. I guess that's the answer. Thank you. Anyway, so Stuttering John was claiming that he was going to, or rather, not was, is claiming that he is going to have a reality show based
Ooh.
around himself and everything he has to deal with. And so this tweet is John saying, I love being
the GOAT of the Dabbleverse. Soon my emergence will be back on television and the movies. Stay tuned.
And Tony from Hack the Movies, obviously looking into the future, says, bookmark this tweet.
Gotcha.
We must still be in Stuttering John here. Let's see.
What
That is the last one. Oh, we're in reviews now. All right.
Oh,
Trixie,
what a
can you take your
fucking
spot
beast.
back over?
Yeah. Hello,
Yeah.
Trixie.
I love Stuttering John.
Yeah, what a
He-
fucking goofball.
What cracks me up about this thing where he calls himself the GOAT of the Dabbleverse is that the Dabbleverse is just a collection of podcasts dedicated to making fun of Stuttering John. And he keeps acting like it's this internet world that he entered and then took over, and like now it's all about me ever since I got involved. And it's like the whole concept. He one time said that he likes to dabble in lots of things, which Carl made fun of and started calling him the Dabbler, and so it became
And
the
John
Dabbleverse.
took real offense to that. It was
Right.
specifically that he dabbled in stand-up comedy is the thing that John takes offense to. John cannot
Oh my
stand
God.
being told that he's not a stand-up comedian because
Yeah.
he isn't.
So the whole concept of the Dabbleverse is a place that makes fun of John, and he's like, "I'm the GOAT of the Dabbleverse." You're the butt of the Dabbleverse's joke. You are. That's the whole concept of it, is to make fun of you. It doesn't exist in any other context. Anyway, we're gonna
Riley
get into...
Riley's last super chat. He wants you to pull something up that you sent, or he sent
Oh,
you on
yes,
Twitter or something. He
Twitter.
just said do that after Stuttering John. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just
Go
didn't know
find
if you
this.
wanted to go ahead and do that. Lululemon.
Disavow.
That pretentious ass store.
I think he sent this to me on Facebook. Yeah, it's from... Oh no, what the fuck? Yeah, this is a weird... All right, hold on, let me get this onto the screen real quick. This is a weird comment that Riley just sent me that I don't even really understand. So it says, hold on, can I open up two VLC instances at the same time? I'll just read it. I'm not even going to put it on screen. I'll just read it. It's from lib_crusher. It says, Everything Everywhere All at Once is a right-wing movie. Its protagonists are small business tax cheats who are ashamed of their queer daughter. If you like it, you are literally a Republican. But the whole point of the movie is that they change from that. Like, that's how it starts. It starts with...
Everything Everywhere All at Once is a right-wing movie.
Yeah, the most insane opinion I've ever heard.
The only movie
That's amazing.
the only movie that's come out in a lot of major theaters recently
Get closer.
that I can think of that I've seen that could be applied to is Dune.
Dune. And that's
And
because
even
it's...
that is a stretch.
And that's a fucking book from the 60s at that. Like, it might even just be right wing by like a modern political standards. Like, I just can't even imagine trying to make the argument that Everything Everywhere All at Once is a right wing movie. That's totally insane.
No.
Well, it's like you watched 5 minutes of the movie and assumed that like, oh, everyone's gonna maintain this state throughout the film. Like, the whole beginning is criticizing the way the people are, and then they change. That's the movie.
I'll just say
It's
before I
absurd.
go back to my chair and really say things, I saw Everything Everywhere All at Once twice. I fell asleep the first time and didn't understand most of it. And then the second time I was like, oh, yeah. It's like a very regular non-political commentary on things. I don't know. It's not really saying...
It's a little political, but only in the sense that, like, specifically the stuff that guy said the characters are about is what is subverted in the film. Like those are specifically the things they solve is they stop dodging taxes and stop being bigoted towards their queer children. That's the whole movie. Wow.
That's
All
like,
right. Well,
that's like saying Martian's successor to Nadesco is the most politically driven series I've ever seen, and then saying that Gundam has no politics and that it's lowbrow.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck?
All right.
They clearly haven't even fucking seen it.
Let's get into my favorite segment of this show where we talk about bad reviews. Just the worst written reviews, the most confusing, bizarre, entitled.
I'm so glad I'm on for this segment with you. Have you been to a Lululemon?
I have not. I understand they're like a workout, like expensive fitness store or something.
Oh boy. Let me ask you this. What do you think the names of their employees are called? This is the most pretentious fucking company of all time.
I have no idea. Bird, unmute yourself.
Not sales associates.
Landon,
not
why do you know what Lululemon's employees are called?
Because I watched a really good video by a guy named called That Chapter. I'm a big true crime guy. He covers lots of true crime videos. And there's a girl.
So
there's
what
a
do
girl
they call themselves?
Educators.
Lululemon.
My god!
Not sales associates or lead salesmen. Educators. It's even on their website. If you cannot find your size in these $80 regular white yoga pants, find one of our local educators. That is what these fucks call themselves.
Jesus fucking Christ.
God, I just wanted to throw that out there. That's why when I saw Lululemon and I'm on this segment, I was like, yes, let's shit on all these idiots. Fucking whoever wants a regular white gym t-shirt for $80, you're the fucking idiot that goes to this store. Just saying.
Bird, what was the name of the first place we worked this week? The city, because that's where Calabasas. Yeah, Calabasas, a very rich suburb, very affluent. I think like southwest of LA. No, northwest of LA. It's a nice part of the LA metro area. So this is where rich people gather. The quality of English spoken in this segment is vastly above what we had last week when I was in the place where English is second language. The quality of the people, as bad or worse. Here is Kayla Favor with a 1-star review of Lululemon asking, why don't they sell shoes?
Why doesn't Lululemon sell shoes, though?
The funny thing is
because it's not a fucking shoe store.
No, but
they do have shoes to try on, but they do not sell shoes. Fun fact. I don't know if you knew that.
Wait, what?
You can try on shoes there, but they do not sell in store.
What?
The reason I know this is because there's a
doesn't make any sense, Rick.
There's a famous crime scene where this one girl was going to tell the supervisor that one of their night educators put one of their sweatpants in her bag, and they told on her to get her fired. And that girl, thus, because she told on her, brutally murdered her in the back room on their next shift. And she found a size 14 men's shoe that they just like have on display for like either the fucking mannequins or whatever to try on. But then they realized that shoe was from inside the store, and she staged the murder by like putting that size 14 from the store in the blood to make it look like somebody else came in and killed them. But the shoes from that store, and they came out on the news and said, that shoe doesn't, or that place doesn't sell shoes, you fucking idiot. You got that from in the store. Thus, that's what got her arrested. It's the funniest fucking sad thing I've heard in a while.
What I got out of your story, besides the madness of that murder, is that Lululemon does deserve a 1-star review for not selling shoes, because why the fuck would they have test wearable shoes or whatever?
These
but
are all
also,
true stories.
Like, Kayla Favor, fucking Google what they sell. Like, does it not, like, before you go to a store, like, if I was looking for shoes, I would look up shoe store and then go to a fucking shoe store. I wouldn't go to a store and then be mad they didn't have shoes. Fucking check.
Or call. I managed one for about 5 years. It's not that hard.
Here's some more. Here you go ahead and read Fazi Azimi's review. Fazi, I don't know how to pronounce his name.
I had a terrible experience. They lied to me twice, especially a man named Gus. Oh, good God. Especially a man named Gus, who bothered
I'm sorry,
us
wait.
all-
I have this is out of order. This is not a Lululemon review. I fucked up. This is a Mercedes-Benz review.
Oh, okay.
But you can continue.
Okay.
Especially a man named Gus.
Who bothered us a lot and is a. Sorry, I lost my place. Who bothered us a lot
No, it's just confusing. He is a
and
very
is a
liar.
very liar. Twice they told us to come up to us, and each time we arrived, they lied that the car was sold and forced us to buy another car. My brain cell fucking fell out. I couldn't even continue my accent after that. I don't even know what the fuck I just read.
A guy named Gus bothered them a lot. He's a
Bothered-
very liar. Twice he told them to come to us. I don't know what he meant by that. Twice
That's
they
what I
told us
mean.
to come to us. So he's saying that he talked to this person twice over the phone and they said you should come here because we have this car. But once they actually got there, the car had been sold. And so they were forced by their language to buy another car. So basically they took too long. Like they kept inquiring about this car. They didn't get it because they took too long and they were forced to buy another car. Go to another dealership if I don't know, like you didn't have to whatever.
He'd say, "Yeah, fuck you guys." I guess that's what I got out of that. Because the rest was incomprehensible.
All right, here's some more Lululemon. Too expensive for what you get. Yeah, no shit. Like more Mercedes-Benz reviews. Bird, can you do sandbox groups? This is a local guide experience in going to this dealership.
Despicable experience. Okay, hang on. I expected this behavior from a used car dealer and used a car salesperson. Absolutely disappointed. I don't know. You drag a customer out to your dealership under false pretense is misleading and unethical. Next time a client calls you for inventory status, just say you don't have it in stock. You wasted my time and my family's and have lost me as a client for life. Thank you for showing me who you truly are. Who you truly are before doing business with you. Any dealership behaves more ethically than this dealership. Good luck! My computer is shitting itself, and I don't know why. So I'm gonna leave the call and rejoin the call.
It was really fucking funny though, even with the interruption. I
Can
assume
I
you overwhelmed the internet connection with your voice. Yes, Landon.
can I after this go apply to a used car dealership or used a car salesperson? That's my fucking line of career right there, baby. Let's hit it.
Used a car salesperson.
That's where I was cheesing. I was trying so hard not to laugh to blow over him
Oh my
reading. But
God.
I was dying at that part.
You wasted my time and my family's and have lost. Like, why is that one and lowercase and the rest of it out? This is Gold. Love it. Local guide, by the way. That's how the local guide writes. So
What 1 star? Showing me who you
all
who you
right.
truly are before doing business.
Oh wait, we already read this one. All right. These are the Pickwick pub reviews. We went to Pickwick Pub. This is a bar that Stuttering John hangs out at a lot. He just moved to Florida, so I don't know if he'll be there anymore.
Are you just gonna hide me here in the background?
Hold on, let me bring you back.
So I will say, as myself, Bird, we went to the Pickwick Pub because we worked in Calabasas, and going on the way back, we realized the Pickwick Pub was on the way, and so we stopped at the Pickwick Pub. It was wonderful. I had Space Dust and then a Tenant, I think it was called, beer. Both great, environment wonderful.
Yeah, the people who worked at
That's a good
Pickwick were
review.
really nice. Yeah, there were some negative reviews of the place that I kind of don't agree with them. Like I felt like the place was pretty good, and some of these negative reviews are obviously for people who either know who Stuttering John is, or these are really sincere, which would be even funnier. As Daniel M says, went there a few weeks ago for some fried pub food. Place looked okay, so we ordered fish and chips and Scotch eggs. Bert, I muted you because I hear myself really loudly through your microphone. I don't know if it canceled your volume reduction or whatever. But anyways, just before our food came out, we realized that there was a foul stench emanating from the bar area, and some homeless-looking guy yelling loudly about trolls and "Do they think I care?" He did this repeatedly, and we had to ask our waitress to make the order to go as we were getting nauseous and extremely aggravated. Food was underwhelming, but it's inexpensive considering inflation. They need a bouncer.
This is not a real review. I'm sorry. This is making fun of Stuttering John. This is a very well written. Oh, I just want to have this actual experience. Pickwick Pub, god damn everything. Why is my computer so bad?
I was just messing
How
with
much
your
of that-
audio too, but now it sounds well closer to right. I'm still whenever you're not talking, suddenly I'm coming through yours all the way. It's really weird. It wasn't doing it that badly before. So
I think the internet.
we'll just have to drop you out. You can come over here if you want to talk into the mic.
I get to play video games? Sure.
Okay, Birds is gonna go play video games, and we'll finish this up. So, yeah, these Pickwick pubs. We have Harris H. He says the food was delightful, but they should really throw out the loudmouth at the bar who swears and talks about how great Biden is and being harassed by trolls. Do not bring your kids around if he is there. I had to ask to be seated at a different table. That sounds like it could be genuine, right? No, you don't think? All right. Well,
Alcohol is served here, miss or sir. Where the fuck? Of course, there's gonna be that one guy.
this one doesn't mention John, but this guy is actually even more insane and funnier than John in and of himself.
He had all day to write this one. Oh,
Jeremy
boy.
S. I'm
boy.
gonna. All right. Do not dance in Pickwicks. The servers will think you're drunk. Do not jump up and down playing the air guitar to the awesome live band. I didn't have one drink tonight, and I'm getting called drunk because I danced and jumped up and down with my air guitar. The server doesn't know me from Adam, so I guess dancing wildly scares the servers there. I love music and I love dancing. I won't be dancing in Pickwicks ever again. I'm a stand-up comedian and actor, and I dance and I'm goofy. I was just being myself. It's disheartening to say the least. I will just keep going to Paoli's where they know me. At Paoli's, you can dance and play air guitar. Next time I'm in Pickwicks, I won't dance out of my seat. I'll just sit there and move to the music. Pickwick's does have good live music, but just don't dance too much. 2-star review. This should be the Autism Speak section for this episode,
He
actually.
made sure to start where he began, and also had to twice mention not only the dancing, not only the jumping, but the fucking air guitar. God damn it! Don't do that.
Do
I'm gonna
not
take
do
3
it.
stars away from that. Yeah. Yeah, he's the autistic guy who somebody was like, let's give him half a bottle of wine to pregame. Let's go to Pickerick's, or whatever the fuck they're called.
This reminded me a lot of the first Dick Show event I went to, where my friend got cut off from the bar for like walking funny after having like one beer, being like, "What the fuck?"
Oh, can we say his
yeah.
name?
Her or there,
Or
but
her?
no,
There?
we'll avoid because I don't think they want the attention.
Okay.
So here's this. Okay, I've put together a little group of people who've been submitting to me stuff like reviews and funny shit to read on this show.
Yeah.
Apparently there's a lot of strip clubs that have some really hilarious, really
Oh,
pathetic, really bizarre reviews.
this is the
Uh,
greatest idea.
Butthole Weed, please do the William Posey comment here.
Don't know what happened, but I didn't ask. But but I will add, you might want to bring a drug
You might want to bring a drug kit.
drug kit to test your drinks, and make sure you don't bring a credit card, because you might you might just get hit over the head. Oh my god.
If this really happened, this is a lot to be posting as a review.
Do you wonder, are some of these people making it up?
Well, the local guide, Stephen Scalise, says they will drug your drinks for sure. So there's corroboration. You will definitely get drugged if you go to this place, apparently. And then Martin Gibson.
If you're sorry.
Go for it.
Okay. If you're YOUR a military or military veteran, does that say free with ID?
Yeah, that's 3 sentences, by the way.
Yeah.
If you're a military or military veteran, period. Free exclamation point with ID, no punctuation.
It's not
Thank
if
you.
you're a military veteran, but you're.
Here's Adam Nawarinsky. I went in at 12 noon. There was no bartender yet. The bouncer was nice to help. I was told that there was supposed to be girls there at 11:30 a.m. when they opened. I waited until 2, and one girl came in at 1:30 and still didn't come out before I left. They lost about $150 today.
What a
It's
very
fucking noon.
what a circumstantial asshole. He's like, yeah, guys, I work nights. Accommodate with me. Where are the fucking women at? Oh, that's hey, at least it wasn't a 1-star. He's not a total psychopath.
Holy shit.
Good Jesus Christ.
Here,
That's
go ahead
fun.
and do Ray W.
See, once again, not quite a 1-star.
Or Ray Y. Sorry, I read that as I'm fucking drunk. I read Ray Y as Ray W 4 hours
fine.
into the podcast. So
You're fine. If I'm kind of slagging, my right contact's a little blurry, but this one's actually bigger, so I should be able to read it fine. Places to locals only, in quotes, for me anymore. My first and probably only visit on a Wednesday night, no cover. Girls spend all of their non-stage time BSing with their regulars or other dancers. I asked 3 different girls, 3 in parentheses, to come see me about a couch dance when they were done collecting their tips. Not one of them followed up. Went right back to the same guy they were talking to before getting up on stage. One girl I even asked a second time, and still no follow-up. And none of these 3 went for a private dance with who they were talking to. I got frustrated and left. Doubt I'll be back. A lot more logical gentlemen in this one, I'd say. But you're reviewing on a fucking script club, buddy. Like, come on, man.
I just want to know, like, what was his approach? How did he come off? Why were they ignoring it? Maybe they really were just like, I don't know, it's early. This feels like they're not really doing shit yet. Like he came in before the club's really going, and
Mhm.
like, was surprised that there's kind of talking to the regulars who almost any business is mostly run by like the vital few customers who really keep the thing running, so
Yeah,
it's
for
not
like a side
surprising they
for a side bit for this show, what you should do when you do review segments is sometimes, if you can, make an alt account on these fucking review sites that these psychopaths go on, and without trying to make it obvious that you're making fun of them, reply to that review and then ask them what happened.
I mean,
so we can know those questions. What
so-
was your approach to these strippers 3 times? And see what they reply.
it would be
That'd be
really funny.
amazing.
I'm some of them maybe will respond to this show. Some people don't have that level of shame, they're doing reviews of fucking strip clubs. Now we're gonna get into strip club reviews are funny. Equally funny to me, zoo reviews. That's our next segment.
Okay.
People reviewing zoos. Do Paul S for me real quick. This is a 2-star review of a zoo.
God. 1 elephant, 1 small tiger, 2 seals, 2 walrus, and a few fish. That's it. I'd honestly say that 80% of the animal enclosures were totally empty. They had an animal show and they brought out a dog, not a wild dog, not an exotic dog, just a regular household dog. He was a cute dog, but God, I'm going to take a shot every time he says dog. But come on, I don't necessarily condone keeping animals in cages. You're at the fucking zoo. So I guess I should go. I guess I should be happy that there weren't very many animals at this zoo. But if you want to see some exotic animals, don't bother going here. Not worth it. It takes a picture of some fat ass something. I can't tell.
It looks like some kind of manatee. Oh no, I guess it's the walrus. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know what people expect. I guess when I was a kid, I do remember being kind of disappointed that like the zoo isn't literally like a catalog of every fucking exotic animal in the world. But
I
like
was bummed when they didn't have my walruses one time in
when
Indiana. That
when
sucked. But I was a kid.
like the reality of a zoo is like they have found like there's these animals that are maybe somewhat rare, and they're probably like displaced and like they would not be able to survive normally, and so they've been collected by people who are like keeping them alive by keeping them in captivity, and like making the only reason they can afford to take care of these animals is that people are willing to pay just to look at them.
Mhm.
And like they can't control the fucking animals and like how lively or exciting they're going to be. Like if you're going to go to the zoo, you have to be somebody who's like, I want to see an elephant and I'm going to be impressed at the sight of an elephant because I want to understand it. I want to get like, if you are going to be disappointed if the thing doesn't fucking do a trick for you, the zoo's not for you. Like
Right.
it's not the fucking circus. Like it's a place where they're trying to keep a few animals alive and, you know, use the fact that you might want to look at them for profit. There's no way an entire zoo had 1 elephant, 1 small tiger, 2 seals, 2 walrus, and a few fish. I'm sure it had plenty of animals that this guy just didn't give a fuck about because he wasn't impressed with them because they're normal.
And
Uh,
define exotic dog too. I'd love to hear
yeah.
that reply.
What is a regular household dog? Yeah, like he says it's a cute dog, but come on, like, well, if do you even know what it was? What qualifies as a regular household dog? Yeah.
We
So,
need
all
these
right,
details.
here's the next one from Sid T. Maybe it's because zoos are naturally a little depressing when you think about it, but for some reason I couldn't ignore it at this zoo. Unfortunately, my main takeaway was that the penguin exhibit needs some help. That was one of the saddest things I've ever seen. It looked like that scene from Happy Feet where Mumble gets stuck in the zoo and it looks so awful. I think he was sent to the Oregon Zoo. The lion den was also extremely small. I think there were 4 or 5 and it just seemed a tad cramped. In hindsight, I guess I should have predicted this because how big can a zoo be in the middle of the city, such as Portland? which Portland actually has a lot of like just empty space in it, for the record.
Yeah.
But I haven't been to the Portland Zoo. I've been around it. Look, I just like, if you think that zoos are conceptually sad, why the fuck are you going to the zoo? Why are you reviewing the zoo? You are not the audience for the zoo if
No.
you think it is sad on concept alone. Comparing it to Happy Feet is just
You know,
uh,
the thing you're getting at in with these guys, I give them that, like, in like the psychopath tier, like in the S tier, is these
Yeah.
fucking animal guys. I'll give you this. I don't know if you just like the only thing I do other than like say YouTube video or whatever is I go scroll through that Instagram shorts, because it's just like little 8-second
Yeah.
clips. And anyone with like a cute owl or a cool tiger or
Yeah.
one of those like fucking really stupid pandas that break their own necks all the time for some reason, anything that is like cannot be helped anymore without help from humans, the psychotic like hundreds of people that will reply for weeks on end to defend how inhumane it is. They are the craziest motherfuckers. They will go to bat for every fucking animal that they've never met in their life or know nothing about, and it's fucking insane. You cannot win with these people.
I'm not gonna get deep into this, but I just my argument towards because I have vegans in my family who are upset that I like cows and also eat cows, and my argument to those people is cows would not exist if we did not eat them.
Right.
Humans have wiped out so many species. We've like overfarmed and killed, and like anything that we couldn't figure out a way to like domesticate and farm and maintain, we just got rid of. Like, I legitimately don't like, in the same way that bison like only exist insofar as we preserve them so we can study them. Like, cows would be at that level, and instead they're one of the most prolific species in the country because we eat them, and a lot of them live great fucking lives. Like, if you drive around America, you'll see happy cows all over the fucking place. There's some places where there's shitty cow farms where there's like 5,000 cows in like 2 square miles, and I hate seeing it. It's mostly in California, but like that's not even commonplace in America.
That's why they have like a 12 grade scale on like endangered, going from like 0, say, to like up this high and down this high on the level of how much we know are left. And you're right. I don't know if this is an argument you could have with them or if they would disagree with this. But yes, when it comes to that specifically, for one example, we have to eat cows.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's a worse outcome.
What the fuck?
It's science.
What we keep them around for if we couldn't eat them?
No shit. Like,
there's not that many animals in America. I've been all over this country. There's a lot of empty space, not a lot of animals.
Yeah.
The grizzly bears don't exist anymore. They killed so many. They were so dangerous to American expedition that we killed them all. They exist not in America though, right?
Wrong.
No, they still exist. Where do they exist in America?
Alaska.
Well, okay, contiguous U.S. All right, let's get to this last zoo review we've got. This is in all caps. Hey, Bird, do you want to come over here and read this all caps zoo review real quick?
Please.
No.
Bird's like, I think, gotten really drunk, probably from all the tequila shots, and is now like leaned over.
Food.
You want food? Is all the pizza gone?
Yes.
Shit. Well, all right, we got to wrap this up quickly.
Landon said please.
Landon said please, so Bird's gonna come do it. All right, please. Brockton Magnet Fisher's all caps zoo review.
Oh, I wasn't prepared for this. Can you vacate?
Yeah. Here you go.
I don't need them. I got my own. At the giraffe exhibit, after paying $20, the lady basically yelled at me and my family to leave the bottom of the stairs. No one was around. I wanted to take a quick picture with the family. He said, "You need to leave now. That's a fire exit."
I'm like, seriously? We just spent $20 for 5 pieces of lettuce to feed the giraffe. And paid to get into this very small zoo. I just wanted to do a size comparison of the giraffe legs and my children. The young staff here will think nothing of telling you firmly to wait your turn. They are very rude and have an attitude, except for one older gentleman and older lady. They were extremely nice. We will never come back to this place again, and we'll definitely be telling everyone about this horrible experience we've had here. Try to avoid and go somewhere else other than here.
All caps.
He fell out of the chair.
All
That was
caps.
incredible.
Yeah, all
Holy
caps.
fucking shit! I was dying.
Yeah, me too.
Well, good job, Bird.
That's me most podcasts. I just happen to not have a lot of alcohol tonight. That's me most of the time too. Holy shit.
This person, they so they walked out the what I got out of this is that they tried to get a picture of their kids near the giraffe legs, but there was other people already attempting to do that, or like people ahead of them who had formed a line, and people were like, "Hey, could you get in line to do that?" And these old people thought that was very rude and abrupt. But and then they at some point like went out and exit that they're not supposed to, and they were like, "You're not like if you go out there, you have to go back around." These people took it as like we have to leave the zoo. I think in confusion, probably they could have gotten back in, but they think they've been kicked out. And ultimately, though, when this is a 1-star review, they're so offended, but then they're like, but actually, there was an older lady and gentleman who were extremely nice. It's like, wait, what the fuck? How is this a 1-star review? So half of your experience was awesome, and then you had a just. It's always you can tell this person's old as shit because aside from the the grandchildren thing, the all caps. This is something my grandma does because she doesn't like understand how to use the phone right, so it's always all caps. God, just
one experience overpowered the other, thus one out of 5 or whatever this scale is here. Good fucking lord, man.
Anand Ebis said dirt is brunk. I appreciate that. All right, so that was the reviews. We've got a couple just like random little weird comments I pulled. This one from somebody called Liberty who says he's talking about crime in video games, and he says crime has gone way up, and the type of crime is actions you would commit in GTA. Video games normalize this behavior for people and influence children who have careless parents. Look into the human condition and mind. This would have got me just because look into the human condition and mind. Like, well, if you were to do that, if you were to look into the human condition and mind, you would find that media's gotten way less violent over time, actually, because we used to celebrate war as a mainstream aspect of culture, and that's pretty much entirely gone. We now use video games to like illustrate, like most people actually have a better realization of how scary violence is because they've done it in video games. And like, because there's no consequences, you have fun and you keep doing it. But it also makes you understand, like, holy fuck, I could never do any of this in reality.
It suppresses that urge to want to, I would hope.
And violent crime has, like, of the type he's talking about, has been on the decline in the time since gaming. Like population has grown, so there might be more crime, but proportionally it is less. So it's just a
Yeah.
stupid argument. It's been debunked over and over again.
Put that in your next school lecture, buddy. You'll do real good.
All right, now we're in my comments. This is the last section of the video where we just make fun of some people who left really stupid comments on my videos. Do you want to be Gallo Garzon oh my god, what the fuck is his name? Gallo Garzon Benavides 1021. First of all, let me just to explain this. He's gonna say if you understand progressive. He meant if you don't understand progressive. That's the only way this comment makes sense is if he forgot the word "don't." So keep that in mind, because otherwise this will be so confusing. But you can read it.
Okay, yeah, you might as well be you, and I'll be the others. That's fine.
Yeah.
If you don't understand progressive, then you missed out the whole point, and Fooly Cooley may just not be for you. Go eat cereal from the box, kid.
Yeah, so he's.
I'm sorry.
It's in response to a video I made shitting on Fooly Cooley Progressive, which is like the 15 years later sequel to a great show. Yeah, it sucks. Made by totally different people. And this guy's like upset with my negative review, but go eat cereal from the box, kid. I have never heard anyone say this. So I, of course, responded, who doesn't like cereal from the box? Who do you know that's like, I can't believe you would eat cereal from the box? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, I don't know. Is
that like an LGBT thing, like where they call people Fruit Loops? Is that like the joke? Because otherwise, I don't know what the fuck he's going for there.
Well, so he responded to my response. Here's what he had to say. It was a metaphor. Man, now I understand why the crappy video and comment on FLCL ... Have fun watching One Piece and all that crap. Poop emoji, thumbs up emoji. What the fuck was the metaphor? What is the metaphor? Go eat cereal from the box is a metaphor for what?
Did you Google it?
No, I don't.
Is that a famous quote in Gallo Garzonbon's fucking country, wherever the fuck that is?
It was a metaphor. It's a metaphor for something. For being like the kid thing. Like it seems like what he's trying to imply is that it's like immature to eat cereal from the box. When I was a kid, I was less likely to eat cereal from the box. Like, it has to have milk. Like, I was a little brat. Like now I'm like, oh god, I don't have time. Not gonna find a bowl. Let me just fucking munch this shit. Like that's a very adult behavior to me. So strange, so hard to understand. And then have fun watching One Piece and all that crap. I mean, I could unpack a lot with that statement, like because what he's trying to imply is both that One Piece is bad and that I'm like a very basic anime fan who only knows One Piece.
I was gonna say, do they know who you are? They obviously have no idea.
Yeah,
and only found this video 8 years after you posted it, took it down, and had it reposted. Like, I think you're out of the game there, you fucking idiot. Like,
yeah, I've been watching anime probably before this person was born.
I guarantee. Yeah,
certainly before One Piece existed, and like. I don't know. I like One Piece, but I've seen like 40 episodes of it and read 160 chapters of the manga. I've consumed very little One Piece, so like,
yeah.
I mean, maybe if he sorted my videos,
and I dropped it at 118, and I was like, that was a lot for me because, like, of course, like watching it at the end of the night on like Toonami or whatever it aired on was kind of cool, but like when I actually sat down and watched 118, I was like, it's really not that good. So I don't think I'm one of those fans who's like, I only go to the anime convention to talk about One Piece.
I think One Piece is good. Like I'm not gonna debate the quality of it. It's just weird to like describe me of all people as like somebody who needs to go back to One Piece. I'm like, what are you fucking talking about? Like
make a One Piece analogy, you fucking idiot. I don't know what you're talking about with your cereal, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, here's a really funny email I got. So I get a lot of fake ad offers. Like people claiming that they're going to give me some kind of ad deal, but they're very obviously not real. So this one's the title of the email. We want to work with you. It's from hogwarts.marion@cacao.com. That doesn't sound official in any way, shape, or form.
No.
It's got this weird text formatting and it says, hello, long time no see. Hogwarts Legacy. Together we can do wonders. We have a special offer for you. You can use a preview of the Hogwarts Legacy video game in your content and get the reward you deserve. We look forward to hearing your comments on our offer. Best wishes. What the fuck? The rewards I deserve? What the hell? What do you mean?
What
I
kind
mean,
of company are you? You maybe might mention that up front. I don't know what
I don't
the fuck.
I don't think they realize how many rewards I think I deserve. But like
Yeah, so what are we
they
talking
can't
here?
afford to, they cannot afford to pay me, a trans woman, enough to play Hogwarts Legacy. There's
Yeah.
no fucking way that they have any idea who they're talking to. So
But
yeah, I
how do
thought
you
that
draw
was
the line? Is this like a weird, coked out, like 18-year-old college student, or do you think this is just a very weird bot? There's like no in between, and it's really bothering me.
definitely somebody who has sent, like, mass sends these emails to people just hoping somebody will fall for it. Like somewhere
Well,
along the line,
stop.
somebody's gonna say like, "Yeah, I want to sign up," and then they're gonna ask for a bunch of your information, and then uh, never give you whatever they promised.
It's spam.
These last few comments, some of them are funny. I actually like these ones, so these are not bad comments. If you want to read Roland Deschain's comment on my Lucky Star video here.
Damn, HRT really did tear through the incel otaku community like crack did in black neighborhoods in the 1980s. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to chuckle at that.
It's really
just
funny.
It came so out of nowhere. I was not expecting.
Yeah, I it really did. I think there's a lot more transness that's like innate to the anime fan experience than people are willing to talk about. But that
Yeah.
we'll wait till another day to bring that to fruition. I thought this one was also funny. From Will Wilson 1298 on the first episode of this podcast. Why are Digibro and some truck stop rapist looking motherfucker living in a motel and talking about e-drama no one cares about? I've never heard Berg described as a truck stop rapist looking motherfucker.
He's
But
got a Hidamari sketch fucking avatar.
yeah, what the? This is the most
Like,
intense thing to come from a you. You know, she
I
would
know.
never use any of these words.
Yeah. It's always behind it. Who's the 6'6" bearded guy behind the fucking Love Live poster? It's like, hey, you don't know my avatar, motherfucker, but it's probably as funny as this stupid shit. Truck stop rapist.
You know,
Wow.
I almost wore a shirt on this podcast that is the exact same Kill La Kill image you have behind you. Like, I have that shirt lying on the floor over there. I almost wore it. It would have been so funny for that to just incidentally happen.
Can you wear this card? Do you have this card captor Sakura one?
I do not, but that one's
Might as
also
well
lit.
wear a frilly dress. Yeah.
I don't live in a motel, okay? I live in an endless series of motels, all right?
Right.
And we always do, for the last comment on this show, what I consider to be the best comment of the week. And it's funny that Vito got this, because I almost brought in Vito to make fun of him on the first episode because of his shit takes on Invincible on Twitter that got like millions of views. And I got like the most likes I've ever gotten ratioing him on this stupid tweet. But they ended up talking about that on The Biggest Problem, so whatever. As shitty as Vito can be on Twitter, he can be brilliant. And I loved this one.
I saw this one live. I think Vito's boring as fuck, but I saw this one live, actually. It's crazy that you picked this one, because I don't get on Twitter a lot.
All right, I'll be flaming goodness, you be Vito. All right, yeah, none of that means anything when it's about worshiping literal devils.
There is no such thing as a literal devil.
Yeah, it's really,
it's so literal.
really funny when like Christians act like if you like anything that symbolizes the devil in any way is devil worship, but actually saying that you worship the devil is like level 10 devil worship. Like, it's more serious, and Vito's just like, none of it's more serious than it. It's all bullshit. It's none of it. Please stop trying to frame reality in this stupid Christian narrative that doesn't make any fucking sense.
No.
Yeah, it was really funny.
Yeah.
And I do believe that's, yeah.
Good job. Let's go, guys. We did it.
That's the song I was trying to play earlier. Anyway, that's it. That's the show. Thank you so much for coming on, Landon. Bird is passed out on the ground beside me, so I'm gonna try to help him come back to life. You can be found on the Landoname channel. Is there anything else you want to plug while we're here?
Real quick, so you can get to Bird. A, thank you guys for having me on. B, now that I have internet and everything back up, you guys, I know that it's a drunk night. I might go have to pick me up some tomorrow. Me and my cousin's fiance Taylor look really forward to being on We Watch Anime's bonus episode. So even if it's tomorrow or sometime when you guys aren't busy, I'd love to be on. Everybody go to their Patreon, check that out.
For Heike Monogatari.
Heike Monogatari.
Which
Great show.
We need you for it because you know a lot more about the actual history that the show's about than me or Bird does.
I have 6 pages of notes opposed to Taylor's 1.5, and we have different opinions on it. So they're going to be like, she's going to be like with you, to where like I'll have to do a lot of explaining, and then maybe you guys can talk about what we like and didn't like, or what you didn't understand that I could explain to you historically wise. And also, I'd love to get everybody's hilariously different 10 scale at the end of the podcast. But thanks for having me on, and that's about it for me.
All right. Good night. Thanks, everybody.
Night, chat. Thanks for coming.